isolated, caught off guard, you would think, but Q somehow gets away with that kill. The spam taking him low, and Aspa's taking him out. Leaves it 3v2. Still a chance for all gamers here. Kira, the unknown quantity, the later play through mid.
Bring them down.
No nade left to play with. Oh, that's tough. Shrimp's being caught by the seas. Out of the round, and damage done. Looks good for all gamers. Aspas and Tex holding on for dear life by a thread, but they've made it through. It's the second round for MIBR.
I feel like it's been the case in both rounds where Aspas has found the most impactful kills to sort of turn it into their favor, like having to deny what was an incredibly fast take. And sure, the spams helped pushing players into his position, but they still expended an awful lot into this round. And of course, for the attack side, having a few in a row, they should comfortably be able to buy back into this one. I think Kira's just having the thought of what to go for. But this now needs to be the springboard for the defense. A few players surviving, give them a bit of extra to buy back up with, but they would still be in trouble in the next round if they were to lose all their players.
Well, we have certainly seen the patience from all gamers. A lot of these attack rounds have started like this. Full default in play. By this time covering the Vice wall for that A aggression, making sure there's no early flank. That's a risky blast pack, but a lot of information garnered. Tex gets out. Aspas, of course, is no trouble. Being able to dash right back to the site, and for their trouble, all gamers get an orb, but they're a man down, and Shrimp down as well. It's a player who's really helping to clear these angles and get you into sites.
Man.
Gotta go a bit more blind now.
Yeah, I feel like he still has been, though, the guy that's been picked off quite often earlier in the rounds. Like, they have been using the Prowlers, but he's currently 1-6 and having a bit of a rough time. And some of their earlier matches, he was incredible. He was by far their best player. But that does also mean, as said, from the 4v5s, all gamers have done a good job at recovery. Into the site they go. Again, the trip is there, but it's been spotted. They haven't broken it, though. They didn't break it. The boom ball went through, but it goes straight back online. That gave Tex a freebie, and now Aspas is the defender of the site. A bit of a weird scenario, because that trip coming back online, sure, it was only the 1-for-1 trade, but it did make things a little bit easier for Tex.
Yeah, listen.
I think he's there.
अरे guys, जिसमें सिर्फ S8UL के games देखूंगी मैं.
You did.
तो रात को है.
I was like, Tex is there. I think he's playing, bro.
Did you sleep okay?
अपने games अब भी नहीं है. कल दिन में है. आज रात
slept last night. Now
कल
it's
जल्दी
starting
है.
to catch up on me.
You look straight into a wall like,
Yeah.
no, he's not.
Where is he?
No, oh,
The
wait, he's
blue
on the
light?
stage.
Okay, well, that was a confusing moment for me. But as I'm sure that last round was for all gamers, giving away the pick and giving Tex the opportunity, and it seems like MIBR capitalizing on every chance they're given. A 5 versus 3 right off rip. We said it's been these slower rounds from all gamers, but this was an attempt to change pace, to challenge for that A main that MIBR have been throwing utility at early, at least trying to manage, that all gamers have been leaving the Vice wall outside and conceding the space, fighting late for. This time they go aggressive, and it does not work out, at least to start. They've got themselves A main, whoop-dee-dee, but I think the orb's about the biggest reward they've got.
Volsina is going to Inter Miami.
The 2-for-1, or 2-for-1 orb trade. Not the greatest deal on earth.
I'm taking it.
Again, they've ground to a halt. This double duelist 1-2 punch is one of the most terrifying on earth, especially facing into a high-low. You'd bet your house on one of them to hit it. That's exactly what they've done. For Shrimp, well, he's alive later into the round. Nice work from Hero. They've got to be careful. They've already lost 1-2 V4 in this game, and I think that's why we saw the pause. A 2v5, and they might have to use their second.
One more for Kieran. It's a showstopper, but with Shrimp down now, that paranoia perfectly placed. Yeah, his chances go to 0. Still gets out with the showstopper for the next round, but for MIBR, after what was, as we said, round 2, there were signs of life. They won round 3, but then started to get shut down, and it seemed like all gamers were going to run away with this.
ये
Vi
कौन
was
से
having
setup है
fantastic
ये
impact on
गेमिंग
the
हाउस
lurks
में
in
थपका
terms of denying the retakes as well. I don't even think we saw the Thorns
Thopka
delay
setup.
as much as they could have, but it worked because when they pushed in, the flash was there to catch. Now things have stalled out massively. 3 rounds in a row, and a convincing start to that one. I think it's no surprise that they go for the timeout.
Yeah, and I think similarly as well to what we saw from Creven, the last Lotus that we casted, those trips are being really annoying. Like when they've tried to get into the C site or I think we've seen multiple kill trips, which a lot of the time you're going to be able to avoid, especially if you have the likes of a Raze. You can use that nade to good effect to try and get rid of some of the angles that you're pushing.
Hey,
But then like hitting it with a boombot, not breaking it, those are silly mistakes. And I think these are moments that you're going to want to see the coaching staff pick up, because then you go for a harder, more aggressive, let's just fight A, and you lose both fights immediately. That's a little bit more worrying. And seeing some of the superstars on MIBR, that's why there's so much sort of pressure, but also put in high regard on this team. These are players that from top to bottom we've talked about as superstars of their team. I even think like one of my favorite players to watch of all time is Mazzino back in the crew days. That guy has unbelievable individual talent. So you're then looking at the likes of Aspas and Tex getting going. Maybe you want to pause just to try and slow them down a little bit, which is easier said than done.
Well, Tex at least, it's been high impact off of his utility, be it on the A or the C site. Now he swapped up to the B site just to be more of a headache. Any adaptations that they had around his impact.
मतलब अगर आज वॉच पार्टी वैसे एलजीएस की कब
And it
तक
does appear that
चलती
all
है?
gamers are going for this
अगर
approach. Look
जल्दी
at where the
खत्म
Vice
हो
wall is,
गई
and look at where Vice is. The
और
gap
वो
here
लोग
is the C
खेल रहे
push.
होंगे
This is because they intend to be
लेट
relatively
मेरे पास
quick,
कुछ करने
making
को
presence
नहीं
towards the
होगा
A
then I
side, opening
might
the door,
join.
sure.
But
And I
ऐसे
think
कोई
this is a
plan
B
नहीं
split, which is the perfect round for MIBR when they have put all of
क्योंकि
their
वैसे भी मेरे को
fortifying
तो सुबह
utility
निकलना है तो मैं
towards
तो
that
जल्दी
site. They've
रहूंगी
got
रात
players
को
in position in the form of Aspas with big utility, or big ultimates in the back pocket in the convergence path. As much as they're delaying, oh no, I think they've adjusted to A. The spike's
Yeah,
going in. They're going to go for it.
They've ended up with a lot of space.
Weird Vice wall for this.
The defense are about to try and make a play
हाँ,
through the
वही
smoke.
मारा
Versus the
एक लेके
pistols is
चलते
definitely a bit of a
हैं।
gamble. And there is Shrimp. Said he's been the hero of a lot of rounds. It's only going to be the one as well for Aspas off the back of his ult. Berno a little bit further away. And this contact through the smoke was hoping for so much more, and it gets almost nothing. It is a quick round, or quick close, I should say, for the attack side. And after the pause, they're able to immediately find a response. But that's going to be a frustrating one, because as you said, it looked like the setup was going to be correct. I think especially more of a default round that you get with a low buy is heading in towards that B site. But they get caught trying to walk through utility.
Yeah, you know, it's very weird because the whole round to me
James
looked like
Bond
all
होने
gamers
वाला है
were fine.
वही
Like that Vice wall
नौका
is so weird to put if you're covering the B
James
wall.
Bond
I don't know what they
incoming.
saw. I'm led to believe that they changed it mid-round. I
And
don't know
it's
why,
behind
but it was
me,
the
I know.
perfect read. And a great play to get
they
5 on the
could
board.
have won.
All the rounds holding that smoke walk up, and now look at
I
GRQ.
think they
Walked
lost
right
because
through
they want
a position
me
that they've
to
been hating
watch
non-stop, but he
party
just
their
TPs
game
across a
tomorrow.
little later, and the reward.
Yeah.
Aspas
If they
in the
would
ground,
win, then I
Mazzino
won't be
following, and
able
a
to watch
showstopper
their
to
game.
drop second. All gamers looked like they had slowed down, but they just took a break. They're right back to winning ways.
Finally see the Aspas AWP, but it gets absolutely nothing. Just shut out by a player walking across, and it was definitely something that they were not aware of. Verno trying to fight back alone. Bear in mind the economy
not my
of MIBR is not in a particularly good spot. And Patek's going for a 1v5. I'll be honest, that seems really audacious. Holding onto the weaponry, at least from my perspective, holds a lot more value than attempting an all-in gamble of a retake.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I think for the start of this, the thing we're missing compared to a normal setup, right? You see that Rubble fight. Normally, you've got your Omen TPing up, taking the Rubble control. You've got a Neon sliding through. In this case, maybe an Aspas diving deep, but he had the op, so he didn't want to. They didn't go for that last round, and that small gap left was enough for all gamers to step in and take that control. Now a buy for MIBR that sees a weak weapon on Aspas, and Mazzino, but the rest on a full buy, and the adjustment is there. The dash up this time quickly clears Rubble after the nade. They know that there's no one here.
आवाज सही नहीं आ रहा क्या?
But all gamers have changed pace.
कल
No
दूसरा
longer this
mic था,
direct
आज
approach.
दूसरा है
No
उससे।
longer looking to steal the map control
वो
or
mic कोई
wrestle
ले
it
गया
out of the
सुबह।
hands of their opponents. Instead, They pumped the brakes again. And I've really liked watching the variance of how they're approaching this. I think it's very hard for MIBR to read this pace.
Oh yeah, it creates an awkward line in the sand, especially when you have this double duelist. You want to be putting pressure on. So you're going to have early map control, but then they've been happy to sort of default back late into the round. At least in this one, all of Tex's utility is gone. 45 seconds left as they look to try and clear positioning once again. This time there is a player up close, but he's already been caught. Verno, we've seen him get cleared from this position, but they're looking to try and battle and brawl for this. Really try and fight for this. And it even seems like they might have had the expectation that maybe they would just leave, but no. They're continuing this pressure and now going all the way back. They played the late lurk so perfectly that, okay, they're eventually going to take their space, maybe worried that there's a trip, as there has been almost every single time, but there's nothing Tex can really do about this.
No, forced to give them the plant. As I said, this pace from All Gamers has been a nightmare. This round even more so, but showstopper! Oh my back gear! That is a lifeline for All Gamers. That could have been a double opener, but instead, the numbers, they say even for now. MIBR kept back, and with the AWP taking Mazzino out and Aspas, they have no choice but to concede. Surely, no, they press on, they press forward into Fangir. A 4K for the Neon as All Gamers push up to 7. A guaranteed lead at the half, and what a resurgence from this squad.
I'll be honest with you, I thought he won them the round with the first op shot that he hit, and then he hits 3 more after that. That is a beautiful round from Fangir, because Zekum was, I want to say, 0.2 of a second from eliminating 2 players on his team.
I think he clicked the second he died. Like, that was ridiculous.
It was such a fast reaction shot, and then everything else from there on was just perfect from Fangir. It's an operator that I don't believe he would have even bought. It was one that he picked up off the corpse of Aspas and then used it to their own demise. What was a level scoreline, came a pause for All Gamers, and now they find themselves with a pretty hefty advantage. For the last one,
membership का sticker है ये नहीं है membership का नहीं है.
might put them out of sight.
ये नया feature आया है YouTube पे जरूर subscribe.
Zeno claimed the orb outside A. Nightfall now for MIBR. If All Gamers go for the B push, and listen, any other team, look at what the Vice Wall is. Look at where all 5 players were just moments ago. Any other team, I'd already be saying, and here they go, they're ready to break into the B site. But I've learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson from these guys. They play a very weird game. I don't think I've seen a round like that. They give up all control, go late back towards it, look to fight. Nate's perfect, by the way. It's caught Mazzino. It's left him down to 46 HP. It's got the Nightfall out of them as well. Hey, this is such an annoying game to play against, because for MIBR, of course, you want to go pushing up. Of course, you want to take space. You want to find information. And as you do, you lose Mazzino now. Your low HP player, you flood back out through these doors with no idea that a flank is on its way. The ult now popped, and look who's right behind you. Fangir! Beautiful from All Gamers. They are playing a cerebral game, and MIBR, they're not even coming close to getting a read.
It's just perfect.
We
said it. They had one bad round in terms of timing.
Actually, not bad.
Where Bai ends up getting caught. And since then, since the pause, every single double back or wrap around has been utterly perfect. A player that goes from being the hard entry, goes into a lurk, goes back to hard entry, back into lurk again. Like, you've got to be sat there on the other side of MIBR trying to call this, going, okay, they're pressuring A, let's take B. There was a guy B, let's go back, let's hold there. And you're just having to wrap around consistently. And then when you're finally in the fight, you go, okay, they are A, and then someone swings you from behind and kills 2 of your players.
I genuinely think of all the games that we've cast, of all the games we've watched so far, in this map in particular, because we've cast even All Gamers before, and I wouldn't say this was anywhere near the level that they're putting up. This is some of the best calling on the attack. And I know that because I'm just trying to imagine playing against it. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of the MIBR players and pretend that I could actually hit shots as well. And it's so annoying because they give you so many false signals. You're pushing early, you're seeing the space is clear. They fight back for that space late. so late that it seems that that's clearly where the hit's coming in. And then there's a double flank from the other side. Sometimes they wrap all the way back to the other side of the map. Really impressive stuff from them. And again, this started out, I felt like MIBR were the ones to take command of this series, but it has been anything but.
No, it's been very impressive.
कैसे मरा है आसपास लेकिन
And
ये
it
game
also
में?
forced
Yeah,
MIBR into basically doing very similar things. Like,
Beechara.
I think one of the main problems I had was you look towards rubble. This spot, thank you, that was perfect. Unintentional, but perfect.
ऐसे
The
मरा
amount of players that I saw play on that rubble wall,
इधर से
either get by
उधर
an A
से
or hit by a C's, they were saving a piece of utility every single round to kill that player. And I don't think once I saw them get out alive.
Well, this is the thing. They were doing that before they were even competing.
नहीं
for that
यार मैं
spot.
ना लाइक
And that's
एक
why
ही
you can
करूंगी
then have
क्योंकि
Omen
फिर
TP
एपेक्स भी
across
करना है ना
because, they throw their first utility, and then they don't fill that space in because they know that you're going to fight for it, or at
क्योंकि
least
फिर
throw
हो
a utility
सकता
there,
है
so they play
एपेक्स
a
के
little
टाइम
further
तक
back.
खत्म
And
नहीं
now
होगा
Roman's able to slip the net,
तो
get
वैसा नहीं
behind
रखना
Aspas,
मेरे को
and take down the first Aspas op we saw bought. Like,
And then the
I'm
next round
so-
killed 4 people with it.
yeah, literally. The next one used that same weapon. I'm so impressed by what I've seen here. Even just from round like 4
Panic,
onwards,
now what?
where I thought MIBR were getting back into things. Round 2 was close, round 3 was good, and then for all gamers, they just ran away with things. Back to the pistol now. MIBR get to play out this attack side, and I'm curious to see how all gamers approach the defense. You can see Vice set up. The wall is covering the A push. There's a flash that won't last very long on B after that initial burst.
Got the sight. Put themselves in a post plant with little to no resistance. The attack side, though, are not just sitting back. Aspas is pushed up, and he knows his opponent's on the other side. Both players, in fact, have the information. The attackers fall back and almost force their opponents away from that position. Although saying that, Buying now goes into a later flank. Paranoia is perfect, but they're going to stand close. And that means that kills all too easy. Kira in position to try and trade some of this back, but the shots aren't firing. Eventually does get one, but the trades are just too thick and too fast. Leaves only one standing, and Buy, the last man in, will fall as well. A lifeline for MIBR, a pistol.
Yeah, lose this pistol, and I think all gamers are running away with it, but claiming this should at least give them that little injection of
EWC
rounds,
तो YouTube
close
पे
in the
कर
gap,
दूँ ना मैं सोफिया
provide that opportunity to fight right back. But to be honest, what I'm most
इसके
afraid
लिए
of isn't even necessarily the score line right now. It's that Fangir seems to have hit a gear that we didn't see him on throughout the last few games. And GRQ, 13-6, he has been a consistent factor for this squad. Considering that he's shown up, Fangir's been there, and Bai's been having a lot of space on those lurks. I think here, early flanks could play a role. Nah, that's not going to work. That's a nice try. The little smoke in mound. I love the attempt on the classic Bai, but MIBR, they've got that cam to clear.
I do think it's good, though, that now MIBR get the opportunity to set the pace. Like, I think Verno's been having a rough time trying to deal with everything that's been thrown at him from the all-gamer side. But now you get to define where those battles are. Even if you end up walking into a stacked site, at least you have the execution utility.
ये कौन जीतेगा? I guess
Not bad
MIBR
from
gonna win.
Buy already, though, of course, but
MIBR should win.
MIBR, this is
but
a slightly
I don't
lighter
know.
purchase, just a
I
couple
don't
of
know for
rifles
sure.
alongside pistols and a marshal. They can, of course, buy into the next round, but it's mainly those couple of guns you don't want to lose, and so far it's looking so good. They'll keep everything onto the board,
कीड़ा है guys
get
ये.
themselves up to 6,
या
and then
गमी
maybe even
लाइट
have
है
an
ये
upgraded
कीड़ा.
rifle or 2 to go back into this one with.
Indeed, for MIBR, things looking to pick up, but this is the real test coming up now for them. All gamers in with a full buy. Fangir playing the
भाई
outlaw.
first half से second half पे आ गए हैं वरना भाई
On the
बनना
other
है.
side, there's not too many players that he can catch with that one shot, but
ज़्यादा ही chillings हो रही है.
MIBR are going towards A. There's going to be a nade coming their way. There's going to be a paranoia prep for GRQ. In fact, it's only the boombot to start. Gear's keeping the nade a little bit later. It's a shame. This time we could see it would have probably eaten a bunch of those HP bars. Obviously, have a different idea for later on. Still with the C's and nade. Prowler ready to go through. Should grab the information, but
X is almost dead.
Yeah, he's been exploring the C site and he met the Outlaw heads up.
माइक फिक्स माइक में क्या इशू
There's
आ
an
रहा
outlaw
है
on either side, but
मुझे
it looks
बताया
like
ही
now the
नहीं
one that
किसी
will
ने
maybe
इशू
benefit even slightly more is Aspas, because there are 3 players on the other side that will take that as an operator.
I'm out of here.
Again, a slower pace with Bangir just trying to find out information. He gets it, spots multiple players on that side of the map, and now this somewhat ruse that's being sent on A doesn't hold anywhere near as much value. The defense are actually giving nothing. They're just sitting all the way back, similarly to what we saw on the other side. But it's whether or not they can bait the rotations the right way. And looking at a solo defender of GRQ, who's about to get some
सही है
support, but will it
माइक
be too little
कुछ
too
इशू
late?
नहीं है वो तो जो माइक दिया है
He'll
इधर
still
वही
get out of
यूज
here.
करूंगी ना लाइक मैं और क्या करूं
Still with a shrouded
Babu
step
sahi
if
hai.
he needs it. And he may well need it, but he's sticking around. He's looking for the battle, and Aspas has got him!
Oh!
And Kira! A headshot on that second swing! Bought them all the space to get this plant and a man advantage under their belt as a result. MIBR have just been gifted the upper hand by Aspas.
Yeah, it's the gift you get when you purchase one of the best players to ever touch the game, and that double opener sets them up in aggressive positions. Fangit maybe hopeful to get something here, and now they've spotted the remaining player. It's the 1-2 punch, the bait taken, and Mazzino with an easy frag in the end. Fangit has no choice but to try and run for the hills. And what started as a bonus round that had a Marshall and some weaker weaponry,
So I'll
even the
watch
Outlaw
party
in the mix for
रखूं
Aspas, which, well, clearly wasn't a weaker weapon, now turns into them currently having
मालूम
4
नहीं
rifles,
अपनी team.
some mass upgrades, and a fantastic start to this second half.
For Aspas to get the first kill was impressive, but to then swing deep with 1 bullet left in the Outlaw, he had 100% confidence he was hitting that headshot, and for good reason too. Like, look at this, 1 shot left, and he goes, screw it. Does he know that guy's low? No, he doesn't have a clue. He thinks I need to hit his head or I'm going to 140 and probably get traded. But we got 10 seconds. We need to plant. Screw it. Froze it out there. It works. And all gamers now, after a strong first half, an 8-4 scoreline where they did look like they had their hands glued to the reins, now it's come back to bite them. That gap has closed into just 1. And MIBR, hot on their heels like this, gets a timeout from that side.
The last pause they had was what took them from a 4-4 scoreline all the way to winning the half.
Yep.
This will be their second pause taken. And for Ed 101, this is an opportunity to potentially do the same again, like try and get them back. Because this is definitely not the end of the world so far, but I think you definitely see Aspas able to basically fight 2 players at once and come out on top, and you do start to worry a little bit that this map could slip away from them. And of course, for MIBR, this is important because they are going into what is their own map choice split coming up next, which I think is still a fairly comfortable pick for them. I was maybe surprised that we didn't see all gamers go a slightly different way. But you're not going to want to go in with a deficit, and they are still currently around behind, although the signs of this attack side have been fairly promising.
Well, it looks like all gamers have got a decent read early on. They've gambled correctly. 3 players towards the C site. Prowlers going out on A, trying to distract, but MIBR unknowingly still walking into this stack. Paranoia is perfect. It's got so many, but that cage from Tex, that saved them all. There were 3 players blinded and easily about to be taken down. A single cage.
My ult's not ready.
And they get to take a breather, to reset, to fight on their terms, and put a 5v3 on the board when the smoke fades. It's not going to look pretty for Kira. Even with 2, it's left Shrimp alone, weaponless, and against the odds.
It's not been having the greatest of games.
nightmare
Individually started incredibly slow, and this would have to be an utter turnaround in a round where expectations at this stage are almost 0. MIBR have managed to negate the stack with relative ease, considering the initial setup looked incredibly dangerous. Now Zekken is already tagged low and will go down. The remaining 2 players full HP and looking to try and play this together. 3 bullets remaining in that Sheriff, but the main problem is the time. Needs to almost be on that defusal already. if they're going to get it to half and try and bait players in. And that is the goal. Another nice shot from Shrimp. The problem is the second player may be expected to be further away. It's a crazy shot again from Shrimp. But unfortunately, that clock was already gone. A nice amount of damage in a low buy round. And well, MIB are a little bit lucky to even get out with it.
Yeah, I think they realized at the end, if he gets it half, he has a chance. But if I stop him now, he doesn't. And that was incredibly close. A millisecond either side.
No.
That's in a number of different fights. Kira did remarkably well to find two up top. Lucky that they were throwing the seize nade as the smoke faded, so two of those players weren't ready to fight. And close as they made it, costly as they made it. MIBR still have decent credits even after the bye. They come in here. And just want to get aggressive right away. They've decided to try to catch Kira, and he is being stunned up by the convergence path. No chance with the showstopper yet. It's still a couple kills back in their direction. Fighting through the doors with great success. All gamers have a mad advantage.
If anything, Kira with the showstopper kind of saved the rest of his teammates. Nightfall now being thrown out as well.
Hasn't seen Verno.
Verno sat in the corner, but Vangia was still a relative unknown. The attack side looking to try and take space on the other side of the map, but of course in a massive deficit.
S8UL
might be in
games
trouble
का
between two. I think the
schedule
rifle might have been
Insta
spotted.
पे
Just the tip is enough to give the game away, but
on
Tex
से ID से posted था.
has managed to
Fans
escape.
वाले
Will he
से है
escape
कि
by
normal
time? It
से
couldn't be
ही
any
मिलेगा.
worse.
But
Just
it
as he
is
drops
there.
down, and now Aspas will walk
It
into
is
the same
there.
man. Lead not taken by MIBR just yet, as a breakback is immediate.
Oh, that's essential for all gamers to stand their ground there. I think if they lose the lead and then end up on an eco, MIBR have all the momentum to just run away with this. But standing tall in this moment, a bunch of problems there with like the Nightfall not hitting, and yet they're aware that they're filling in the gaps in those fights. The showstopper being caught by the convergence path, but
Actually saving, yeah.
Yeah, it ended up working out favorably for them and for MIBR, trading out that ultimate. And they come into this one away from a showstopper. And I think Zekin finding that orb would be a death sentence. They look to defend it, though, on all gamers. They lose Shrimp. Right off Rip.
Okay.
And there's the orb for Zekin. He gets it on a blind spam. The nade almost lands perfectly, but Pangear dodges it. Now has backup as well. The problem is they're going to know exactly where these players are. And
ooh, yeah, that was an immediate cancel from Aspas. You could see he was about to dive in and then goes, oh, there's two there. No, I'm not doing that anymore. Well, we can just play with the rotation. Second has just turned on this round, though. A shot through the smoke, a shot in a pixel gap through the door. Now the remaining two. Again, there's been a lot of rounds where I feel like MIBR have had ridiculous advantages. But this one, I like how they played it. They have just paused. They've stood still. They know there's trips on the other side of the map as well. One holding B, one holding A, so they cannot be flanked without that information. And because they just stood completely still, the all-gamers players went, okay, I'm going to get aggressive on B, try and find info. You go aggressive on A, let's try and get something. And, well, they might get one kill at least onto Aspas. But other than that, it should be much, much tougher. Although I am looking at the attack side splitting up and looking for clues. I'm going to be honest, I don't like the current positioning of the MIBR players. They're giving chances. But in the end, it doesn't matter.
yeah, I mean, considering how, Shrimp in a 1v3 with a Sheriff almost won the round, I wouldn't really be playing that confident, but spreading the net has its purposes. Find those players. Hopefully remove their weapons. A lost rifle for MIBR won't quite sting as much as deleting all those finances for all gamers, especially with how things have been going. Majority of rounds falling into those attackers' hands.
अभी तो वैसे ही inverted रखा है जैसे घर पे रखती हूँ.
For now.
Well, that is the one thing I will say, though, is that for all gamers, they
It's
can
just
rebuy
यहाँ
no
पे
matter
cam
what.
tripod
So
पे नहीं है, ऐसे ही
if
लगा
you
हुआ है
lost too
monitor
many
पे, तो
weapons
मैं
by getting
angle भी कोई
aggressive,
set नहीं कर
it
पा रही
would have
हूँ.
actually hurt them more than if they took all of the guns away. So clearly feeling like their opponents were going to save the second they didn't spot them on the side. But this was the second round. Again, we know that the peak potential
India की team हार
of what
गई
this
थी
man
कौन
can do.
सी?
In fact, there's a man sat just over there who definitely knows the peak potential of what Zekin can do.
अरे all gamers है ये
From
जी
Morris,
Chinese team. ये लोग में भी शायद पता
Wow.
नहीं. पहले से ही AL था या अभी कोई
This is a
collab
much
हुआ
faster
है
take coming out
जिसे MIBR
from
का
Zek,
loss
and
से हुआ है
Showstopper. He's got the support of his
वो नहीं
teammate
पता
to at least hold on
Yo
to the space. 4
part.
players outside of this A site, and they've got to be a little bit careful, but
Hi,
it's only
street
space
man, you
taken,
can
no
come on.
lives.
That's okay. Crowd control was all they wanted. Now they can just fade away from where that
अभी
ulti's
हुआ है
coming
ना
through.
तभी
2 players still going to be caught
दोनों
by
का
it.
ही अभी
The
latest
Nightfall right
collab
back
हुआ है
should slow down all gamers. Should, but it might not. The shorty up close here, a death sentence for Kira. He was 20 HP, swinging that angle, and Tex has torn them a new one. Although, hold on, it's not over just yet. The big swing in leaves all gamers ahead. It's a 2v2.
Go, go.
They were behind moments ago, but now neck and neck in this fight, coming in from both angles. GRQ isolates the fight to start, and the swing in from Vangear is beautiful. All gamers looked like they were falling behind. The chances slipping through their fingers, but they got their grip back on this map just in time.
They did well to hold every single position there, because you looked at the amount of counter odds. You mentioned it, the Nightfall, but they'd already claimed that space and were still fighting through it, even with having some of that later HP. It left MIBR with not really any map control to try and hold on to. They're basically boxed in on that B site, and because of that, it made it very, very difficult to avoid any utility that was thrown through, any ultimates that took their guns away. The back and forth continues in that
Guys,
matter.
जिसका भी setup है मैं
Operator
कर
now
रही
in
हूँ
as
इधर
well
से
for Fangit. And it really does feel like potentially the team that wins 2 in a row might be the one to take the map. Whoa. He's able to get out of there. It takes a lot of damage for him.
NSP का match हो गया, they lost.
Yeah, down to half already. Zakin looking for a bit of space towards this B site. The crew right behind him, but they've heard the wall now. Whether to bait it out or it looks like push through it all together. Well, that was the idea. Few players have been isolated. Now left to just Zakin.
We're almost all in this together.
Yeah, it's been left behind by the gang. But a plan found. And no real contest from all gamers. They gave that to them. Happy to play the retake, and after how last round worked out, I'm not too surprised. But the difference is they pushed them out of those key positions with the Steel Garden. It's not there anymore.
Oh, different ults to be expended.
OT के बिना जीत सकते थे वो लोग
Already
कुछ
the overdrive, getting one out in a second as well. Great work from Fangir once again. Up top is Aspas, needs to land some shots. Has Berno alongside him, and again the trading is enough for all gamers. This B-site retake. Sure, maybe they do need an ult tool, but this time it was the overdrive that did the work.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I realize why they're so confident in the retakes when Fangir's just going to pull BS out like that. Like, he sprayed 2 people down. Barely any damage for it. He's able to get out and reset for a big 5-3 retake. This is insane. He's down to 41 HP, and none of the spams catch him. Verno really stepped up to the plate in this round, but it's them that get knocked out of the park. And for all gamers, this is all they need. 11-9, 2 rounds in a row, and an eco coming out of MIBR. Very low buy at best. We should be seeing overtime locked in, and the timeout from MIBR coming in here, they're going to discuss that. Is it even worth fighting for victory in regulation and potentially throwing the map away?
That's the tough spot. I mentioned it earlier when they started this comeback. They were 8-4 down on their own map choice. Brought it back to level a couple of times, but all gamers are the ones that seem to have the extra little bit of depth. I think them running as a unit has really been working out. Like we saw in the first half with them playing with the almost ruse of their push and pull of the map, and then on the defense, their retakes have looked fantastic. Even if it was a 1v3 in some occasions. The last pause
we are surrounded
of regulation for either side. I'll say that as well. It mentioned whether or not the impact from the coaching staff would be there. I think especially for all gamers, both times that they've taken a pause, they've gone on streaks of rounds. Be it coincidence or not, I think the coaching staff deserves some credit.
Oh, without a doubt. And I think that there has been a tangible step up from this squad, heating up as the tournament goes on. Aspas, though, comes in to shut one down. Kira, 34 HP. He's lucky to still be alive after a few shots landed. For MIBR, they know there's potentially a weapon to be retrieved in there. I think they still want to hit this C site, but all gamers have battened down the hatches now. I didn't even expect to see Convergence Path put through, but They're committing it even on this lighter buy. They save their credits to fight for the next round, yet somehow they're winning every battle here. A missed shot from Vangeer. Do you save here?
I think
for all
so,
gamers? It's not worth even giving them the extra weapons.
You don't want to give an AWP over. You don't want to give another rifle. They'll be able to get some upgrades here and there, but that round, again, was all Aspas. The fact that he's able to dive in, get an opener, get his ult, pop the ult, hit, I think, everyone that was on that site. It looked like they lined up. And then that SMG is nowhere near as weak anymore, because you have to hit an instant shot, and I just have to spray wildly while moving all over the shop. So, great round from him. And that has been the case in a lot of this map so far. Like, I think if you look at openers, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like Aspas is going to have a vast majority of them with what he's been able to do with pistols, what he's been able to do with rifles, and it's been fight backs into the round from all gamers. Well, this time, they're unable to fight back. A singular ultimate has been able to turn the tide and give them a 10th.
I think it's crazy that MIBR came in. Like I said, they saved their credits. They had money for the next round if they lose this one. This was a buy what you can, and let's win the next. And yet that kill gets the ult out of them, and that's what immediately turns the tide in their favor. 10 to 11. It's been Vangeer finding a lot of success in the late rounds, but early we need some heroes for all gamers. Is MIBR once again look towards this C site. GRQ looks to concede that space. He's just immediately playing on the backside. He's already in spawn. After what happened last round, no one wants to be standing on site when Aspas comes barreling in. Because of that, it should be a relatively easy plant.
Yeah, but the one thing that we've been talking about with all gamers is their retakes have been incredible. I like in this scenario, though, that Hex is going to be that dagger in the darkness, the late lurk, but they are currently still watching for it. Even though the plant is coming through on the other side of the map, they're being patient. A nice shot as well off the back of the nade. Forced an awkward position, and there's that patience from Vangeer. They said one of the major dangers, the differences to the B-side takes was having Tex in the background. Second, though, again, any shot he fires through those doors seems to be deadly, and Kira is low.
They had the plant, but MIBR tried to spread their roots. All gamers come in. They've trimmed the shrubbery, and a great paranoia into the back. It hasn't got the player hooked up, though. Verno still able to provide that cover. Now the jump in, caught by Verno as well, and MIBR! They fight their way back into this round, back into this map, 11 to 11.
That was a good read from the defense initially. Like those opening picks that they found, like the nade combo to get rid of Mazzino. Then you have the catch on the lurker as well, but it's those three players just hunkered down at the back.
And it's Verno as well, who he was like 1 in 10 or something. He had a really bad start, and that's 2 rounds now I can point to and say, without him, they don't have a chance. They did end up losing one of those, but this one here, that's all him. He saved that backside.
Yeah, it stops. He protected the president. He kept Aspas alive long enough. 11 to 11. Stunned through a weaker purchase, but there is a showstopper. I don't know if it's going to be used in this round. No, it's not. Again, another opener. Aspas Vangeer in position once again, though, and he gets 3 in the blink of an eye. The majority of that attack force dissipates. And even a TP in behind. There's plenty of weaponry to be found for these defenders. No ultimates to play with. Bono will get his, but it's viability in this sort of moment. He's just faked that out. That TP was purely for bait purposes.
They were pinging those rifles. They're saying, let's get them and fight our way back into this one. A buy up in the next for all gamers, but they might have to fight for OT. But with Verno down, maybe not. Tex, the man who's been a problem, look at his position, look at the plant. He has to be quick moving to site. They're going to see him very early on. He'll cut off the first head of the Hydra, but plenty more remain. Tex, a chance in the 1 versus 1. Has his cam, but look for the fight and he wins it. Tex delivers MIBR to 12 with a huge clutch.
प्लेयर है भाई.
That's just insanity.
क्या मारा है?
Again, you look at this defensive side and you go, hey, Bangir should have had the play of the round. He genuinely might have wiped out the entire squad if he was given an extra bullet or two. But that was perfectly played from Tex. A reposition, first player, you could forgive it. The second looked to jump across as bait almost, and then gets wrecked. And then because of that, he has the time to flip it back 3 in a row for MIBR. Sure, it was a low buy round, but they're not going to care. And for the defense, they now have ultimates. They have weaponry. They're in a good position to take us to overtime, but have they been broken by those last couple of rounds?
They've been broken by Tex. I mean, what a Herculean effort in that last. Unbelievable play. The confidence, not even letting him get to half, swinging in early in the smoke. Cool under pressure with MIBR. They've weathered the storm and found themselves to safer waters. At least an overtime guaranteed now. But 13 on the board early is what they want. Prowler again sent to B. We've seen this. MIBR like to push and pull the map. All gamers are left without a read, but Vice setup on the A site should leave them a bit more confident. Send forces in that other direction. The thing is, where's MIBR going? This is looking like one of those all gamers rounds. They're playing across the map, grabbing their orbs, and it's a huge fake of the C site, but it hasn't pulled rotations.
At least not yet. And because of that, questions are being asked. 2 ultimates have been used on the A side of the map. It felt like they had the right read, and honestly, about 2 seconds ago they did, but because there was no contact made towards Zekken, he's called for the rotations. 12 seconds to get that plant in. Aspas with an operator in a peculiar spot. Now they look to move. If they drop this spike, that might be the round. I don't know if they've got time to plant it. I don't think they do. All Shrimp has to do is survive, and they've taken it off that alone. 4 attackers will live to tell the tale of a singular kill.
Right in the nick of time.
That's crazy.
They picked the spike up with 3.5 seconds left. Just shy of what they needed. That is a huge play. And all gamers, they deserve an overtime with how they played. And their attack side is really what looked the scariest. But Fangir, every step of the way, has been the shining light. The spark of hope for all gamers. Now they look to fan the flames in overtime.
They're going to see his face in their nightmares tonight. Genuinely. He couldn't have timed it any better. Like, literally, it's not possible. Gets it on the 6-second mark. Stays alive long enough. And that should have been the end of the game. Instead, OT. Bangir's got to be feeling confident at this stage. It feels like every decision he makes turns to gold. And the attack side now looking to put the pressure back onto Tex. They suffered at the hands of his trips. And again, you can see how wary they are of running through that utility. But this time, there's no kill trip in that spot.
MIBR have everybody in the waterway ready to come flooding back through. Fangir will be the point of contact, and he'll fall, but who else is here? Who's next to fall? Who's next to challenge? Nobody. As MIBR find out, the plays come in the other direction, and a great TP from GRQ. He's passed the trip very early on, and as they now break it, it might be a bit of false security for Aspas. No, he's clearing it still. He's looking for this player, and he'll find him. GRQ down. Good work by Aspas to still be wary, even though the trip was broken so late, but he will be caught by Vi in the end.
God, they've got to be careful here. AG in the post plant, that was where they were truly deadly. Vi one away from an ultimate. Instead, they're going to look to get aggressive. Timing worked out for them, but Mazzino has his teammate covered, and now Kira is all that's left. MIBR. They've not been broken by that previous round. They will now go up to 13. Another attempt at map point on the attack.
Another chance to close this out. Last time, it was a very narrow margin by which they lost out on the chance to start this series 1-0. 16-14 against Heretics. I'm even talking about the last 2 rounds ago.
Oh,
half a second.
Oh, I let you in the last time they played this map.
Indeed, yeah, that match against Heretics was laborious, and this may be the same. You look across the stage from MIBR, though, and Fangir blowing our socks off here. Leagues above the rest, but for MIBR, Aspas is impressive as ever. But the desk highlighted it, hunting down Tex. What this was all about, but he proved to be more predator than prey. Dive in from MIBR, they haven't spotted Fangir. And now they have, but it's a little too late. He'll still get 2. And with GRQ adding to the equation, it's MIBR miles behind.
Genuinely. Again, just the decision making. He almost gets another triple kill in a defensive round. And while Tex is thinking so much about how he can get past the wall, he ends up getting peaked.
S8UL Apex match रात को 9 बजे से है guys.
He's been so good in opening positions, but
Watchparty
how much can he truly hope to find with 39 HP and 3 players? A plant? Sure. Even that might be all he gets. The nade puts him down to just 4 HP. He can't afford to take any damage along the way, trying to dodge the boom bot, but even finding his opponent's going to be difficult. Nice shot on the first. That's the ultimate, but the spam is enough. We go again with Bai finding another double, and 13-13 the score.
Yeah, this is where it starts to be a bit of deja vu for MIBR. Last time around, a similar story. It went the distance and then some. And this time, again, the snake in the grass of Fangir to start this round. The reveal came in just a smidge too late. He'd already got 2, and GRQ, fighting from that open door, was able to trade out to make it an even bigger advantage. Going into the next OT, for all gamers, the question is, will Fangir slow down at some point? And the answer so far has been a resounding no. Presence to the A side for MIBR. 4 players early on, throwing the season 8, throwing the reveal. Nothing seen. As now the pace picked up by all gamers, and expect a very direct hit. Tex is going to have his work cut out for him. And holding this first burst of aggression, trying to snipe one out of the air, but he'll be forced to play the retake now.
It's a little bit of damage. Spike to Kira. One away from the showstopper. Could play a part in the late round, but it's Spam actually takes down GRQ. That's a man advantage now. Another opening kill for Aspas to add to the ever-growing collection. Already, though, Fang is there again, and even with the fallback, finally has fallen down, but there's that showstopper. And now Tex is all that resides once again, and it's Kira to close. 3 kills for the Rays. Lead taken. And the first map point now for all gamers.
Their first chance to close out this series, as said, it felt like they deserved the overtime. It was a crazy first half from this squad. The calls on the attack left MIBR guessing, and they never found the answers that they needed. Now they call a timeout in a series, in a map that they had the chance to close out more than once. And now they have to fight for survival with Aspas topping the board, 27 there, but Fangir, the one drawing all our eyes. He has looked like the star of the show, just in that last round from the top row, denying all that space that they were attempting to take back through. It's been so fun to watch, and I do keep waiting for that moment where he slows down. I think the worst I've seen from him is a single missed op shot, but the round before he got 4, so I'll forgive him.
I'd almost be a little bit nervous as well if I'm MIBR to take a pause, because you think back and it's been the all gamers pauses that have gone straight into round victories. I think again, Ed 101 has been sublime, and whatever's been said to these players, be it from losing a streak of 4 rounds in a row to immediate winning 3 of the next 4, the same in the first half as well, 4-4, 8-4 half ending after the pause.
Prediction without chat.
And now, well, all they need is 1. And MIBR have gifted that pause over to the other side. I will say all gamers had the same opportunity to take a pause, but evidently whatever's been said by the players, he didn't feel like it was necessary on his side.
Well, all gamers, they've really grown into this map. They certainly did into the attack side. Now their defense to be tested from what we've seen, especially for Fangir, but the squad overall, every leaf has been a flower, and now they bloom late, but just in time. MIBR look to go direct to the A side, and this is not ideal for All Gamers. A 4-man stack up on C. They had read the favorite site of this attack side, but things change here in overtime. Here after the pause.
मुझे डाउट हो रहा है.
A side is wide open. The Vice utility is there, of course, but nobody to do anything off the back of it. The door opens and the Thorns activate. This may send MIBR back towards this B side. You don't really want to play that Vice setup, and you don't know how many players are there. It could be easier to go for the split, but that will work in All Gamers' favor if it's attempted.
Well, the terrifying thing as well is, if anything, if you're MIBR, you want those more contacty plays, because the retakes coming out from All Gamers have been their best work. Nice shot from Tex, though. He was under serious pressure and manages to get rid of Fangit. He's been the tip of the spear in all of the retakes. Think about it. Using that overdrive, getting in their face while they put the ults through. Him being gone could give them another opportunity.
Well, that's it. We were waiting. What happens when Fangir goes quiet? Well, now a 4v4, and it's All Gamers' chance to break back into this. A seasonade thrown down below, a slow at least, to buy some time, and the Paranoia does the same. The clock keeps ticking, and now Kira finds the first shrimp with another. Okay, the number's thin, and MIBR are left with just second, standing against the rising tide of All Gamers. The tap on the spike, the swing needed. Now it's already half. He'll get the first, but he won't get anything else. All Gamers wash MIBR away. 15-13, taking the lead and taking the dub moments later.
God, it's another nightmare that's probably going to keep MIBR up at night. A second defeat at overtime on Lotus in just a matter of days. But it shows the resilience of All Gamers. We said it at the beginning of the game. I think a lot of teams come in, especially teams with high caliber players who've been there, done that, got the t-shirt, go up against the squad and feel like it's going to be an easy road. And every single time they prove it doesn't matter the opponent, they are able to take it close. They're able to battle and brawl. And well, in map number 1, they're able to take the dub.
Yeah, you maybe say there were signs of it up against Heretics for this squad, but now for MIBR, it looks like Lotus might be a bit more of a weak point than we expected, but that's not for us to say. Let's hear from the big brains over on the desk with Degon.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. Great call, and yet again in overtime, it's heartbreak for MIBR on Lotus. They fall to AGAL, who clutch it out. And I just need to go back to round 22, 23, and 24. Those final 3 in regulation, they were absolutely crazy as we welcome back Kukuka in big time. Both teams having hero moments, number disadvantages, crazy headshots, and still go to overtime. It goes all the way to AGAL.
And that was a fantastic game to watch. That's what we talk. When you talk about heroes, when you talk about the storylines here at AWC, look at a man like Fangir. This guy came to play today. After the last, after the rest of the group stage, everyone's talking about GRQ. Everyone's like, oh, GRQ might be the guy for this All Gamers team. He comes in and goes, no, it's all about me, guys. Take a look at my neon. Look what I can do. Look how I can make this operator work. MIBR had no answers, and they have, when we talk about the all-star operator players, they have the guy. They have Aspas.
It is him. It do be him. Seriously, what a fantastic show, and what a dominant also start of the map. Do not forget, at the end of the day, as we said, they are coming in as being the underdog. MIBR should be the favorite here.
Yes.
But we have to say, All Gamers, not for a second, not in this match and not in previous matches, have shown any kind of fear to the opponent that they have in front of them. And what a moment also to be here and be able to witness the way that they were playing it, the way they were celebrating once they managed to get into overtime and get and save that spike plant that was absolutely insane. From then, the momentum was on their side.
Yeah, I mean, I think they stole away so many rounds. Rested it.
हार जाए क्यों?
5v2 retake.
जरूरी थोड़ी यार सपोर्ट करने से ही हारती हो तो पॉलिटिकल अच्छा नहीं खेली.
I think MIBR couldn't hang with them in the server.
फिलहाल गेम प्ले कब होगा?
Insane to say when we look.
यार अभी तो देखो फुल वॉच पार्टी टाइम चल रहा है.
Aspas really pulled.
Like बहुत वॉच पार्टी है अभी. EWC है ना?
He did a great job on that side.
तो कम ही है वालों के जिस दिन नहीं हो वॉच पार्टी तब हो सकते हैं. तो सपोर्ट करो सब हार ही रही है.
I know Verno is IGLing this squad, but he was at 1-9 in the first half. It's very difficult to get yourself across the line. He finishes 10-19, so carried a little bit more, at least going 1-1 in the second half, but it was
I
such a slow start from him.
Seriously, the resilience that all gamers is showing, if you add it on top of getting in the head of your opponents, like for example, Verno must have not been having a very good time at the beginning of that map. If you add on so many of the circumstances that they were able to turn around, where they were one man down,
last time
did
तो
not
मैं
matter,
भी
the
भाई मेरे को
reflex
इतना
came in
गुस्सा आया था
very fast. Something also that Tom was
जीत सकती थी
highlighting.
फ्रांस आराम से last
Fangir
time
was so proactive even when it was time to flood, when it was time to retake. Again, so on top of their game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so impressed. I think especially the macro in that first half for all gamers. I think when people talk about the CN region, people often don't mention macro, right? It's sort of not what they're known for, and if anything, they're put down about it internationally. But I didn't get that impression at all. And even when we watched all gamers against Heritage, I feel like game plan is very, very strong.
sacrifice देकर फ्रांस को support
enormously impressed with this roster.
Man, what's happening with Lotus?
Seriously,
if you want to be here forever, pick Lotus, because there has not been
MIBR
one
2-0
team,
तो नहीं
wasn't it?
हारी
Well,
ना
BBL, no? Bar?
Yeah, there's the play
Yeah,
of those
वो तो
last
मैंने
couple of
ADC की
rounds
वो तो
there
मैंने
with the
भी बोला
3K
था तो
that kicks it off, but then Tex
मेरे को भी
clutches
award
it out.
मिलेगा
And then, of course, the stun during the plant gets the kill, waits out the timer, does AGAL to force overtime. And then Aspas getting this opening kill here in overtime. You're thinking this is it, but AGAL battle back on that round as well. It was a fantastic map of Lotus here.
Again, it's all gamers, so the shooting is going to be absolutely incredible. That is, the show is guaranteed when they
एक
are
और
on
skin
the
दे रहा है
stage.
एक
It
तो
doesn't matter
दी
if it's
नहीं
against
एक और
Team
कहाँ
Heretics
से
now against MIBR. I think that
एक भी
after
तो नहीं
getting
दी
and saving that round, Fangio was like, I am not losing this round. I can tell you that.
These are the type of games that make me love
Oh,
Valorant.
अच्छा ये कर
When
रही
you
थी
have
मैं
those moments where someone is able to step up, be that hero. I love watching it unfold on the stage. MIBR have to find a way to bounce back here, or they will be eliminated from EWC.
And as always, like I like to do on my desk, I do the callbacks. And you said earlier, we talked about GRQ, we talked about Shrimp, we gave shout-outs to Kira, but you're like, Fangir is the guy that normally is here for this roster and hasn't had that opportunity yet, but he does so here today in that first map.
He showed just how capable he can be. That's what we saw from them at the start of the year. That's what we were all expecting to see in Santiago, but they couldn't make it work over there. The one win, but ultimately not enough for them. But right now, if he can continue this form that we're seeing from him right here, I think his name will become bigger and bigger. One map away from playoffs now. He's going to have a shot to do this on the biggest stage.
KC Academy, what can I say? It's in all the talent comes from the we just nurture all of them. It's good to see though the Fangir, because as you're saying, the beginning of the year it was his round.
Yes.
He played so incredibly well, and he was the difference maker in this team. Everybody was speaking English. Just learning a little bit, you know, here and there. But he's definitely worth the effort.
MIBR now down to their last loss before leaving EWC 2026, but their guns can change their fate. Will they be able to do so? We'll find out after the break. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
टाइगर नहीं ये सब थोड़ी है टाइगर लैंड डॉग कैट किटन ये है पॉ यार पॉ कुछ डॉग से या कैट से रिलेटेड ही है विस्कर ओह कैट से रिलेटेड था लगा मुझे विस्कर है
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Fling. Oh shit.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it.
Fling.
Kadir City,
Easy
powered by
game
Play.
है easy. आज कौन से ग्रुप गेम आज कोई ग्रुप गेम नहीं है Foil. Okay. It's O and R या O and T. More. Oh. That means it's FTI. रुको OR गलत आ गया ना हाँ तो F और T बचे और उसमें से I बचा ऐसा क्या वर्ड बनता है Nothing but you don't think now एक सेकेंड F नहीं होगा वेट मैं कंफ्यूज हो गई F तो मैंने वापस लिखा और एक ही सही है
It's time your chair evolved.
तो O नहीं है और उसमें 2 सही है
Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers. Hybrid
इसमें सिर्फ F सही है तो एक F है और एक R या T है यस अब सही बोला मैंने तो फेस्ट नहीं है क्योंकि E नहीं है फास्ट हो सकता है इट कैन बी फास्ट S ट्राई नहीं किया ना मैंने ओके तो T तो सही है
The final opportunity for VCT China to have representation in the EWC playoffs is up to AGAL, and they're on the right start. 1-0 over MIBR Los. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. That was a lot of acronyms that I just did, Big Time. However, there is no question about what I mean, which is MIBR have their backs against the wall and need to figure it out.
Yeah, look, this is a fantastic roster.
We
all know how everybody knows these names.
फैक्ट मेरे दिमाग में ही नहीं आ रहा था
that should be amazing.
बहुत
This is a
टाइम
squad
लगा
that should be winning. It's a squad that should be lifting trophies, but they're not managing to do it. It looked like maybe EWC could be different after that opening game, smashing through global esports, but then they dropped to the lower bracket. Now it's ultimately backs against the wall for this superstar, high-powered squad, perhaps going out to all gamers of all teams, which is not something you would ever expect.
Stop disrespecting all gamers. They're all of the gamers. They're here to win. Okay? No. I get it because I think that we've had this happen previously in Valorant, you know, where we have squads that have very good names, players that have performed incredibly in the past. And I think that there is a very big difference. Trophies, not this, is that that is a big difference. And you can say whatever you want. You can speak about foreign. You can speak about whatever. The years have been fairly similar. If you were in top 4 in the last global event, what were you doing? What were you doing? Like, what is the excuse? To not give it. You're everything here. All gamers is doing it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think for me, it doesn't even matter how the rest of this series shakes up. All gamers have a new fan in me today. I will be watching quite seriously from now on because I think they've shown that they can hang with the very, very best. I've been so impressed with the macro, the IGLing, leadership, the backroom staff. The game planning is rock solid, but then also you add onto that the firepower, the flashy plays, Fangia's ability with the op, GRQ when he's on top of the world, he's looking brilliant. So I think this is a squad that can really make some damage here at EWC.
Especially when you have a lot of the big names have already gone out and now are making space for a name to be made, like for AGAL, when Fnatic doesn't qualify for the tournament, when Paper X goes crashing out, when RRQ doesn't have it going as well. Now is an opportunity for AGAL to step up.
Yeah, not to mention EDG and XLG, right? They had fantastic performances over in London. They re-put CN back on the map, but it's those two that are already out. They don't have that chance. Now it's all gamers having to fly that flag for VCT CN. Can they bring that representation to the playoffs as we move across here onto Split?
Yeah, and all gamers decided this, they picked this map, as you can see in the graphic right now for the side of MIBR. They played it last in the qualifier here to EWC versus Leviathan. For all gamers, they won on it against the Global Esports. They already have a little bit of a rep. To me, it has to be about keeping the confidence. We were speaking about GRQ, the cheeky plays here and there. Guys, we need to learn how to open angles together. We can one opens, the other one TPs, and there's a third one that just jumps later onto the side. We still need to work on those synergies. I know that the pressure is very, very high onto them. They're still going for the picks, do not get me wrong. And of course, all the pressure right now is on MIBR.
Yeah, I love it that in this map now, the backs are truly against the wall. It's a pure mirror matchup. Fangia is going to be head-to-head against Aspas on that jet. Everybody's going to know how to play this comp. You know what the other team is gonna want to do. It's all about execution. It's all about who's performing in the server. No excuses left here.
A mirror match here in map number 2 as we head on over to Split. AGAL 1 win away from booking their ticket into the playoffs. MIBR got to dig deep. They were close on their map pick, but now have to come up with the upset. Let's send it on over to Tom and Mitch.
Thank you, D-Gon. All gamers, one map to the good, stepping into Split, Tom. This is definitely a step up from them. MIBR, a team that I think almost everybody expects to see in playoffs, but now they're in danger of going out in the groups.
Yeah, I think especially when you look at the group that they're in, I think getting to this stage, you put them up against All Gamers, and I think, again, if you've not watched much of All Gamers, or only seen the little bit at Master Santiago, you might be going, okay, yeah, they beat one team here and there, but then they weren't able to take anyone else down. Well, this squad is looking legit at the moment. Like, a lot of depth of talent. I think especially, we didn't see the best game from Shrimp, but there were definitely other players that stepped up while he was fantastic earlier in the tournament. Bangir just had probably his best map of the tournament so far. And we look at the other side, and like Aspas was still performing well. Tex had a great map. It wasn't enough to get them over the line on their own map choice. And now coming into Split, still, it is their opponent's choice. But I think it's one where they have looked relatively comfortable in the past, like going head-to-head with some pretty good teams regionally. It's just whether or not, like, if they're going to have enough to take us to a third map.
It's crazy to lose a game as well. Like in that last one, MIBR went +10 on opening duels between Tex and Aspas. Yeah, like it's wild to have it spin back in favor of All Gamers like that, but we said Fangir was that savior who pulled back so many of the rounds for them. MIBR starting the attack side here and waste no time getting into the A site. Spike still needs to go meet the rest of the squad, and those smokes, they're not going to last forever, and finally they will make it through. In the nick of time, the plant, without any advantages found, though. They were hoping that someone from All Gamers would give them a fight, give them a scrap, and now they have to go looking for it. Deep push in towards the spawn. And they've got a foothold now. Now it's more on All Gamers to fight back.
Well, they know they've lost screens, and reclaiming that is going to be difficult. Bai was waiting for them to try and make the move round to heaven. Now the plant is not the greatest for the side of MIBR. In fact, I would say it's a pretty poor one already to half. They need to get a move on. They're just looking to try and defuse it in front of their noses, and nobody gets anywhere near it. MIBR was so ready and raring to try the wraparound, but the plant just wasn't for that position.
That's the danger. They planted for backside. Remember, those smokes were fading by the time that they pushed in. It was a couple seconds left on them, but not enough to go planting up for heaven. A piece of utility to disrupt, and all of a sudden you're on the back foot in the round. So instead, they take a safe plant and try to use those sky flashes to fight deep into the spawn. Sure, it works out, but like you said, the plant isn't for there. And the second that All Gamers get some presence on the site, get boots on the ground, it already flips things massively in their favor. That is a big pistol pickup. Fangir again showing that he's still got chops in this mirror matchup. And an eco coming out of MIBR. That's a spam on the back of the tap. GRQ doesn't get anything for it, and hold on. Now he's in danger. Never mind. He'll go down eventually, but the work has been done.
Yeah, comfortable in the end. I think as well, that one thing I'm loving the most about Fangir is I think there would be a lot of people who go into this game and go like, look at the careers of the players on the other side. Like, these are players that have been to champions, that have won champions, won masters. Like, there's so much depth in terms of who has been there, done that, got the t-shirt. And Fangir doesn't care. Not even for a second. Like, he's like, I'm going to full stick this, and if you guys are nearby, cool. If not, I don't care. Like, it is just a confident player, no matter who he is up against. It's got to be tough to play against. Now, bear in mind, a few rifles kept over into this round, an SMG for Bai, but there's definitely some vulnerabilities, and because of that, the defense are going pushing.
All Gamers not scared of their opposition, that is for sure. It's a blitz, but Mizzino is ready. Plenty of backup there. I don't want to see him push that with the spike, and thankfully he does cancel that aggression. But MIBR show no signs of running away, of turning tail. Instead, they're looking to fight their way back through. The dog's going to make it awkward. The stun on Shrimp ends his life after one. Good trades for MIBR to start. And the main thing about this is it's dangerous when that low buy comes running at you. it's dangerous when some of your players can potentially be isolated, but MIBR stayed calm and just clumped together to deal with it, obviously with the exception of Tex, who was the flank control.
I liked as well that Verno was just happy to go, I'm going to paranoia my own teammate because he's close enough that it doesn't matter and I don't want to die. So clearly happy to hold their ground, and hey, I don't mind it from all gamers. Like, you got a weaker buy, you got SMGs. I don't even think they had one like full price rifle. So just go for something risky. You catch them, you have a far higher chance to win the round.
Also, I think it's good limit testing as well. Like, you do something like that and you just see, what do the opponents do? Like, do they hear react? 4 of us rushing and they instantly run to the A site? Then we know that a little bit of early aggression could potentially push them into our heavier setup if we want. I think it's a really good idea to get aggro, but MIBR contained that aggression beautifully. That's a rifle.
Really not bad in terms of a low buy. You get out with an extra gun. You drop 2 of their guns. For MIBR, they'll probably be quite happy with that as well. 3 players alive versus the low buys. They've definitely had some troubles here and there with losing players to pistols. So I don't think either side are going to be too disappointed with that one. But there you go. There's the paranoia. Just go there. Voters like, screw it. If they're going to run at us, they're at least going to be blind while they do it. But this is where the game really should get going. Rifles across the board. Even outlaw for Fangir being put into play. Does seem like there's heavy shields across the board though, so it's not going to be an insta-kill. In fact, he's not going to land the shot at all.
Fangir's movement to get out was nice, but Verno is hot on their heels. And MIBR, they have made this one look incredibly easy. Running it down on that A site and taking every fight with great success. And another sign that's important, Verno online early on. Like we said, he had a really tough start. The desk talked about it as well, but, well, he certainly didn't let that knock his confidence. You could see him straight up into heaven for that brawl. And GRQ finds Aspis at least. It's some sort of reinvestment needed for MIBR, but they're happy to throw themselves at this just to remove the weapons, at least to start. Aspis was.
Saving Simulator.
Patience on the rest of the squad, and I like that. They've already got 2 players that are fully invested into this round, so if we do lose a few more players, it could definitely get costly and ruin that leg up that you've given yourself. Give all gamers a chance to steam back into the lead. So 2-2 we go. And the question is, for the defensive side, like, saving 2 weapons here, it puts them in a spot where they could force buy around it, especially with the validity of, like, a judge on this map, for example, playing up in heaven. But I think, playing around those rifles and saving up for the next is probably
the other thing as well, I want to bring it up with you mentioning Verno. I think that ultimately, on the attack side of the last map, he was okay. It was the defensive side where they were being pushed and pulled across. So the fact that they've got that attack side start might actually help him out individually, because he can now just go like, okay, I know what I'm doing. I'm TPing up. I'm making these aggressive plays. I'm taking space alongside Aspas and being a thorn in their side rather than trying to figure out what the opponents are doing. And while you mentioned it, it is more of that half bite. 3 rifles in play. One of the pistols already dropped to the deck, and the B side completely under the control of the attack.
Fangir's trying his best to get a pot shot or 2 off, and indeed a walk up from Bai is quite aggressive. For free. Of course, when you have those pistols, sometimes you try to take your timings, got to catch someone by surprise, but that hasn't worked out this time around for all gamers. The 2 rifles that they've got left, a decision, perhaps you could carry them through to the next. And they're at least doing that with one of them. Kira's on the A site, and I don't imagine he's going for the latest flank of all time. But for Fangir, he's been good every time. He wants to make it costly, because look at MIBR's credits. Already in an extremely good spot. Winning this round with all 5 alive is going to make this dangerous. The imbalance is going to be stacked against all gamers. At least they carry that 1 rifle through.
Yeah, and I also want to say I like the compositional switch that came out from MIBR, because obviously you look at it on the other side, it's not like they've reinvented the wheel or anything, but I do just look at these agents as comfortable. Like, I love seeing Aspas on the jet. I think we have done for years. I think Zekon on the Raze also just gives both of them this more sort of aggressive tandem. I think Verno swapping, I believe, with Mizzino, like one of them now playing the Initiator. They do this anyway, with depending on what the Initiator is, but putting him onto the Omen, we already saw the impact that it can have, with him currently being 5-1 on the board. This looks like a very comfortable composition for MIBR. And even just some of the early rounds, the fact that Aspas is, again, he's taking that aggressive space with the dashes and the follow-up. It's very similar to the previous map, which worked great. Like, that was the bit of their gameplay that was fantastic, was when they get the entry, when they get these more direct plays, their execution is fantastic because the guy at the tip of the spear is one of the best entry fraggers in the world.
Now, like you said, all gamers have been having a lot of success off the back of these timeouts, but this one does feel a little bit more difficult because on the defense, how it's panned out for them so far has been, well, they haven't gotten to play strong retakes, barring those first two. They are constantly having to save. They're constantly having to call it off with 2 players left alive, even there in a 3v5, because they only had the 2 rifles. 1 guy's going to save. They haven't been able to avoid the early aggression with... Sorry, they haven't been able to avoid the early aggression at all, and they haven't been able to deal with it in those heads-up battles. Think about the A site full buy. It literally looked like MIBR walked into an eco. In fact, I think it would have been more dangerous against an eco because there probably would have been more players there. So for all gamers, it isn't just about finding the solution. It's about avoiding that early burst, not losing 2 players in the initial aggression from MIBR, and all the while MIBR now come in and pump the brakes themselves. I imagine they're expecting to see some pointed aggression from the defense now. Okay, we can't sit back and wait. We have to instead fight for mid, or we got to push A main, or we need the info early. But that hasn't been the approach. It seems like they're just taking much more passive positions overall.
It might be a change-up because of the operator. Gives you a little bit more of an avenue to find those opening picks a little bit quicker. Mid seems to be the point of call for Fanger, and it's something that we're yet to see in this game. Already, he's been smoked off, but he does not care! He's just faster than anybody else. Straight into mid. Tex didn't even get a chance to blink, and he's already gone. The read they have, though, is wrong. The flash might just give the game away. Instead, the execution coming through from MIBR. This time, they don't have that tip of the spear. It's Zekken to try and fill the void, and he's gone down immediately. Shrimp doing well, and in fact, everybody stepping up to the plate. He's taken a lot of damage, though, but so is Mizzino.
And now the ops in position. They sit and they wait, knowing Verno's in that corner, knowing that Mizzino is in main, but he can't afford to leave this. He is so desperately low. It's on to Verno. 5-1. A big step up from the performance earlier on, but he has to plant. Before that, he wants a pick, and that will be the end of him from what we can see. Fangir swung in, but the rest of the squad did just the same, and all gamers, they managed to seal a pretty convincing round off.
I'd love to see that from Tex's point of view, because it's literally like there is a half second where he reveals himself through the smoke, insta hits the shot, and it makes things so difficult because then you have the immediate gamble of the third player over onto the other side of the map, and then the flash that comes through that gives them all the information on the other side. Sure, though, those 2 players still had to do well, but you don't have that 1-2 punch of Aspas and Zekken. It was just Zekken that went in first, and definitely became a little bit more troublesome.
Well, Seekers right away. MIBR going for a much more pointed attack. The B side under threat. Kira had a rough time so far, and the Seeker seems to have sent him out of the site. He's now smoked off, and in fact, GRQ is going to come meet him. They want to play a full retake of this B site, and again, that has been the problem. When they try to stand their ground, MIBR washed them away. So instead, they'll look to fight back, which was really the upside for their defense on Lotus. They were very good at the retakes. Bladestorm from Aspas to deal with, though. Could be a different story, and the showstopper certainly will.
Any chance of having smokes on the retake, that's going to make it a lot more difficult. Denied the dog, but needs a little more. 2 quick kills coming up for the defensive side on the way back through. Even still, though, Zekken's there again, and because of that, he has a nade. Up above comes Fanger, but it's only the one. Trading evenly once again, leaves it close, and down to just Verno! And he's definitely back in the server after map 1. Another high-impact round for the IGL.
When he's 8-2 now, yeah, that's definitely a different flavor than what we saw from Verno starting out the previous map. As you said, it might change when we swap sides. That's where the pressure was put onto him, but seeing a slow start here would be even more worrying. Giving them a lifeline. In 2 buy rounds now, Verno has been the difference maker for this squad, and considering they've only got 4 on the board, not 4 buy rounds, 4 rounds overall, it's no surprise that he's our highlight. All gamers. Right back in with a full buy. Right back in with the operator. But 3 players towards the A side, and it looks like, again, MIBR are going to play this very pointed aggression. That's why the opposition should counter this, because they're contacting so many of the early angles. But if it's in the wrong place, the rest of the squad will have to answer up. Kira does well to get one, but the trades firmly in favor of MIBR.
It's back to basics. It's what this composition does best. You have the jet, you have the raise, you have a sky for the flash, and you're in as quick as possible. Viper's pit for the post, and this becomes an incredibly harsh retake, especially when you have an operator. That operator goes from being your most valuable asset to a weakness. And in the last round, they had a Blade Storm. Well, they don't have that anymore.
PRX तो बट वैसा भी लग रही थी भाई कि उनका वो हो गया.
That gap is exploited by Mazzino instead, and for the remaining couple, do you want to throw the operator into this? You might just now, that's one, but the time is too far gone. It's a consolation frag and a lead extension for MIBR.
Yeah, this is their way back through. A strong attack side already on split from MIBR. Some of the quieter players in the first half of Lotus finding their rhythm early on. And I guess looking across, though, for Fangir, for Aspas, definitely taking a step back, and it makes sense when you look at the jet on this map. For Fangir, or for Aspas, sorry, playing on the attack side, but you look at it from the perspective of Fangir, things are slow. And I do think that, in my mind, that's not so much a danger as it is it's a matter of time before he finds that rhythm again.
Well, wrong place, wrong time. That's been the issue so far, is when his operator was in position, when he swung mid, perfect. But it almost feels like he's reactionarily moving. So, okay, they hit B fast the last couple of rounds, let me go B. Now they're not doing that anymore. 3 players walking up A. The spike about to rejoin the rest of the players on that side of the map. And sure, you get the early warning system of those sky flashes, but it only tells you that somebody is there. It doesn't go, they don't have a clue, so they can't gamble everything over. The deep position allows them a 3rd player, and while Zek can maybe a little audacious.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Aspas down as well. It's a fantastic pickup by MIBR. Falling like flies, one at a time they face, and one at a time they fall. The rotates in. Texas up against numbers on this cross, won't even get close. Double jump peek onto Mazzino. Well, certainly got the shot out of him. Very could run to the B site for the plant, but he'll have to get through a few players if that's to even be a possibility. I do agree, for Fangir, it feels so unlucky. You look at the last round, he's on the A side, he's ready to pick them, and I do like the approach. What's working for MIBR? They play contact up to the choke points, then they burst out of the choke points and overwhelm you. How do you counter that? You hold ahead of the choke point with an operator. They walk into you, easy pickup. But Fangir's done that every round, and every round he's been sat there while his teammates on the other side of the map go, yeah, we got nade, we got paranoias coming, there's a dash. It's been an annoyance for him for sure, but he's still 7-5.
गेमिंग हाउस में आने के बाद तो टाइम नहीं था, एंड इवेंट में मैक्स मेरे को बिना पूछे ही सीधा आ गया था, और वहां पर मैं मिल ही नहीं सकती थी क्योंकि वो ऑडियंस वाली साइड था और हम लोग क्रिएटर रूम में थे, लाइक वो अंदर नहीं आ सकता और मैं बाहर नहीं जा सकती।
It was the attack where they managed an 8-4 versus Leviathan.
Could not meet him.
That was in the qualifier to make it to this event.
रात को हम लोग सब डिनर के लिए भी चले गए थे, वरना उसके साथ चले जाते।
Where they sent
लेट हो गया था बहुत।
Previous Masters winners.
Already. S8UL वाले तो इवेंट में आते हैं ना।
So far for MIBR is gone from this round, and not only does that cause the problem of your top fragger going down, but also your smokes, your paranoia. Leaves you with limited utility with this double duelist, and we're right back to contact again. But that contact has a pop flash ready. The pop flash has blinded a couple, but nobody actually reacts on it.
Really.
I think that's going to give the
बाहर में से मुझे अल्फ्रेडो ही ज़्यादा पसंद है, but I love mac and cheese.
But this looks now like an A hit. The fake goes through towards the B site. That will keep them in position a moment longer, but it thins the herd for MIBR. And towards the A side, 30 seconds left. They still have to get past by.
नहीं बनाया
There's been
उन्होंने,
a
मैगी दे दी,
consistent
मेरे को
menace
पसंद
for
नहीं है
this
मैगी,
squad. The
मेरा
snake
मन
bite
खराब
stops the
होता
wrap
है।
around, and he'll catch the spike on the way across. Now they've got Kira to deal with and the TP from GRQ. 15 seconds to get that plan through, and both will be dealt with. MIBR looked like they were against all odds, but now it's back to even.
Kira could have just played the time, but that felt like an attempt to be a hero, maybe not realizing that Tex was still up above, and instead gave them a way back into the round. The duo that was so impactful over on Lotus. Can they drag home around? It's patient from the attack. They're not giving anything. You can even see it. Fangir is expecting a wraparound. Fully looking towards the heavens. And again, the second the dash is sent out, Tex is there to punish. Every single movement ability that befooled his eyes ended up with the death of an All Gamers player.
Total games, I am doing 4.
Tex as well. That backside hold. He ends up finding a triple, and
ज़्यादा नहीं करती
all the
मैं।
while waiting for the wraparound to come in. This round did not look like it was going to come even close for MIBR. 2 versus 4. A player waiting on the A side. The TP taken from GRQ. It was even a 5v2. No, because Bai was alive initially, getting picked off on the cross. And to end up with control back in your favor there is definitely something that's going to put a smile on your face. A little bit of a tech pause coming in from All Gamers. We're getting towards the end of the half. I think it's a good moment for players to take a breather as well, though.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, the moment in that round that fully
Mobile
felt
games
like
I'm gonna do
was
just
when
Free
Kira
Fire.
Bombs packs up. It's like you want the
कल
kill
जा
badly
रही हूँ मैं
enough that you're
सुबह,
going to try and offset your
आज
opponent.
रात तक ही
But if you just sit in the back
morning
with the
I go.
showstopper, there really is nothing they can do, and all you have to do is get one.
They also don't know that he's there at that point, right? They knew about the TP from GRQ, or at least they could assume it. They knew about Bai, but they hadn't spotted Kira, unless I'm mistaken. And so even the showstopper activated, even just sitting there, there's a chance that they're so pigeonholed on the time, because it was like 10 seconds left to plant, that they just rush in to go for it. And you get the pickup, you get the round. It's a little over-eager, a little jumpy to try and close the round
The thing
out.
is, I don't hate the showstopper with, like, what was it, like 15 to 18 seconds left. It's more so just
wait.
Honestly,
you
I'm
just
not
stand
sad.
there, they then have to run
तब
at
मेरे
you.
को
And I
अब
think
घर
that's actually
जाना
what
है,
Tex
बस
did
हो गया
fantastically,
मेरा।
was just, okay, just wait, and a player flies into his crosshair. It's like, okay, it's not a bad one. But it's a good recovery. And finally, one of those clutch rounds actually going the way of MIBR. I think back to the first map, and a lot of the time it was them with the advantages. You mentioned it with the opening tools. They were getting a lot of them. And then All Gamers were able to fight back. Half equal at a minimum, and considering they lost pistol in the second round for MIBR, this is already a pretty decent half on the attack. But they're going to want a little bit more, and right back to regular programming. It's looking like a fast A hit.
Smoke and orb up top. Okay,
He's in the right
Fangir's
place.
taking down Tex
नहीं
somehow.
content shoot
A
नहीं हुआ
spam
है
straight through, and it's going to be a 5 versus 4 in the post plant. All Gamers, as we've said, very confident when it comes to those retakes that they can get on the site. There's a Viper's Pit, and if not, it's there for the next. Good work by Shrimp. He's been so consistent in this half, and he's kept the advantage in their court. That little sneaky spot by Aspis will be checked. Jumping across. Kira drew the eye so GRQ could find the headshot and leave Zekin all alone. Was against 4. The first is his, but time ticking. He can try to use that to his advantage, but finding these picks should be nearly impossible. Boxed in! Nice work! And the nade thrown out. Goodbye time! He's evaded the shots to start with, but the op will find him in the end. As tight as it will be, there is enough time on that clock for All Gamers to push up to 5.
It's a nice attempt in a scenario that definitely felt impossible, and I think you might have been sat there at home going, yeah, these guys are talking an awful lot about if Fangir was in the right place.
Imagine
MIBR 2-0 I don't know what they're on about. Well, this is the example. Like 3 kills, an opening kill, 1 on the way back in, and then 1 to close the round. Like, this guy, when he is in position, has been a real problem for MIBR, but it is just the all-in gamble every single time of if he's in the right place at the right time. A chance for a 6-6. Maybe not the greatest defensive half from All Gamers, but if they go in level, they won't mind. That's an immediate showstopper, and it's close. Bai is down to 40 HP, but will live to tell the tale. Is he going to get back into 5 star? I don't think he can.
With Aspis holding up close, it would have been a risky fight. The judge invading with the decay, but Aspis on the other side. Not a gamble they wanted to take. Forced back by the grenade as well, but Kira does really well! It's a triple for Kira! He'll fall in the end. Tex and Verno still have some life left to give. But an AWP waiting for an overextension. In fact, he drops it at just the wrong moment, picks up the judge, and it's a little bit of an oopsie. Now look who's posted on the angle, or who was. It's Tex right down below. He's managed to slip the net.
I've got your trail.
The Seekers will find him, though.
Ooh, that makes it a little bit more awkward. 35 seconds. They've still got time to play with. MIBR are hoping that somebody makes a mistake. That might have been it. A quick double for this attack side. And Shrimp still expecting further aggression. And to be honest, he might be right. They're still not planting just yet. Are they about to try and hightail it to the other side? It'd be very late. No, they want to make sure that the spawn is clear. Another smoke. Another attack to get that planted. This one will be stuck, and in the meantime, Shrimp is going to try with the spam, and has managed to catch it. That was the planter. This time, Tex now has to stick it all the way through. His opponent gets a chance to re-aggress. The orb utilized on the other side, and a sneaky move from Tex to escape and close the round. Again, another nice attempt from Shrimp. But it will be MIBR to go in with a lead at the half.
I think Tex finishes that one with double digits in terms of kills, and I think every single one was high impact. Verno in the same boat as well. They both stepped up to the plate in a big way during this first half, and MIBR now with a lead at the halftime. That's got to be a big upside for them to bring us to a map 3. It feels like the wind's in their sails, but I won't be finding myself counting all gamers out. Remember how this started. They were not able to deal with the pressure. Well, that's not going to be the case for them anymore. No, they get to dictate that pace. Considering it's still a close half after them being deactivated in those kind of round 3 to 5. Still anyone's game.
Yeah, it's worth saying that both teams on the previous map were able to win it out over on their attack side. And then their defense felt like much more of a grind. I think both teams able to, well, in the case of all gamers play with the rotations, and on the other side, the more direct entry style was working wonderfully for them. Even still, though, I think MIBR not winning the pistol and coming out with 7 rounds. Sure, there were, I think, multiple either 2v3 or 2v4s that they had to clutch out, but it's definitely looking like a better scenario for them, rather than, I would say, in the last map where they needed that 4-0 start to have the closer attack side.
Feels like the competition a bit tighter. That was a great round as well. We just saw in the replay from Zach in the 2.5 seconds, considering he was a 1v4. The nade almost taking out a player. And even there for Shrimp. What a try. The spam, the reposition, the flash down to try to cancel the plant, force the fight. Very nice try. Tex in those clutch moments finds himself in the post plant backside. Something activates in, and we saw it on both sides of the map. And now we come in to half number 2. All gamers still, and the thing for them, they're down by 2, but they know this is a chance to close the series, to take it 2-0, to send MIBR home and lock in playoffs. And a pistol round could put them right back to neck and neck, considering how the attack went last map. Yeah, as we said, MIBR not out of the woods yet. This pistol could make it a bit more comfortable for the defense.
Yeah, they are the only representative of China left. MIBR look to join 100 Thieves and NRG. Maybe even G2 later in the day. It could be 4v4 in terms of Americas versus EMEA. Depending on how these two last games of the groups go. Zekken is already going to spot a couple, but this is a ruse again. This is exactly what we spoke about when it came to Lotus. You have what looks like an all-in play early, even give information to the other side, and then they have this slow walk-up. It's only going to be the one player. It almost makes me question, are they going to go back again? It looks like they are. This is like ruse on ruse on ruse on ruse. And I can't really blame MIBR for being in the wrong place. No, they're going back.
It's the same as what we saw on Lotus, Tom. All gamers were pulling the threads, using MIBR like puppets.
Yeah, there you go. You see it from Mazino go, okay, they are now on A, but now they have a backstab of their Rays and a second one in the form of Shrimp.
Exactly. Normally it's Bai who's left behind to play those roles, but all they have to do here is delay. This is the problem, though. If MIBR do go direct, if they go quickly into the site, those flanks won't matter. The position, at least, of the plant is for Heaven, but Aspas and Tex clean up the site immediately. GRQ trying his best to slow them down. The Heaven position needed from Shrimp, but he will not find anything. And MIBR, that's what I said, right? They're grouped up. They're in that clump. So when it comes to the retake, they're not waiting for the guy that's coming from the south side, that's in sewers, the flank. They don't care about any of that. They're ready to go the second that they get to the choke point.
I really like that as a pistol round from MIBR, because that was their major problem on the last map was they've gone this way, then that way, then this way, and then I've rotated through spawn and I've been killed by a late flank. They then implanted a player on B. As I leave B, I get killed by that guy, and then it's like, okay, now we have a 3v5 retake. Instead, okay, all 5 of us wait somewhere in the middle of the map. We then rotate all together. Even if we trade 1 for 1, we come out far more even than before. And then in this case, Aspas hits 2 immediate headshots on the players holding. They are now the panicky team and not us.
It's going to be a full eco from all gamers, as you'd expect. The classics across the board. Paranoia left just to take fence. It's already a bit of an investment, even with that piece of utility thrown through. And now you've lost Kira. No nade for this round. No smokes anymore with GRQ down. But if they can find another pick or two, it'll be damage done. The thing is, the buy isn't what we see a lot of the time, where like you have a lot of bulldogs, and you can have some players playing low buy for the Vandals and so on. It's SMGs. It's a Marshall. Losing these for the next.
तो फिर मुझे बोला गया आ ही रहे हो तो थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा रुक जाओ कुछ शूट वूट कर लेना मैंने बोला ऑफ कोर्स उसके लिए ऑलवेज लेकिन अब शूट नहीं हो पा रहा है so I'm very sad.
Last man is Shrimp. Spike in his control at the very least, and there we go. I was going to say Zakin must be aware that he could be coming from screens, and he looked at it and now backs off. They'll just concede that space and punish him when he walks out a little, or not even punish him when he walks out a little further. Catch him in the doorway. Nice work. MIBR with 9, and I think they did a good job of avoiding the real dangers around mid there.
Yeah, I think this looked like a round of just like, let's make sure we get the conversion. Everybody has a weapon. We have a chance to farm up orbs. We can go for something risky in close range. Like, I think Split allows you to do that. Like, you can play some angles where, firstly, if anybody has light shields, that Spectre can do a lot of work. Same with the Stinger. But also, if they don't, if I sit on a tight angle, I have a chance to win that battle. So it means that the likelihood of winning this round is a lot less than if you go for all the rifles. But also, it means that you're not going to have crazy, costly rounds if you lose those rifles.
Yeah, you're not going to have.
हाँ, वो तो होगी ना चेंज क्योंकि फिर दूसरा और का भी कोलैब है.
The economy's going. They'll have an operator
वो
as
सब
soon
चेंज
as they
हुआ
want
है.
it in the hands of Aspas.
4 light shields.
Indeed. For all gamers, there's especially close range. Like, those SMGs are now going to find a much easier fight. When push comes to shove, look how they're set up as well. Initially, there was the attempt of a crossfire in mid, but there is still that setup towards A main. From what we can see, all gamers want to take it in this direction. 2 mid, Spike outside A. It's just clearly going to be a split there, and I think that info should be pieced together by the defense by now.
लेकिन जीगन का ऑरा बहुत कम हो गया है.
I think that they've gone back on A main, I suppose. Re-clear.
हाँ, MIBR loss से हुआ है. तो इसके लिए अभी वो MIBR loss हो गया है.
Or a flank underway. It's time to pick up the pace.
Oh, a tight low angle that's not been cleared. Tex is the snake in the grass. A chance to do so much damage first and the second as well. This gives Aspas an opportunity. Bear in mind those light shields, and that's where the Spectre is all the more deadly. He's landed his shots and left it all onto Bai, and they don't have to peek. They can just wait for him to go for a plant. There's only 15 seconds. He doesn't have much on the clock to play with. He's being flanked as well. There's still a flash available, and he desperately needs someone to fight him. And when they do, Mazino wins the fight at range. A fantastic round from Tex. And I'll be honest, that duo of Tex and Aspas is not necessarily one. You look at their roles, you go, well, they're not going to play in tandem. But the way they play off of each other is genuinely fantastic.
Yeah, and this is the thing. When you leave the clock that low, you're pushing in towards the site. Still, there was like 40 seconds left. They have enough time, but it's that tiny little gap from Tex for him to be able to fly under the radar like that, for them to not have the utility to clear it out. Like, you're pushing towards that A site, a boombot, a dog, something has to clear it, but it doesn't. And that narrow gap left. And that's the thing. Every time that Tex has been in that position, you think of the first half, his backside plays on both sites, right there as well. You give him a chance, he takes it and runs to the bank with it every single time. For MIBR, look, that last map, Lotus in general has been a problem for the last 2 series that they've played, but bouncing back like this, if this is a dominant win, I think third map favor swaps massively in my mind, but I have adored how all gamers have played the attack so far. I really don't think it's over just yet. Even looking at that pistol round, they did manage to sell the fake. That's the other question, is have MIBR adapted to that slow style, because they certainly had the read.
I also think as well, the thing I like there from Aspes is the patience. He knows his teammate has a play, he lets him make the play, and then goes for his own. Like, it's good synergy. Well, now a chance to farm up orbs towards the ultimate. And even see Kira shying away. Does seem like Kira's more of a ruse in this scenario, though. 3 players already taking deep control in second. Well aware of the position that has been lost. And the closer they get, the more deadly their weapons become.
Oh, nice work from Bai. That's Tex down already. The wall falling. Doesn't go down in time for Zekin to catch them on that cross. But he has called for the rotation. He's heard it. Verno now knows to give up that heaven space. The smoke in to make it uncomfortable, but the dog clears everything behind it. Flashback out could come through, though. Look at this sneaky little position from Mazzino! A triple again! MIBR strike from the shadows, and all gamers can't quite adjust. This might be stolen, but it's all smiles from Mazzino. As MIBR looked to take this in dominant fashion. That was such a nice setup. He got in that smoke just at the right moment, and no one was looking his way.
Maybe not around the expected need a play like this, but I don't think it's going to do any harm. And that's the thing, like, you're able to come back in moments where it looked like it was about to slip away. An 11 to 5. Far and away from all gamers. And from that map 1, a map that ended in overtime, a map that showed the caliber of players, but their own map choice of split is looking like more of a blunder. Now, the operator purchased up for Fangir, him being 1 away from Bladestorm as well. Gives them opportunities, but his counterpart in Aspas has also bought up that operator and is also 1 away from the Bladestorm, so swings and roundabouts.
Minute 5 on the clock, and the AWP now rings out, but the shot doesn't land. All gamers at least know where that is now, but what to do with that is the question. 55, and they're spreading the default. Mid, off limits with the Viper's Pit. A with the AWP. Guess B seems like the easier choice, and it was moments ago. But that's changed now as the Seekers confirm players towards the B side. Aspis on his way. The operator will be here by the time the push comes in. And mid is still very much defended, for the time being at least. Tex waiting with 2 players on the other side. They're invading the smoke. They're looking for this fight, and they found him. That's a huge pick from Bai, but Aspis being in position, deadly as ever. The blade's drawn, but he's put to bed. Trades for now. Keep it workable for all gamers. They'll even get the plant, and that all being dropped. It might be the mistake that cost them the round.
Leaves it on to GRQ. It's safe to say he's had his moments throughout this tournament so far, but this one might be enough to cling to life. He spots out the first. And that's the easiest one done, but the wraparound already coming through closer than maybe expected, and the blast pack is good enough to just completely discombobulate GRQ's aim. That's 12 now for MIBR. 1 away and 7 in a row needed from all gamers. But you know what, Mitch? If they take a pause here, I might just believe in the comeback.
I know that, Tom. You've been a day one believer of the new 12-5 meta.
Well, after they did
ये
it.
तो अच्छा आइडिया है, खेल सकते हैं.
Day
अभी
one
तो
After
नहीं.
they.
First
ये
time
watch
they did it, you said,
party
"Oh, this is a good
बहुत
idea."
हो रही है ना
This
क्योंकि
is exactly when I want to see that one.
Yeah, no, the first time they did it.
Rare
for
W
sure.
by Priya ji.
No, there's not going to be a time
बाद
out
में कभी
here.
करते हैं.
No moment to breathe. Instead, perhaps Ascent
भाई
is on the
सेकंड मैप मेरे को
horizon for
थर्ड मैप जैसा
MIBR.
फील दे रहा है
What a
भाई.
resurgence. A dominant map here, the choice of all gamers, but I doubt they'd choose it again. Bangir. Blade Storm is good for one. A clean opener.
शॉट
They
भाई.
should get the plant off that.
भाई डिलीट कर दिया.
Where, with no ultimates online, a post plant and a blade storm makes it quite difficult to break back in. I am looking at Tex as maybe the one player that has a gap. It's how long that gap stays open for. How long does Gio keep facing the wrong way? Well, the entire time. And Kira actually hasn't reacted either, just moves into the corner instead. Not wanting to rush to take that fight, but Second has just saved his teammate. That couldn't have been better timing. Fangir, though, seemingly had enough of the blades, wanted to go back to the SMG, and well, either way, whatever it is, it's working. Verno left to try and fight versus 3. It's going to be Shrimp to close. The first of what needs to be a 7-round streak has been found, but even still, it felt a little bit shaky.
Haven't seen that one in a long time. The triple kill, double kill with the blades, and then just, I don't need these anymore.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
Right clicks them into the ground. That's enough of that. Look at this. Yeah. I guess he expected the re-swing from bottom ramp, so he's pre-firing it with the right
I like
click.
it as, yeah,
It's just
pre-fire or right
crazy.
click. Like, yeah, maybe back like in 2021, that might have,
Yes,
that might not even
welcome
land still.
back to
It's so
God
funny.
fam.
Well, 6 rounds in a row,
Thank you,
it's a
thank you.
big task. Up against a squad like MIBR, players like Tex, like Aspis, showing up in these moments when they're needed the most. They have delivered. Even when they're not needed the most, they've delivered. And Ascent may have to be where that bounce back happens, but let's see. Momentum can only carry you so far. A start for Mazzino as they look to shut this one down, and it seems like mission complete. Shrimp, last man alive, and well, he'll make it deeper into
Around
the
the wall?
spawn at least, but what do we do from here? Surrounded in every sense of the word, no lane open to him. A minute on the clock, and if he wins this, I believe in the 6 rounds in a row. I believe in the comeback.
He's cornered. And they are not letting him out of the corner, more importantly. Even the lower HP Aspas is now being healed up as well. It's not like you're saving that heal for a rainy day. He is going to bypass his way towards the side, but instead he has to face Mazzino, who hasn't really missed a beat in this round. Finally, he shows his mortality. But speaking of mortality, a man with surely no more lives to be had eventually will fall. It is Tex to confirm a 13-6 victory from a tight OT loss on their own map choice. That was incredibly clean from MIBR.
Yeah, well, the sharp blade of all gamers from that first half, or first map, certainly blunted here. They tried the same plays
Apex
on the attack
Watchparty
that
on
worked
YouTube,
so well on
guys.
Lotus, but
I'm
MIBR
gonna
this
do all
time were ready
EWC
for every
Watchparties on
trick that
YouTube
they had up
only.
their sleeve.
Okay.
Now, we go all the way to
I
Ascent,
won't be
someone that
doing
Flair
Watchparties
isn't really
on
what
Keep.
we get to see.
YouTube
Variety
पे करेंगे
goes
हम.
out the window, and considering we had a mirror matchup there, I think it is going to come down to those head-to-head matchups. It's going to come down to if Fangir can find that same form
And the
as map number 1,
winner
because here, map 2 belonged to MIBR. Before we get into our third map, it's time once more to go back to the desk with Deco.
I love that there from Mitch, man. He was correct. When we go to Ascent, it's about the guns going ablazing, less about the strategy there. And we will do exactly that as MIBR take control of the second half and run away with it before AGAL can get back on the board. So it is 1-1 in our decider match here in Group D as we welcome back Big Time and Kukuka on that last one. And that was more of the MIBR, America's potential team. The one that needs to achieve it with all those names on the roster. That's what we wanted to see more of.
Yeah, I think that it got
कोई
easier
group
as the
games
map was
नहीं है,
progressing,
guys.
especially when we swapped halves.
काहे
Good to see
बार-बार
that Texas
पूछ
carried
रहे
a
हो?
lot
कोई
of
group
the
games
team for
नहीं
today.
है.
Good to see, especially that in those last
कुछ
rounds,
नहीं है
Casino
आज.
found a little bit of a bounce back. He did not have a first good map.
आज
The
नहीं
first
है,
half,
कल
it
भी
was
नहीं
very,
होगा
very
mostly
shaky.
तो.
But I think that by the end of it, they would have never been able to close it without the confidence that he got.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was a little bit of a class difference for me on this map. MRBR looked well drilled, well prepared, and it didn't feel like all gamers could really find the answers, especially in that second half, like you say. When they get over to that attack, they really do begin to struggle. Started out well for all gamers. I thought this could have been a much closer game, but I think MRBR really just, yeah, like you say, settled into the game, really showed their class as they progressed.
Yeah, I think as well, when we were speaking about this last half that we were seeing and how dominant MIBR was being, we think about the flooding, right? Think about literally the last round that we saw being incredibly quick, not letting them set for post-land, barely even getting back down. If they even managed to get up to that point. Difficult task also to keep them mental, especially with how back and forth this map also started for both of these squads.
Yeah, I think also, I love the comp in general, but I like it a lot more for MRBR. When we look at who's able to play what, it looks very, very comfortable. Aspas, Jet, Second Rays, big names, with all the support cast comfortable. You know, we spoke before, GRQ, he's having to play this Omen. Is it as good? And I will say, on this map at least, it didn't look like these were the most comfortable roles. I felt moments where there wasn't fluency with all of the utility, which is what you want to see. But when we move across to Ascent, fingers crossed that will be a different story, but it's hard to know.
Yes, and on that Ascent, GRQ did play Phoenix, topped the lobby, 300 ACS+.
You were waiting all day for this. You were waiting all day for this.
The young kid GRQ on the Phoenix.
Yes.
I know Kira is normally the duelist, but please give him the opportunity to do so, because that's your tournament lives are on the line. We've seen what he can do.
Yeah. I think there's even more interesting things to talk about when we talk about Ascent. The end of the day, they are in the same group. Both of them played Ascent against Heretics. The results very, very different. And MIBR, the thought that they found a weakness to exploit, and Heretics that definitely bounced back on that map the second time that they played it, having an almost flawless defense against MIBR. For the side of all gamers, as you're saying, playing with the duelists, having GRQ almost doing everything that he wanted to, it's going to be definitely an interesting one for the decider.
Yeah, I will say for MRBR, though, winning this map too in pretty comfortable fashion is exactly what they needed to get themselves back into this series. There's no more doubts about firepower. They got outshot in map 1, in my mind, but map 2, they dealt with it very, very easily. So they will be the ones moving forward with that momentum now, taking away their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, that's always the thing that you're afraid of when you lose your first map pick. Are they asleep for the day, or will they be able to bounce back and have a strategy prepared for the other team's map pick? And here on Split, the answer was a resounding yes by MIBR Los. They're going to go ahead and regroup as we have our elimination, not match, but map. This is it here for both these squads, and one of them will move on to the playoffs, one of them will go home. We'll find out who after this short break. You're watching EWC 2026.
किसी को एपिक्स का नहीं पता क्या? टोटल 40 टीम्स हैं एंड 20 जाती है फाइनल्स में, राइट? 20 जाती है ना? So I guess 16 होनी चाहिए शायद ग्रुप स्टेज से, या फिर कम 12 में भी. हेलो समीम.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
मेरे को सही आता है एपिक्स का। How is everything? बढ़िया यार, बूट कैंप पे हो? यस। आपने कभी रोलर कोस्टर राइड ली है? हाँ।
Hi, I'm Zekin. I'm from MIBR. I'm going to be playing against a mystery opponent in a 1v1 song. This is good.
9 PM है ना अपना?
This should be a hint already.
Exact time देखती हूँ guys.
Yeah.
Epics का.
Ooh,
Let's
he's
see
defensive
exact
here.
time.
And he's beating my ass, so he's probably good. Oh, he's deeging me.
And the window.
This guy's frying me. Who would it be? Phantom Deeg. Who's a Phantom guy from
Sports
not my
World
region?
Cup. शिरो सोलर लेवलिंग का नया एपिसोड आ रहा है ना? मुझे नहीं पता, मैंने नहीं देखा है।
Wait. I saw
मैंने
his
नहीं
snipe. The
देखा
only person
है।
I've seen use that skin, I think, is Jing, but it's hard. Is the correct region so specific? Phantom
905 ना?
Ascension winner. Okay, this is someone from Nongshim, but who?
Hello.
Oh my god, he said hello.
Hello, Jacket.
Is it you, Danby?
Yeah, I'm Dumby.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, knife. Let's go.
You're gonna punch me with your water
Yeah,
fist.
punch me. Yeah. Come here.
Come here!
Yeah.
No! Whoa! Whoa!
Oh,
Calm down! Hey!
नहीं प्रथम, क्योंकि
Omar, come here.
मतलब हो सकता है वो मैच को खत्म होते होते एपिक्स का टाइम हो जाए।
No!
अभी इसका थर्ड मैप चालू होगा, तुम मान लो 8 तो बज ही जाएंगे, 8 या पौने 8। देन 1 आवर में NSG2 तो नहीं होगा। लाइक आई कैन डू वन थिंग कि NSG2 का मे बी एक गेम देख लूँ मैं, मतलब द मोमेंट एपिक्स का स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट उधर मैं बंद कर दूँ, वैसा कर सकती हूँ मैं।
Welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. It is day number 6. We are in match number 1 in the final map for one of these squads in their EWC journey. It is MIBR Los versus AGAL. We got to see Zekin there just for a little bit, chatting with Danby, and I love the fact that in EWC you have some of the greatest players all here, and the respect between them because they know each other, they watch the other regions, and just great to see the personality between them.
I mean, any excuse to see cross-regional play is what we're all about. I think
चलेगा वैसा कर लेना। ठीक है। कर पाओ तो क्या, मैं तो फ्री, यहाँ पे कुछ है नहीं गाइस करने को। शूट कुछ है वो नहीं करता तो फिर मेरे पास क्या ही है करने के लिए।
I was not expecting that one. That's just straight. You're like, oh my god, Kobe, we were so sad. We're all so different. And then somehow you hate us?
I just had to get it in there, but it's okay. It is always
Is that
nice.
the best you could do?
I mean, you can always what's the big time? You're a stats guy. What's the Pacific record here so far at EWC?
So we're moving on to Ascent here. Map number 3. I can't address.
It's 1 and 7, by the way.
We'll get to that in the next one. No Shima here. They're gonna do fine. But right now, maybe they will.
Or not. You're not supporting Baby. You're like such a fake friend. I will say about that video. Love to see also those two from MVP to MVP, you know, like Zekin in Madrid. Like, I just think that it's good to have history and have players that, although the game attracts a lot of new youngsters that can shoot, it's good to see that players can actually stay throughout the years at the top. And especially when we're moving on to Ascent, and we were speaking about Zekin, we have to re-highlight the duelist.
Yeah.
A massive bounce back there on the second map. I don't think that they really needed that much different from that first map at the end of the day. Another Lotus, another overtime, a map that could have gone either way. But everything ends here in Ascent. As we were saying, both of these teams showed their cards against Team Heretics. One of them was successful, and the other one got the other side of the coin in the in MIBR.
Yeah, look, MIBR only got 2 rounds. I was kind of surprised to see them be okay with this coming up in the veto once again. Over on the side of All Gamers, they're running with Fangear on that chamber, and GRQ, I want to see you lock in this Phoenix.
Lock it in! Oh, he will. He will.
I mean, Kira's already on the Omen, so unless he's going to pull out a different duelist or there's like a final lock here, this is the pick where GRQ put himself on the map during this tournament. And so I'm very, very excited to see what he can do up against Aspas and Zekken.
Economy here is super important, right, for both of the teams. We've seen the impact that the operator has been having on both of them. For Fangear, of course, with him having the chamber and whatnot, it's going to be easier to get an operator in hand. But when we think about Aspas, even Zekken, the rest of the players as well, to even catch a flank, care for mid, a lot of aggression from the side of All Gamers, but not that much utility. If they misuse it, the round should go for MIBR.
Yeah, over on the side of MIBR, there are no changes from what we saw coming out last time. This means they've board reviewed. They felt like it was some, different types of mistakes. It's not a comp issue. They think they have everything they need to make it work here. But can we see that improvement? Otherwise, they will be going home if they played this map like they did against Team Heretics.
MIBR Los and AGAL. Only one can continue through. 2 teams from Americas has already qualified 100% so far, whereas AGAL are the final opportunity for VCT China to have representation in that playoffs, but they've got to earn it. Who will step up and who will rise above here at EWC 2026 Paris? Let's find out as we send it on over for the final time to Mitch and Tom.
बारिश में मैं क्यों जाऊंगी भाई कहीं?
Egon, the final map of the series. We've gone all the way to Ascent. All Gamers stayed alive on map number 1, but signs of life started to disappear in the previous, Tom. MIBR coming in hot to the touch, but how do you feel about All Gamers' composition? They're bringing in one that I've grown to love. Looking at this Phoenix, at the Neon, at the Chamber. Do you think that will give them the edge here?
To be honest, the bit I love about this is that you... And when I first saw it, I was like, wait, the guy who was playing Smokes is now playing Phoenix? Because they swap it up directly. Yep. Like, it's Kira really likes the Raze, so he'll play the Raze. And GRQ really likes the Phoenix. His Phoenix was nuts.
Exactly.
Like, it was probably the highlight when they came up against Heretics. Of course, you're going to look at this and do the kind of proxy thing where it's like, well, one of these teams beat Heretics 13-8. The other one got 13-2. So this is easy for... All Gamers, right? It's like, no, I don't think it's going to go that way at all. I think the fact that MIBR have gone back, a blip on the radar, maybe being boomed after taking a defeat earlier in the tournament. This is a different scenario. They just dominated having highlight moments. I think we're in for a very level game.
Well, let's hope so. Certainly owed it after that first map, a tight affair. Oh, damage done. Shot down Fangear. He just about manages to TP out in time. But he hasn't run away. He's still waiting for that push-up inside of B main. Stalemate across the map. Flashes and stuns traded out in that short fight. Still no clear direction for the attack just yet. Fangear just moments away from stepping into Verno's angle. 40 HP. Could be an easier fight. Or the defender, and just depends if that one tap could be landed. The jump peak with 40 HP is crazy, and he's left down to 1.
They're pincering though. The flank coming in, and the defenders know this. I like this from Verno. He knew if he sits back and waits, he's going to get pressure from behind. The dart is going to help him out massively. The paranoia nullified, and Verno is having a crazy round once again. And now his teammates are looking to try and wrap in. Kira, though, has given an opportunity, but they're both so desperately low that it ended easy for MIBR. Verno, a hero once more in the early rounds.
Yeah, huge work by Verno. I don't know how that reveal didn't get broken. It allows a second pulse out, and that, I think, gives him the upper hand in the third fight. Indeed, yeah, panic, mistakes made theirs. Verno holds the line. I like the idea as well from MIBR. It was a stalemate for so long, but they were ready to push B main. They were ready to fight on short, more so ready to fight A main. And the second that push comes in through mid, they're like, okay, now we gotta go. We go back, we're dead, but we go forward, we have a chance. And that chance converts to a round win.
Is that a round 2 Odin?
I don't think it's round 3, so yeah. That's
The Toadin.
It's a nice strategy, I have to say. I love it. You look at the trips that are in play here. The idea, if they go straight through mid flood, you're going to already deal with them quite easily. It's shooting.
I really
fish in
want
a
him to
barrel.
get one shot.
Then you've got that reveal that would come off the back of it.
Oh, there was a chance for a second. There was a chance.
He gave him a moment to aim, but not to pull the trigger, at least.
Yeah, okay. They've managed to bypass his angle, but he's given it up. Has Zekrom for support. The only other real rifle, but Mazzino, he ended that last map. I think it was like there was 2 rounds where he came up with like 7 or 8 kills. Like, just Mazzino just popped off, and that does make me a little bit more worried for all gamers. That it does seem like every single member of this squad has started to rise to the occasion. I know that at times there's been a lot of criticism of a player like Tex, but I think in this series he's been one of their best players. And while a very clean second round coming out from MIBR, the Odin hasn't been lost. And we'll be coming back in to what is a bonus round, which, I'll be honest, you don't normally see an Odin in a bonus round.
No, you really don't. It's a problem to deal with. It is a different setup, though, from MIBR. This time, Odin's going to be sent towards the B side again. It's going to be that heads-up duel with Fangir, who has lost 2 in a row, which I wouldn't want to fight him at this point. Not feeling the odds that he loses another, but hold on. Aspas is walking up on him, and there it is. Fangir landing the shot. Fool him once, maybe even twice, but an old saying in Texas. I know it's in Tennessee, maybe in Texas. A chance now for 3 for MIBR, seeming less likely.
What's the saying?
Fool me once. Shame on.
Oh.
Shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled again.
I thought from Tennessee it was, are you from Tennessee? Or are you from Tennessee because you're the only 10 I see?
That was excellent. Are you from
go.
10 IC?
There you go.
Because you're in Tennessee.
Exactly. That's the only saying I know from that. Fool me once. I don't know where that's from.
That was exquisite. Okay. Well, all gamers on their way to the A site. There is a big setup waiting for them here. A lot of trips, as they've just found out, in an easy spam for Mazzino. That's not the only one. There's another kill trip on the back in the camera, landing a tag, and maybe a little bit more. The door's gotten in the way. Saved the day for now, at least. Tex, well, as difficult as he normally is to deal with, they've got him in 1, and now the Op Odin retake. They might not want to go for this anymore, but Verno, he's giving them a chance. It's so close. The shoelaces taken off of Shrimp. GRQ tagged heavy as well, down to 1. The Odin spam would be enough. He needs to tuck in that corner. He needs to find a safe haven. And Zekken doesn't know how desperately low that player is. He'll still be peeking in with the op, and it's a death sentence. Verno, 5 and 1. The ult to deal with. He's found him to start with. The spam can take him down with ease, and now just 1. But the mag runs dry. All gamers just about finding the round.
Yeah, it's a weird one because normally going out of a bonus round, you'd sit there and go, okay, that's not great. But they had an operator and an Odin.
And the op went in the hands of the opponent.
It was barely a bonus at that point. It had a lot of bite too. I think Mazzino did fantastically well to play off of the utility that was thrown in front. But they actually do still have enough to buy him with another operator. Sure, it's at the cost of Mazzino, who's been their best player so far, so maybe a little bit surprising to see him have to take the bullet. But then also, the operator's on the other hand for Fangir, which I wouldn't want to give him that for free.
Up Aspas is going to be sent back. Blaze has bought them space. Bought them safe passage through middle, although Fangir's looking to fill in the space after. He can't cross anymore. Not without looking for a fight. So Short's going to be his responsibility. All gamers gearing up for an A play.
If he pings him, then there's a chance that you can maybe get the kill with a wallbang. Instead, it's going to be the Hunter's Fury thrown out, almost seemingly off nothing, and that's an early double for Verno. He's been playing incredibly well so far. And 1 and then out, and in fact, no, Aspas feeling confident, goes for the repeat, the swing off his contact from Tex, and this trap setup has worked, well, I want to say more than perfectly. That is as good as that could have gone.
And this has been the case. Looking at the last map, you said it. It's an unusual pairing, but Aspas and Tex get so much work done together. Kira, you are dead to rights here. Big stun landed.
But that Tex cam was just enough for the contact of the Hunter's Fury. Because you've got to be sat there as the attacking side going, why the hell have they randomly popped top mid? Who Hunter's Fury straight into top mid? But it's because they can see them on the cam. Like, he's able to get just that little pixel of information. Go, look, there's guys here in a narrow laneway. If you line this up, you're going to get a couple of opening kills. That's really lovely stuff coming out from MIBR.
A sneaky little play that ends up sending all gamers down to an eco. Round number 5. 2 away from Fangir having a big old gun to work with, so there's definitely still dangers, and they didn't notice Kira slide right past. Zekin down and out, a rifle into the hands of the attackers. Mazzino, he's got a player behind him. He doesn't have a clue. The buy's already passed. It's 2 players striking from behind, and well, now all of a sudden it's a competitive round. Those rifles not recovered just yet. They can be, they could be, if not for the instant rotations coming out of MIBR. The timing here on that main peak could be everything, and Tex has already cleaned house before the swing comes through.
All revealed as well. Looked like that was going to get seriously dangerous, and then Tex basically dropped in alone. Like, it was a little bit risky, but because they didn't have the plant down, he just looks for a timing. And unfortunately for all gamers, I think one of the first players he drops is the spike underneath Balk, which as a place to drop the spike, it's about as bad as it could be for where the remainder are. Still, a little bit of initial damage coming out from the side of all gamers. But this defensive side is looking good so far from MIBR, and you have to bear in mind, last time they played this map, they only managed 2 rounds total, so yeah, it's safe to say it's going a little better.
Indeed. A 4-1 start, and the wind is in their sails now. For all gamers, oh, that paranoia has landed, but it look like they're going to continue the push on MIBR, sitting back, sitting safe up against these rifles. Now, one of the things I'm curious to see, because Lotus, it was much easier to push and pull that map. They attempted it on split, but MIBR did not fall for it anymore. They had the responses, they had the reactions, and now here on Ascent,
Guys, by the way,
to see how this attack side will shape up. We've had a lot of failures here with the slower plays, and now an attempt to start with a bit of control towards the A site. Late move back in the other direction, but again, MIBR haven't moved. They are sat still. An operator in a position that I don't think they could have ever expected. The angle on the GRQ and a big player removed. Still the Cypher setup to push through as well.
Yeah, they've got the TP to the backside if they need it. There goes Mazzino. That will now be a 3rd player defending this site, and a question of whether or not they want to fall back. No, they're going to try and pressure into what is now a pretty hefty setup. In fact, I think Mazzino even cancelled. He was like, you know what? I'm going to TP, then realized that Aspas has already rotated in and went, I don't need to. Let's hold up the other side of the map just in case. A player tagged up as well. They know exactly where they are, and they've got 20 seconds, Mitch.
Well, I think Mazzino would have committed that TP if not for map number 1, if not for the attempts in map number 2. Like, you see that push, you see it stagger for a moment, you think, okay, but the others are outside my site. I'm going to fake the TP across, they'll push in, we'll clean them up. This time it was a more direct play from all gamers. The problem is, as they decide to save, they're not allowed to. Zekin, one side of the trash compactor as the walls close in, a couple seconds left, and I guess we'll never know if he saved the weapon. That's how it goes sometimes. That's life.
They did celebrate very quickly, so I'm going to assume they killed him. I'm going based off purely celebrations. No one wants to hear that. Yeah, see, there you go. No, we know.
I guess we'll never know.
We know. He doesn't have a gun. We definitely know.
Might drop them.
See, as said, my read of body language and celebrations. Oh, yeah.
It's possible. Drop them to teammate. Yeah,
anyway, moving away from Mitch's idiocy. 5-1. Defensive side building. And now those pauses that we spoke about in map number 1 become imperative. They need to find a response here. Sure, versus Heretics, it was a pretty horrific attack side and coming out from MIBR, and a great defensive side
यार इस बार चली
The
गई
other
तो
side of
सपोर्ट
things, with
किसको
both
करूं
Shrimp and GRQ having a performance to remember. But
गालों में
as of
you
right now, they're
can
getting shut down before the
support.
round even seems to get started. Like they're looking to try and take control. They're failing. They're looking to try
Why
and
not
almost sell face.
MIBR?
It's failing. They can't hold on to mid. They're losing it to the operator and set trap plays. Bono's in form. Obviously, Mazzino have a decent couple of rounds. Tex has been fantastic throughout the series. And the funny thing is, right now, Aspas and Zekka are at the bottom of the board. They haven't had a whole lot to do in this matchup. Now, one thing that was building up into the last round were those ultimates. Shrimp, Bangit, and GRQ have weaponry to play with. But can they make something work here?
Oh, GRQ, as you said, just being a little quiet, a little missing. This time picked off from the side, but it is only the ultimate that's taken down. That trade good for the start, but enough to finish. Aspas is opt him through the floor. The convergence path goes through. The spam is fantastic, but hold on. GRQ and Kira, they've got some life left in them. Caught by the ult they might have been, but they fired back at the start. Now it's Kira. Alone, he was getting some great shots in that first. Look at second, so quick to walk through. Kira could never expect that level of aggression for MIBR. A sixth round locked in. There was definitely a bit of danger there, but considering the ulti's thrown by the other side, that's just fine.
Yeah, they throw in the running back even while not having a weapon into the hands of the player using it, but it was basically just take space, try and trade. That wallbang shot that came out from Aspas is just disgusting because Zekken is dead. If he doesn't hit that, he's dead, and he's the guy who ends up cleaning up the rest of the round. Tex continuing to be a safe pair of hands, and the problem is you look at that round and go, hey, it was a low buy. They use Tour de Force, they use Overdrive, they use Run It Back, they use Hunter's Fury. That is 4 ultimates committed to 1 round, and it doesn't net you a win.
That reveal, sending him scurrying. Look at the push up from Aspas. Aggression cancelled by all gamers for a moment. Now they start to fight inside of B main. Aspas loses his TP back. He's a player pushed out on short to help him. The drone is going to send him flying. Dash out, but now look who's stuck in mid. Mazzino has to stand his ground, has to stand tall, and that he does. A double kill on the Phantom. They were so pigeonholed on trying to deal with Aspas, they forgot that he might have had help.
Even still, that is Mazzino over-delivering.
Yeah, 100%.
You're supposed to keep him alive. Instead, you've taken 2 bodies in response. That's got to be infuriating. As said, this is the best we've seen MLBR look so far this tournament. Sure, they had those blowout games initially, but everybody can have a round, can have a moment. And that's exactly what they're doing now. Aspas, the man who was saved, has dropped the spike into middle. The remaining 2 players are running around like headless chickens. They're having to try and just get that spike back, and instead they are caught from every single angle. 7-1 in the lead. MIBR are running away with this.
Yeah, things have really changed since that first map where throughout the entirety of it, all gamers were competing, or even at times, especially on the attack, looking like the better squad.
Lose opening, win round. That was how it was going every round.
It was, I think, +4 overall for the team, but you had 2 players combined, +10 in opening duels on the side of MIBR, and they lose that map. It was Aspas, it was Tex, putting up numbers. All gamers dealt with it every step of the way. Now GRQ goes on to a favored agent, and still, we're not seeing that flare.
Well, the reason it was close was because Mazzino was 0-6 in opening duels. And now he's in the argument for being their best player. Like, if you talk about a turnaround, he just single-handedly destroyed them in that last. And, well, when you're 7-1 down and this is the purchase, no ultimate still. And look at the pressure that's being put on. They've eliminated Fangit. Now, what I will say is that is the delivery of a fairly hefty upgrade in terms of weaponry. They get to keep the rifle and then get given an operator. I don't think that trade was worth it.
No, normally you're going to see players drop that up first, go in with the shorty, and then refract back. Of course, Aspas is feeling it at the moment, is the best explanation I can give. 7-1 up, but a little bit overzealous. Up against an eco, downright silly. But that's
Great
what happens
delivery
when you've got this. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Honestly.
That's
Aspas delivery. You'll get more than you bargained for.
Problem is, they still need to push out through this, and breaking in with the operator of all weapons might not help all that much. The Odin on the choke. The spam from both players catches by. He tried to slide through, but so many bullets came his way, it didn't matter. GRQ having to recover. Another spam. 2 players through the smoke on this initial push. GRQ tagged low again, even after his heal. He's on 23 HP. And they've barely any time left. This plant should be impossible with an Odin still in play, and it will be time running dry. And chances for all gamers are running out. 8-1 in the lead, our MIBR.
I always find this when I watch Verno that he looks like a player above his age. Like, because in that moment, you could forgive him to go, oh, if that guy's fought like 3 of my teammates, I can probably just go in and kill him. But he's like, no, I'll wait 4 seconds, and then it's like 3.7 seconds. He's like, and now I'm fighting. Because I know that he can't plant the spike anymore. I'll just sit in the back line and make sure this round is over, and then I'll be a little bit greedy with the kill. It's just smart stuff that basically makes it impossible for GRQ to get anything short. He's got that running back online. They've been farming up those orbs from all the way through the game. We are yet to see that same heroic play
because I might
that
be
he was
tired,
pulling out
I might need
versus
some
Heretics.
sleep. LCU का अभी नहीं बोलूँगी इसके लिए मैं कुछ.
After a very competitive first map, it does feel like these last
कल
two
बता
have
दूँगी
something
मैं
to be
करूँगी या
desired
नहीं
from all
करूँगी.
gamers. The last remaining hope of CN. Here comes the ult. From GRQ, it's delayed for a moment. Flash lands, nothing. Reveal is there, and it's shut down right off rip. Dive through, bye-bye. No one's with them. And bye-bye indeed, it seems, to all gamers. We need someone to step up to fill these shoes as players drop across the board. Zekin's on 10 HP, and he survived that fight. Shot back for the kill, and with 9-1 on the board, is there any hope left for all gamers?
Okay, that is the second round I've now watched where Zekin 100% should have died.
He was
so,
dead to
but
rights.
bear in mind, they knew he was in that corner since the run it back. So that was when they still had their entirety of their team online. They then peek him from short as well, while swinging him at the same time. He ends up with 3 kills, and then the fourth player that runs in just goes, nah, I'm killing him, and just runs full swing, and it gets killed by Aspas because he's so tunnel visioned in on just getting a singular kill onto Zekin. Just look at the scoreboard. I think the bottom fragger right now on MIBR has 9 kills. There is nobody underperforming. And this is the team that was promised. This is why at the beginning of the year, you're almost laughing at the fact that Zekin has managed to go and join Aspas on the same team. You're almost looking at the fact that they've held on to Verno and built this superstar-studded roster. And it's not quite delivered, but when it does work, this is what you get. It feels like they are fighting a literal war. And everything they do, they just run headfirst into it.
That's been the same for the last map as well. Like, that first half was close. It was a chance to be 6-6, if I'm not mistaken. And then we swapped sides, and MIBR ran away with things now. On this map,
I'm everywhere, bro.
He's top fragging, at least. But I did think that, like, I liked the comp. I liked seeing them play last time. I think GRQ especially is a huge step up, and he wasn't bad so far in this series. So I imagine that ceiling's going to raise. Fangir, map 1, looked better than Aspas, which is one hell of a feat. But now it looks like he hasn't even started playing. Indeed, nobody had. They've got 1 round on the board. 9-3, the best scoreline that they can hope and pray for. And even then, the Divine will have to answer for them to have a chance. Perhaps he has. Aspas has made a mistake. He's missed a shot. A rare miss on one side, but then an immediate filling in of the blank shrimp. Tries on the wraparound, but look how confident Zekin is. He's running at the ball. And maybe he shouldn't be. Fangir. Quiet so far, but now a chance against one of the world's best.
He's got nothing left, though. He's down to just a classic. He used his last headhunter bullet just to try and escape. And now with 7 HP, what he can hope for is that either Aspas makes a mistake, or he can get towards that site and find a gun. But you can already tell that the information has been given over. A rifle in the hands of Aspas, and it really does just become a game of chicken. And at least for the moment, it seemed like the Brazilian had the right idea. Or maybe he still does. He's going back towards Spin. Okay, it's been long enough. Both players decided to move at the exact same moment, moving in tandem. Now, Aspas is low enough that a classic could just do the work, but his opponent at this stage
No,
might end up
Aspas.
running out of time. That's going to be the bigger problem. He has to
आसपास
now
उसको
get
डोर
in
भी
and
नहीं
get
सुना,
that
वो इतना
plant.
दूर चला गया.
And in fact, Aspas was starting to believe that this was a move towards the other side of the map. Instead, now he's got to
A
go
पे
running
भग
back
गया
towards
भाई
B.
आसपास.
And there's a TP available for Fangir, but he's not going to take the
आसपास को
risk of
सोचना
even
चाहिए था
placing
कि
it.
वो
He doesn't
instant
know
थोड़ी
how close
spike
Aspas
करेगा.
is. Of course, Aspas went to A thinking the spike had maybe been taken. He hadn't seen it for so
Multiple
long.
possibilities होती है.
As time ticks away, the info not yet given away. Aspas, he'll break the trap. He'll step forward as Fangir swings in, and Aspas lands the shot,
So
digging a hole deeper for all gamers, burying
10,
them
5,
under
5, 10,
round
11, 5,
after
5, 11.
round. This attack side, they may end the
Attack,
half
attack.
with one.
It's looking more and more likely as they go by. An incredibly nice attempt from Fangir. This round shouldn't have been particularly close, especially after Zekid put him so desperately low and just seemed to have it dead to rights. This correction with a singular bullet left seemed like it might have been enough, but in the end, the final boss, look at the scoreboard. 11, 11, 11, 11, 10. Like, there really has just not been a missing piece to the MIBR puzzle. And, well, Zekid's getting more and more confident. In fact, this isn't just sheer rundown. Bai is having to just try and hold on for life, and even an escape route doesn't exist.
Man.
They are being surrounded, choked out, and they think maybe, okay,
Bad man.
is this the open site?
don't even
Is this the
have
one that
to
nobody's
fight.
holding? No, it isn't. There's still one, now two, now three and a fourth. Wrapping round, and well, it was Verno to close 11-1.
That's
the team
crazy.
that faced off against GE
That's crazy.
is showing up once again.
Yeah, listen, I don't think there's many teams out there that would look at especially an elimination match and a qualification match at the same time and say, I'd like to face MIBR in that one. But you definitely don't want to face MIBR in this form. You know how strong of a player someone like Aspas can be. We've seen Tex from the very get-go be activated. But now Mazzino, Verno, they're there alongside him. Zekin looks like he's unkillable. The amount of times I've seen him take what for anyone else would be a death blow and keep on moving. Even at times having Aspas as his savior with the op wall bang.
I'll be honest. If he hadn't died a couple of rounds ago to the Headhunter, and you'd said to me, oh, he was in God mode by accident, I'd go, oh, you know, actually that makes sense, because there were rounds where, yeah, he gets wall banged like that while being spammed out by an overdrive. The round after where he gets 3 kills while stuck in the same corner for a whole round, and then a player runs at him just to kill him, and Aspas goes, did you forget about me? Like, come on, guys. Like, please don't forget the guy who has a champion's gun buddy.
Smoke through be kya perfect crosshair.
But even still, even with every once in a while a glimmer of hope,
Insane.
they get shot down. This was probably one of the best opportunities they had, and even still it didn't go their way. And right after that, a complete decimation. 11-1. It was a good defensive half last time out for all gamers, but at this point, every single round is like hanging off a cliff edge.
Well, yeah, a pistol round will end the game. More or less any round after that will
Kylian
end the game as well,
Mbappe.
even if you take it. All
मेरे भी
the
शॉट्स
gamers
ऐसे ही
have to
लगते हैं
be
सपनों में. Of
maybe
course.
at 12-1 we can see a pause. I do think though, like, the game that they played on map number 1, they made MIBR at times look like fools. They caught them off guard. They played double to triple fakes that worked almost every time. Bai was lurking in mid and catching so many players off guard. But once MIBR realized what was happening, once they had that time between maps to discuss, okay, how should we react to those kind of plays? How should we react to them pushing and pulling like that? Ever since then, they cracked the code, and all gamers haven't had that extra gear to shift into. Now,
They need the fan gear.
they need the fan gear if they're going to have any chance, and there he is to start it off.
Fan gear activated. I don't know what that means if you're still going for a car analogy, but who cares about that at this point? Anything that will work has to come through for all gamers. An opening pick is about the best scenario they've had, but Zekid just looks like he's hit a completely different gear, a different level. In fact, An even scenario. A nice work
Oh,
from
come back
GRQ, a player
AG.
revealed, but they are losing as they go.
Fnatic.
Just the two players underneath. The flash is perfect, and a second round will come through. The lifeline has been garnered, and more importantly, GRQ getting most of those kills gets him closer to that ult.
Yeah. Perhaps a consolation prize, but you never want to count yourself out. Remember, this isn't a situation where they can rely on a lower bracket. There's no extra layer. There is no safety net to fall into. It's a long way down and a long way back home for all gamers. This pistol guarantees them at least a bit of runway. And I was waiting to see if, as confident as they feel, they go in for the crazy force buy here, but MIBR are looking to get this over as quickly as possible in a more conventional way. And take the eco.
Next
An opportunity to pick up a couple more orbs, but it's really GRQ you want to see with a few coming out of this. The buy in the next for MIBR could be the beginning of the end.
50-50
Keeping this clean as well is exactly what they want. All five alive for all gamers. It's a good start to the half.
Yeah, especially when they've invested on every single player. Like they have to do that. You can't be playing a conventional bonus round where you're risking it here and there. For Vangear, getting a few additional orbs, it's not going to help him in this next round, but if he could do the work with the operator, he might be getting one for free. The problem is he lost all of his shields, so he's going to come back in with an operator, but no shields alongside it. It's a thin line between another round onto the board and his opponents with an operator on the attack.
A buy has been bypassed. Oh, he's just shot, but I don't think they've noticed just yet. Never mind. They turn on a dime, catch him off, but the trades keep on coming in favor of all gamers until they don't. Verno dropping shrimp. Means the spike makes it to the site. Means a 3 versus 2 in the post plant.
That is true.
And there's not much to help all gamers get back into this. The operator would love a pick, but I think they've spotted it now. They've seen that big gun. A paranoia for Kira can perhaps... In fact, it could catch them all if it's at the right angle, but waiting to get into position before it's fired through. It'll find one towards the backside. Clean pickup on Aspis, but Tex was not blinded by it at this point for Vangear. 11-3, you need the round, but the time should be too far gone. And by now it most certainly is with 2 left to get. It's all about orbs. It's all about punishing the attacking side, making it costly, but nothing to be found. No op save. The 3-piece for Verno gets 12-3 on the board. The beginning of the end is here.
Yeah, maybe he thought there was no way out, but I think at that stage, saving the operator holds so much more value than a singular kill. Like, that round was already over, and definitely mistakes starting to creep in a little bit more. I think Shrimp walking back into the site after they've already completely lost it. It just seems panicky. And you can understand why. The tournament life is on the line. The last representative of VCT China. And it looks like Americas might be getting one more team at least in towards the playoff stage. They all have a man up for now. Not a bad start.
Man to the good. Zekin down as well, the immortal man.
13-3.
Finally. Early pickup, but still some weaknesses here. They're certainly not out of the woods. Paranoia Prime fired through, caught one, but not the second player. Luckily, Aspis is quick to get out of there. He heard a shot coming at him from behind and bailed. Bai's now rotated in to help the squad, and Spawn still cut off by Kira with the flank up by Vangear. All gamers have MIBR boxed in with a man advantage to play with as well. This is looking set for 12-4.
Yeah, they've got to run it back if they need it. GRQ sat at the back of the site, and that's exactly what he's going for now. Just try and make things even more awkward for them, even just a singular pick, but no, he's denied by Tex. The problem is, you should now know that there's a decent amount of players at the back of this site. Aspas desperately low already, and Bai will hold his ground. The move towards the other side of the map doesn't even seem like an option anymore. They've only got 15 seconds to try and make this move, and although eventually we'll see a player lost, it's not going to matter too much, although, if he got that TP off, there was a chance at a plant, but Shrimp made sure it wasn't.
Yeah, they just got there in time to take him out before he slipped into the shadows. Another opportunity for the streak of rounds for a legendary comeback against some of the best that the world has to offer for all gamers. They proved themselves on map number 1. This task, it seems too tall for any team to make 8 rounds against MIBR in a row from this point forward. Tour de force online for Fangir. Don't think he's going to be saving that for the next. I don't hear it popped.
Yeah, I think with the fact that they don't have the credits.
Yeah. Lose a player or two and the panic will kick in, but the Outlaw's perfect.
Yeah, all of them are one shot to the Outlaw anyway, but
except Aspas.
Interestingly going for that hero gun in this round.
He's heard them right. Oh my god! What is happening? They were stepping for the last 5 seconds. The man's deaf. He's unplugged his headphones. It's a 5v3. And Aspas has gone by. The dawn of this series looked so bright for all gamers. They pushed MIBR to the limits, but as dawn turns to day, a dark night on the horizon for VCTCN. They are going home, and MIBR push through the playoffs.
It seemed like it was going to be a worrying day for MIBR with that first map. They had themselves in a pretty decent position, and then we saw the fight back from their opponents. But on map 2 and map 3, this is the MIBR we hoped to see here at EWC. A brilliant performance, adaptations in map 2 and map 3. Honestly, it could have been an email. That was so quick with how they were able to get through their opponents. They look very, very good in this matchup.
Oh, they absolutely do. What a bounce back. I mean, all gamers' plan on map number 1 worked to perfection. Their preparation paid off, but the adjustments from MIBR were there. From the second we stepped into map number 2 on Split, we saw those issues fixed. In the pistol round, MIBR were ready for what was thrown at them, and from that point forward, it became more and more dominant. But this last map, it shines a light to just how strong MIBR can be. A big team now locked in for playoffs. And that's all the time we've got in the game. It's time to throw this one back to the desk with the beautiful, the wonderful
knockout stage hai ye, lower both are decided.
Thank you very much, Mitch, man. As it is MIBR Los getting the job done here against AGAL, and as he so eloquently said, crushing the hopes of a VCT China representative in the playoffs. It also means it's 100% win rate so far, qualification rate so far here for VCT Americas. They are 3 for 3 and will go 4 for 4, attempt to, in our next series. But it's time to celebrate MIBR Los hitting the right notes and finally achieving that potential we've been waiting for them to see.
It's good to see that it is in ascent, right, as well. To see that phase, to see the bounce back from what we saw against Team Heretics. All of the players, I believe, showed up. Bruno, I think that throughout the series, redemption arc complete.
Yeah, I mean, I love that they went back to Ascent. I think it shows good prep work and fantastic coaching from this squad.
You can play Ascent.
Well, but I think when you get destroyed on a map like that, I love that they go back to it because it means that they felt prepared and it felt like. Also, all gamers showed their Ascent as well. That shows to me that they feel like they have a very, very confident read. And I think when I watched this game, that's what it felt like. Every move all gamers tried to make was so confidently shut down because they had all the information. This was prepped well ahead of time, and great IGLing there. I think I really want to give flowers to Verno because that map 1 looked very poor. It looked poor. We were, sat there at 1 and 9. Is he going to be able to pick himself back up into the game? He did a fantastic job individually in this map.
3 of them are north. I mean, Gaming Gladiator's not far away as well. So there are teams arriving are Zeta, Zeddy, and AG. So all of those teams, like you say, already in zone. The one team that isn't in.
I'd love to hear the voice that Mitch was given to that situation, because I think that was going through all of our heads. Like, oh, come on, no, not this way. You can battle through after the series that you've given us today, after what you've given us throughout the tournament. This is the way we're gonna say goodbye to you. Bit sad.
Yeah, I want to go back to the Verno point just because it was a difficult start for him. The 1-9 on that first map, first half, and then finishes top of the lobby here in the match that matters while still calling the game for the rest of the squad.
I think that also something that we didn't get to mention in the first one is that in head-to-head duels against Fangir, it was like 8-0 to Fangir. I said like Verno was like, I can't kill this man. He's coming at me. I shoot. My weapon don't work.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen for the rest of the series.
I mean, it's great resilience. That's why these are top-level players. That's why these are players that, when this roster was built, we keep saying it, was expected to lift trophies. Great names across the board, a fantastic organization behind them. I think they truly showed their potential today, locking themselves into that playoffs.
All right, well, we can hear more now about MIBR Los' last series with Tech standing by right now with Janiro.
All right, Tex, that's another win. Assuming a weight off your shoulder now that you've qualified for the playoffs.
Feels so good. I can't even lie. Feels so
हाँ गैप ही होगा यार क्योंकि एंट्री भी होगी जो बाद में टीम जाएंगी उनकी एंट्री होगी सब होगा अभी पॉइंट्स नहीं है एलजीएस मुझे टाइटल वाइटल सब बदलना पड़ेगा फिर और एलजीएस के लिए मैं सेकंड स्ट्रीम शुरू करने वाली थी इस पे ही करूँ क्या कंटिन्यू आई मीन ऐसे EWC है शायद से मैं कर सकती हूँ ना कंटिन्यू आई डोंट नो
just a lot of momentum. They honestly played really well.
I don't know.
Yeah, props to them.
Would you say being able to figure out what went wrong on Lotus allowed you to adapt for the second and that third map? Because the last one, respect.
Yeah, so they have a pretty similar playstyle in all of their maps. So honestly, figuring out what we're doing wrong and how they're going to play in the future is like really important.
And then now that you're heading into playoffs, of course, you've had a couple of learning lessons, I assume, so far from the group stage. What's been the biggest takeaway that you think will make the biggest impact once you are in front of a crowd?
I don't think the crowd will bother us too much, but I think we really need to focus on ourselves. We're our biggest enemy, honestly. So once we defeat that, and which we did today, it looks good.
Speaking of focusing on yourselves, you individually had a really good performance even on that Lotus map. So what do you think allows players to really just lock in when they are on the stage?
Honestly, my teammates make it really easy for me. They have a lot of confidence in me, and I honestly am fueled off of confidence. So my teammates hype me up, they tell me nice shots, and I don't know, I feel comfortable.
All right, that sounds like a lovely group environment. I'm going to say congratulations once again. Thank you so much for the interview. That's it from us over here. We're heading back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Ginny, as it is Tex who has been a rock for this squad, plus 21 in this whole series. You know, we talk about the firepower that Aspas brings, that Zekin brings, but Tex just so solid throughout.
Yeah, I mean, I think these kind of some more supportive players, they're a big name duelist in a big duelist meta will often get talked about, but it's the quiet players, the support players that they're the guys I like the most. You know, when they start to fry, that's when teams find this next level. So full credit to Tex and the squad for bringing this one home. They will be advancing to the playoffs on the big stage now, and they're getting the job done for Americas, doing fantastically as a region here.
Is this when I say that Tex also comes from EMEA? Like, how many times can I just say that? It's like every team. Yeah, I can always spin it because there's always some talent coming from our way. I think that it is important what he's saying about figuring out how they play and how they replicate it in the rest of the maps. Yeah. And I think that one of the things that has characterized, especially the old gamers that we saw today, is how quickly they skyrocketed. They escalated their own mistakes. It's like there was no one to de-escalate the situation. As in, somebody makes a mistake and everybody triples down onto that. MIBR takes advantage of every single one of the situations. You cannot lose sight of what your goal is when you're playing against a team of this caliber.
Yeah, I mean, I think composure and experience are massive things when the pressure starts to ramp up. All the guys on MIBR here have been there and done that, even if they are quite young. They really know what it's like to compete internationally. For all gamers, not had as many reps at that, and I do feel like it showed today.
Yeah, and as I always like to do, the callbacks here when we're right, when we're wrong, and this was a time where I was wrong. GRQ got his hands on the Phoenix. I was very excited to see it. It just
decide
and the team didn't quite have the same setups and the same impact to put him in positions of success. But still, hopefully a growing moment for this young squad.
Honestly, I do think that it was also the capabilities that MIBR had to bring back some of the rounds. In so many of them, all gamers were start with the opening pick and just putting pressure onto them. And MIBR were the ones that were able to really play together and turn around the situation.
Yeah, I mean, look, coming from someone who was a former coach, right? You know, a lot of people talk about those pre-round strats, right? But really, that breakdown in the middle of the round when it gets scrappy, having the good enough fundamentals to be able to get that out, that's where you earn your salt, to be honest, as a good support staff, good IGLs, good leadership, developing those fundamentals, and I really feel like MIBR had that in spades today.
All right, well, with that victory, that does lock up Group D for us as we take a look at the bracket one more time to close it on out here on this Group D before we turn our focus to Group C. It started off with Heretics and ALGS to kick off not just this bracket, but their starting tournament. It was such a fantastic game. MIBR Los taking care of business against Global Esports. 5 rounds. You heard us hammer that one home. AGAL defeat Global Esports, who woke up and won a couple of rounds there, but still didn't win a single map. And then afterwards, we had the upper bracket Los, and now we have our 2 teams moving on in. It is those 2 teams. Do you feel like that was the fair result for this bracket here?
I think so. I would have loved to see all gamers make it. I actually do think they had a good tournament overall.
It would have been fun.
It would have been really fun, but I think MIBR have that experience. I feel like if one of these teams is more able to make a deep run, it would have been MIBR, so I'm happy to see them in the playoffs where I do think they can do real damage.
I'm always down for an underdog story. I think that is literally the one singular best thing about sports, is seeing someone that you do not expect that much to win, or especially going up against Goliaths such as this one and managing to get the victory. I think that is seriously the thing I like the most about sports. This time around, it could not be, but at the same time, we were speaking about the highlight that this MIBR roster is in itself and how we want to see them succeed. I agree. For them, having a deep tournament run could also mean them adapting to bigger teams, seeing players unleashed on the bigger stage, and that is something that we have to be excited about.
All right, well, with that means Group D is done and dusted, and it's our final spot into the playoffs up for grabs. It's a rematch of day number 1, the champs of NA against the final hope against Pacific. It's G2 Esports up against Nongshim Red Force. We'll set you up with the pre-match after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest events in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
आईटी बफर तो भाई होता ही रहता है। वर्क हार्ड प्ले हार्ड। और बताओ चैट, बातें करते हैं तब तक, इसमें तो टाइम है काफी, कुछ है करने को और मेरे पास। मिनी गेम्स तो हो गए। तो मम्मा का कॉल आएगा। यार मम्मी से बात ही नहीं हुई थी ढंग से इधर आने के बाद, अभी की मैंने, इसलिए अभी मुझे ऐसा लगा कि थोड़ा सा ये मैच के बीच ब्रेक है, आई कैन टॉक. ओए NS वर्सेस G2 है ना, वो एंड पूल. अरे स्लो है क्या पीसी? किया तो मैंने एंड पूल. Pinning. NS G2. Kylian Mbappe.
And the lone win for Pacific as a region here at EWC. Pacific sitting at 1.
This is not a game. Then what is it?
Will
what
they
is
be
it?
able to go 100% qualification to the playoffs? Let's find out together as we break it all down. Kukuka and Big Time here for you to kind of give insight on these squads who are now on stage and almost ready to go.
I'm a super big
उधर वो नेक्स्ट वालों का कुछ भी शुरू हो जाए एंट्री वेंट्री तो बता देना भैया.
I see where it is. Look, we all love Baby Bay here. We all love Baby Bay. My love for Baby Bay.
I feel like some people like Baby Bay a little bit more than others.
Look,
some people.
I love my region. I'm here for Pacific. I'm here for the boys on Nongshim. We have to get a team in playoffs, people, and Nongshim is by far our best shot, like you say. Look, they got the only win. It was against G2, and I was impressed by them. Look, in Pacific, Nongshim have been a team I might have doubted a little bit. I might have slept on a little bit. I think they made some mistakes. I think that they did some things with the roles that I didn't love, but they're back to normal. Danby's back home on the Neon. X-Ross is now in that supportive second man in that secondary duelist, and I love the changes from them. I think we've seen them play very, very good Valorant here, so maybe now's the time.
Tell us about G2.
You disagree?
Listen, Breeze, I understand. It was a mistake, okay?
But,
the two times that G2 has gone against Nongshim, that has been both of them this year, they have lost. We've always gone the distance, but you can never count G2 out. I think that the history is just Andre, just like doing his things. I remember the story about the previous mouse mat that he had, but I think that Valen, this man here, this entire squad is the pride and joy of North America. So many times that we have believed in them, and I know that there's been some hearts that have been broken. I guess that you can say the same for Nongshim when they made certain decisions, but G2 is a team that always manages to reinvent themselves, to look for the next wave of Valorant, to just keep innovating with incredible individuals and just always topping the Americas region. And I think that, you know, the only thing funnier, I am willing to sacrifice having all the Americas teams in playoffs if that means we do not get any Pacific ones, because I'm going to have such cool week just pissing you off all the time.
Yeah, that will be very fun for me, but let's hope that doesn't happen. One thing I want to cast your mind back to is G2 Esports. They're in the final of Masters Bangkok. This is their best chance.
G2 is so out of form. No, G2 does not have Teho anymore. Name is Teho.
One of the ones who get the win. Cast your mind back. I will say, I think G2
hey, why is she wearing G2 ka wo?
With the style that they bring out there.
Is she like G2 supporter or something?
Kind of on my side here, Kukuka.
Exactly. I'm going with the underdog then, okay? They've won both of the times, so technically G2 should be the underdog coming into this encounter. I do agree. The face that we're seeing from Nongshim reminds us of the brilliance that we saw at the beginning of the year. They've been very close. They've already won against G2. In fact, they haven't lost against G2. Exploited every single one of the weaknesses. All the changes that G2 made into their maps fell short against a Nongshim that was all through and through, better prepared.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see this Nongshim team have that return to form. The start of the year was unbelievable for them. They didn't lose a match in Pacific. They went to Santiago and they didn't lose a match. They couldn't have been better. It did take that dip in the middle, though. The meta changed. The roles changed. They had to figure it out. But now I feel like they're finding their footing once again. But the thing is, it's not just Danby on the Neon anymore. X-Ross is a fantastic second man in. I want to talk about Ivy as well.
Yeah,
this guy
he was
sent sensational for the team, and he always is. I think this is a very stacked roster that, if anything, is probably slept on after a slightly disappointing Pacific performance.
I think they slept on themselves.
I wouldn't disagree with
the
that.
potential was there.
I wouldn't disagree.
The wings were there, and they were like, how about not? And it's like, oh.
Yeah, they did kind of just go, we're amazing, let's ruin it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things was like, all right, we're going to move Danby off of the Neon that he's so good at, probably one of the best in the world. Some would say the best in the world. And we'll figure it out, right? And that didn't quite work out now. They switch him back onto the Neon. Things look fantastic. Ivy also firing off as well. It is a very scary Nongshim roster that G2 have to come up against.
You know what it is? It's like putting training weights on, you know?
I'm going to need some explaining here. You said training weights, and I thought about the scene in Mulan where she has to go and climb the tree trunk.
Is that
what you mean?
It's like trying to run underwater, and then when you run on land, you're so fast. They play without Danby on the Neon just as practice. How do we sync up as a team? How can we make this work? And then when it really matters here at EWC, they swap it back. They go, okay, Danby, let's go. You're back on it. And now they're ready to go. It was the plan all along. Silkanon, I never doubted you.
Listen, if Bucket was here, I would make a Dragon Ball reference, but he's not, so I will save it for the next time the Nongshim play, if they are to make it out of this group. Let's take a look at the map, Vito, because it looks pretty familiar.
I mean, it's the same so far. Nongshim picking Breeze. They were very, very good on this map. A lot of A's fam.
They went A.
They went A.
And then they went A. And then we went Sunset on the second map. Literally, G2 just wants revenge, it looks like.
Yes.
Oh no, that's the switch there. It will be Haven closing out there, not split by G2.
That's good. Alag map
okay, so G2 are the ones that make that little move. Obviously, map 3 didn't go their way in the past, so now they think they have a little bit. I think they have a better shot on Haven.
Win.
Yeah, I mean,
what you gonna do?
I like it. I always think it shows a lot of confidence when both teams run back the same veto, because the winning team is going, we beat you at exactly this, we can do it, and the losing team has gone, well, we learned from that, we know we can take you next time. So it's always a nice little bit of mind gaming when these first two maps are going to be exactly the same. So a lot of weight goes on to the coaching staff then, in my mind. If you're going to run these games back, you're okay. But if you run these games back, it really does mean that the coaching staff, both sides, feel like they've learned from that game and will have a read now. So it's read versus read.
I expect this game to go to a third map, and I think that we all should be on the same boat, not only based on the past matches that we've seen from them, but also from the form that we've seen. To me, seriously, the most important is that Breeze. We were speaking about and laughing it off a little bit on how Nongshim just kept going A, but the massive hold the G2 had on that side of the map was exploitable. So we cannot blame that in the slightest. They have, however, kept playing it and got another round. They have fixed some of the mistakes. To me, still, the one player to look at is Jogemo and how much he's suffering playing on that KO. Baby was saying that he was setting him up time after time, giving him his kudos for obviously playing for the team. But at the end of the day, I want to see a Jogemo that is unleashed as well.
Yeah, I agree.
9 and 15
मेरी
was
बढ़ाऊं
John in
कैसे
that
मैं
first
बढ़ा नहीं
breeze.
सकती
8
तो
and
ये माइक ऐसे
16
ही
was
है
Baby Bay on
टाइम पास
the
माइक है टाइम
Neon.
पास
So again, we'll see if they stick
कोई
with
नहीं
it
गाइस
as
कल
we
से
move
तुम लोग
towards
को
Aegis
कोई
Select.
कंप्लेंट
It looks like G2 doubling down and they're sticking with this composition again, even though it didn't work against Nongshim before. You know, it's tough when Danby's the Neon on the other side. Baby Bay has a lot to live up to in that direct head-to-head. Can they make it work this time? Because I will say, when we saw it from them again later down the bracket, I did like it a lot more.
9 PM से तो मैचेस है मोस्टली 8:30 से we will switch to ALGS
Most definitely
क्योंकि entry सब
I also
देखेंगे
like the harbor a lot. I think that in this map there's so much versatility that you can have with it. So many walls on the side of Nongshim. You have the Neon, you have the Phoenix, you have the Harbor, you have the Viper. It's incredibly annoying to deal with that, and that's probably why you want to go A. There's so many ways that you can segment that in some occasions if Jogemo doesn't hit the first knife because of the nerves to the initiators, it kind of loses value.
I mean, the big thing I want to see from G2 is fight forward in a main.
Yeah,
if you give a main, Exos will farm the ult orbs, he will get the ult online. That's the game plan. Everybody knows it, so I don't want to see G2 sit too far back. Normally you see A being played for retake, but you can't do that against the Phoenix comp. You have to show you beat them there. Look for that area of the map, especially in the first 6 rounds.
Agent Select has been completed, but you could see Baby Bay pointing something out there with the light, so I think it'll take a little bit of time as they try try to set that one
He
up.
actually didn't want to pick Neon.
Yeah, oh, what a misclick.
Oh, the light was in my eyes. I picked Neon. I didn't mean to. And also, Jogama just happened to lock KO as well. And that just happened to be the same composition. We'll get you an update in just a little bit from a competitive standpoint on that as we like to see this one here.
I will say for me, one thing that I don't think is touched on enough in this G2 comp is the use of Astra. We've seen a couple other teams try Astra, and I do think it's a really nice fit across the map. I think on that attacker side, it unlocks B a little bit more, which is very, very important. And the theory is there that you should be able to fight a main a lot more aggressively. You can place those stars to kind of limit the attacker's movement.
Yeah, but you're speaking about the attack. They first need to get onto that attack in a healthy enough form so they can get some rounds on the board. And as you're saying, for the defense, all of these possibilities are definitely there. But the way that Nongshim were playing it, sometimes through main, sometimes through mid, being so abrasive with the walls and the utility falling onto it, is almost like you cannot blame Valen. He really tried to create those situations, but Nongshim were on top of all of them.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think this is a map Nongshim just continually loved because they understand that A side so well. And I will say, I've been very, very impressed with Xros since it's him that took over on that Phoenix. I think it's a role that fits him incredibly well. For those of you who don't know, before he came to Tier 1, he was a duelist guy. He played a lot of YOLO. He actually adapted across to that initiator to fit the team. And now he's even more unleashed.
And here we go. Nongshim Red Force, winners of Masters Santiago, G2 Esports, the conquerors of VCT Americas, the pride of VCT Americas, and again, so far throughout the EWC 2026 Valorant tournament, it has been 4 out of 5 playoff spots claimed by EMEA, and 3 out of 3 potential so far here for Americas. Will G2 make it a perfect 4 out of 4, or will Nongshim finally rise up for the Pacific, who the rest of the squads did not show up in Global Esports, RRQ, and very surprisingly Paper Rex? There's only one still remaining here. And we will start with that Breeze as we hand it on over to our casters for the call. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Digon. Yes, here we go. Ready to get into the action just about. Breeze again between these two squads. A rematch Santiago from an Nongshim to be able to take this
That's
map.
crazy. That's crazy.
What have they learned from that is the big question.
Yeah,
Hey, Dambi, back to
Of
Neon.
course, it's a very tough map to go up against.
Dambi, back to Neon, guys.
That they're so quick to get to the punch. Like, Dambi's so good. He's got so much open space to work with. And then they've got multiple layers with the Harbor and the Viper to kind of cover up some of what they're doing and allow for some of those explosive plays behind the Phoenix and the Neon to really disrupt you. But it will be G2 starting on that defender side. It was very difficult for them to do much. I still look towards this Astra to get more value here.
Dambi Paji's idol, I guess.
Obviously, yes, Baby Bay as well on the Neon. Had a real rough go of it. It's a tough ask to go up against Dambi when you're on the Neon, no matter who you are in the world. So a couple players that we're looking at really find some impact here. See if they could slow Nongshim's roll.
Exactly what they're looking to do. Some cheers from the stage. These players already fired up. It's going to be a full share of purchase here for Nongshim, wanting to have some oomph to this, but obviously are going to be working without the util. G2, though, looking decently prepared as they have this double stack ready to strike into mid. Slide across Leaf, playing this very cautiously.
Holy!
Highlights them. 3 kills found. Crossing with the peel, 1 back, and now Ivy.
But he had triggered discipline दिखाया.
0 point not to connect for the swing out. He will be overwhelmed and taken down. Jogamo able to find the second kill as G2 find the opening pistol.
Agreed. Just remembering and looking into the past that they don't check that angle. They don't check that quarter. And on top of that, I mean, Leaf, absolutely brilliant in those shots. That is not easy to do, even when you're offered the time. Full. That third one.
Clean, clean, clean. Big round win. Got to jumpstart things here for G2. Should be leading into a pretty easy 2-0 start for them. Good amount of firepower here as Baby Bay just looking to take the space outside of A main.
Only one bandit invested here for Nongshim. Ivy, who is a real menace on a lot of maps against G2 last time, faltered in their follow-up, but Baby Bay tuck right in side of RB's smoke, and they're kind of ready for it. They're at least going to spam him out of there, but didn't really take too much damage at all, so RB suffers quite a bit more.
Down to 46. Space still looking to be taken, though. Stamby sliding out of that, through that wall rather, and Valen will quickly dispatch him. Clinton ready to come through, Gravwell to try to hold Ivy in position. He can't quite make that bandit sing the same way, so does end up getting taken down. Pole position for a flawless retake here. RG2 as Baby Bay will be able to finish the job. It's sort of RB and X-Rolls just with the classic isn't able to find too much value there at that range. The last one will jump out. We'll stop it from being a flawless. Brent, only one not really bringing a weapon into this outside of the Sheriff, so Diffuse to come in and G2 start things off hot.
Yeah, they're looking really well drilled right now. Some good reads on some timings. You can see there's a little bit of practice and preparation, anticipation of how Nongshim's going to want to time those lurks with Ivy. They had the Gravwell ready for it. So really just very solid understanding prep. It's tough to beat a team 2 times in one event. G2, very, very good. Comes to their practice and their ability to adapt.
जीतू रहो बेटा.
Baby Bay
अबे quality को क्या हो
already.
गया?
Much better start already. Much better start than we saw last time out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of a warm-up for him.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets one more kill, he's already halfway to his kill total from the last time they played on this map, so.
The Chamber is a little bit different than Neon.
A little.
So there's some
ये 2x करते हैं टकने लग जाता है.
quick little walk.
जोल कैसे भेजूं? ऐसे भेज दो, क्लिक करके ऐसे
A lot of
भेज दो.
comfort and a lot of
बहुत सारे
information. This is
भेज
still
दो,
going to
ठीक
be an A-side lean from Nongshim, especially as they do hear that drone. So players now starting to get in transit. Ivy trying to watch for that flank. Cuts him off for now. Valen just going to go getting inserted at double doors. Stop that Viper from being able to flank through. For now, though, site will be taken. The plan to come in. Dogs previously used, won't be able to find much of anything there, but Ivy not winning the fight. Leaf is able to take him down. Early advantages again for G2.
And Valen gets spammed up. But G2 maybe just going to have to try to play for a few.
रेड कार्ड दे दिया गाइस. नेक्स्ट गेम मुझे जाना पड़ेगा, बैठना पड़ेगा बाहर.
Fragment out. X-Rolls knows exactly where Jogamo is. Francis is able to find the one. The double swing is going to be coming in, but Jogamo not fast enough to find that punish. So X-Rolls still going to be good for one before getting taken down, but it's still good damage found. Need to get onto this Diffuse ASAP if they want to have any chance of winning this one out. But Leaf now knows that it's going to be over, so we'll just get taken down. We'll see if he can find anything additional on the back of this, but he will not. 2 players surviving. Still good damage for G2, but Nongshim get on the board.
Good bonus.
Yeah, so even though you're playing a bit of retake here, you know, one of the things the desk was talking about was how important it's going to be for G2 to not give up those easy A hits or just kind of have plans around it. You're playing for retake, very difficult against this Nongshim comp. In particular because of the Phoenix makes it really tricky sometimes.
कौन जीतेगा? I feel G2 is
A little bit of
winning.
extra space towards those pyramids.
चाय टोस्ट
It's
क्या
gonna be
हुआ?
X-Ross with his ult coming into this 4th round.
फोर्थ में वो सुपर चैट वगैरह के बाजू में ही आता है. गिफ्ट बना हुआ आता है पर्पल कलर
2
का.
players who are one tap to it, RB and Ivy. So here's Baby Bay hoping to find that lurking player from the side.
गोल्ड कॉइन इससे मैं क्या खरीद सकती
Actually, they
हूँ?
leave Francis here as the lurk, and he's kind of got his hands full. He can't really clear too much space. The recon
पार्टी हैट, लेकिन मैं तो पार्टी में ही नहीं जा रही हूँ.
peel back. So Nongshim
मैं ठंडी लग रही है
completely aware.
मुझे.
They have to try something a little bit different. But so much util here at the door. Lock can be absorbed.
Right back through. Ivy, however, going to be taken down. That snake bite from Leaf is able to find him. Kill to come in, ult to expire. Now Leaf just poking forward, finds RB. Down be dead. X-Ross now needing the rescale forward, but as these walls fall, so too shall he. Francis going to be able to find just the one more kill. Is wary about this flank, but can't really do anything about it. Jogamo has the jump, 5-1-1 on this KO, and 3-1 now on the score.
Bye, what a
Yeah,
pow.
really impressive stuff already from G2, showing that they're willing to contest that A main a little bit more and have good ideas on how to hold the B executes. That one there, you know, maybe just relying a little bit too much on the run it back that it can clear a lot of space. There's just so many smokes at the front of the site there. And Ivy just tries to disrespect the util, and maybe it was the decay, maybe it was a spam shot while he was walking through. That snake bite goes down to it, so you're back onto an eco.
Oh, quick shot. Dambi trying to up the pace for Big. Absolutely denies it. Pumps the brakes for them, and Jogamo back up forward for another extra kill, but will end up getting taken down. Weapon potentially to be grabbed. RB will be able to slink forward. Takes that Vandal into hand. Hurts away as the Nebula will fall, but fan out into mid. The drone looking to try to spot someone, and Ivy will give them a glimpse.
And they opt not to challenge him this time. Just going to instead split 2-2. Try to play it a little bit safer. See if maybe they can outlurk the lurker here. Get behind Ivy. It's going to have to group up. They need to make sure that this hit goes through, knowing that there's likely going to be 2 left at least on this A site. You don't have
इसको क्या बोलते हैं जहाँ पर ये सब
there to lead the
स्ट्रीट
charge.
फूड मिलता है इसको क्या बोलते हैं
It's a grab ball on the timing. It's well read by
एसपी का
Valor.
मैच में वॉच पार्टी कर रही
Maybe
थी
under some
भाई
pressure in this time. No scope, not going to be able to
देखा
connect.
तुम आए
Ivy barrel
नहीं
stuffing, so we'll
गंदे
find that headshot now. Can take that outlaw into hand. Leaf, the
खाओ
only one,
गली नहीं
would be vulnerable to the one shot.
only teams qualified would be NA and EMEA अबे हाँ बे that's
Taking that
true
contact. Takes him down, no damage to be suffered.
खाओ गली बोलते हैं ये
Players
तो
trying to hold the
नहीं
line
मैं
here for
कुछ और
Nongjim.
सोच रही थी
Get around back into their favor, but it's another kill for Leaf with the snake bite. He has the follow-up as well. He is on fire
G2 is
already.
winning bro
As at G2,
food
starting things
street
off 4-1, it's ahead of the next buy. Some ults cycled in here for Nongshim. Do we see a timeout called?
I think they should. I think you're going to have to talk here
probably
pretty quickly about how you want to address this. Like, do you want to try to take some more aggressive A main fights? But G2's already shown that they're willing to contest that space, use some of their flashes to try to make sure that it's not just going to be a free run into the front of A. Instead, Silkanon gonna let this run down at least one more round to see if RB dial up the proper response. You do have a couple big ults here on both sides. No command for Jog. RB's ult and Francis' ult available. So, see what the plan is behind that, but it's a similar 4-1.
The peek out, this is going to be a double face. Ivy gonna have his work cut out for him. So there's a slide out, he's trying to split the difference. He's trying to take down Leaf before. Maybe
yes ALGS देखेंगे guys
no avail.
It's a nice check with the knife too before they make that move. Really smart stuff.
I knew that window was going to be clear as well.
ये मैच हम पूरा नहीं देखेंगे the moment ALGS हाँ चौपाटी बोल रही थी मैं मेरे को चौपाटी पता है ये खाओ गली तो मैंने पहली बार सुना
Dambi, he's going to go chasing forward. Try to catch them off guard here, perhaps. Oh, tucked away. 3 swings. Jogamo will end up falling. The no command now expired, so no res to be had.
नहीं ऐसा कोई प्लेस होते जहाँ बहुत सारा स्ट्रीट फूड के स्टॉल लग रहे उसको चौपाटी तो बोलते हैं यही पता था
Starting to warm up a little bit more. Quick little transfer over to the side. Cleans up Fallon as they will find their second round win.
Yeah, and this is one of these rounds where you can see just how oppressive it is to try to play retake against this comp. Yes, you have the comfort of having the Harbor ult to give you a little bit of extra space to get Dambi next to Orange, but and that pays a lot of value there. Nice little start, though, to isolate Ivy, take him out of the round, give yourself that 5v4 advantage. Still, though, Nongshim very fearsome, and they're still going to be carrying over a bunch of ults. Xros into a second, run it back. Francis still holding on to the Hunter's Fury. Dambi into an overdrive. So you used one of yours last time. G2
मीनिंग अलग है और क्या होता है
Pit available for Leaf.
Scanning ahead.
See if he's not in a position to drop it early, so happy to maybe think about it as a retake option.
वही तो होता है खाने पीने की जगह
Giving up that A
हाँ
space
जो
again.
बहुत सारे फूड स्टॉल होते हैं उसको
Nongshim will just
बोलते
take
हैं
this all day. I mean, they're so good at these A takes that they don't care if you know what they're doing. They'll just keep doing it at very few have been able to really stop it consistently. But they see one there, and it's taking their time. They really aren't too sure. They're looking for some of those aggressive push-outs. Seen them a couple rounds now from G2, so being very cautious, making sure that Ivy's not in a position where he's going to get just dusted on his own.
Start already. Just beat the grab well, but no, will be tabled for now. As X-Ross sprinting around the back. Scouting as much as he possibly can, but nothing to be seen. Don't know that there. Oh my God!
He
is safe enough to find the plant, but what in the hell is that?
The look on Valen's face.
I mean, yeah, he just got away with murder. Unbelievable. Hunter's Fury sent the blind man to cover, keeps him protected for now. Jogamo strafing across that molly. Cleans up too. Francis now. That Hunter's Fury, a lot of weight going to be put on his shoulders with this one. Snake bite previously. Q's going to be interrupted. Jogamo down to 8. The bursts coming through the hole. Play over to the line and IB will connect on all 3. 4K it was an absolute monster for Nongshim the last outing. Very quiet beginning, but that is a massive way to get right back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see the thought process from Nongshim in this round. It's make sure that nobody's going to be able to get those lurks really established. Why? So you have that Hunter's Fury, a safe position for it to cover that post plant. So, you know, Nongshim, a team that's well known for their, you know, pseudo W key style, right? They're going to come at you with Dombi, but they know how to slow it down. They know how to take a pause, and they know why and when to do it. RB's been around for a damn long time, so best believe he's wise to some of the games. This time, slow creep up, but another flash at the ready.
Oh, there's going to be the exchange. Here's Dombi, hits the transfer. The cleanup too. Jogamo will be able to find a shutdown with that stinger. The weapon maybe a bit out of grasp. Wants to maybe try to recover that, but instead will end up falling to the wayside as Trent similarly going to be caught in mid. Ivy starting to get these lurks going as he scales forward and will be able to intercept Leaf as well. Back-to-back rounds here for Nongshim as they tie it up 4-4.
And this is what makes Dombi so scary. Yes, weaker buy for D2, I get it, but also he can just disrespect your util. They know he's coming and they still can't stop it. So maybe rifles there, it's a different story. But yeah, look at this. I mean, just ridiculous. Just sliding on in. No fear. Tough one. Yeah. I know G2 has to feel like they might have had a moment where if they could have killed Dombi there, maybe it could be a different round. Maybe you can get that Thrifty to go, but not meant to be. This go. Valen has a Cosmic Divide. Close to another null command.
With the op online as well for Baby Bay, but for the moment, I mean, it's being avoided.
Nongshim
have just forgotten that the B side exists.
Yes.
Try to go for it the one time, and it didn't work. To say, okay, well, let's just keep hitting A over and over again.
If they change this to just a one-site map, Nongshim would be perfectly fine with it. Like, they would just be like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We agree. B-site, why? Who needs that? Although they might be rotating back this time because I think they figured out there's quite a heavy stack here again. And even though they've been able to best the 3-man stack at A at times, they're trying to make them think they went the other way. But G2 knows better. I'm a little bit worried about Baby Bay. Look where Ivy's gotten to. And they have no idea. They have no info on that. And I don't think there's any way that this drone sees him. Unless he goes like this.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're dead to rights. Swing that corner, immediately going to fall. Now Nongshim are pushing into the stack. Dombi going to be headshot on that push, and Jogamo right up in between the pyramids. Finds it. Push through, and it's going to be Jog coming away with 3. Shuts them all down on entry, and Nongshim not able to gain the lead for themselves.
Yeah, I really like G2's approach so far here on Breeze. And why? Because it plays a bit like how they used to play Breeze with the Harbor comp in that they throw all this util at the chokes, right? There's the flash, there's the shock dart, there's probably an Astra util in there sometimes as well. And then they're aggressively hitting you with a counterpunch while you're trying to make your execute. This is something I really liked that Valen used to do a lot with the Harbor. Now they've kind of got some new ideas as well. baked into this to really shut down Nongshim. So finally, gonna have to make
Hi
Nongshim
Soham, hi
consider
Sanjay, what's
other
up?
parts of the map.
No, it's all a ruse. It's all to try to make them think that they're going to be, make them think that they've rediscovered
surely
this section of the map.
Knife only catches on Francis, but now you're seeing two guns. So now as G2, you should be like, okay, they're coming this way again, surely. Right? You have no info in mid, though. I mean, you have no idea.
You know, they've given up the space. That's why Trent's getting
हाँ सोहम भाई हाँ curtains बदल दिए
trying
मैंने.
to drone out of that position, but the strike is going to be coming in a hell of a lot faster than they can afford. So Ivy, curious how aggressively he wants to play this. Could go for a very deep backside pit. Will send this. Going to occupy a bit of space around Orange as well as the mid doors. Really just funneling all of G2 either onto a flank, which Francis is watching for, or just from the spawn.
Curtains भी बदल दिए, chair भी नहीं ले ली. पीछे भी बदल दिया bed.
Down to the floor, the rest can come in and is. Balance able to find that, but there's the backstab. Francis arriving out in the mid. He's able to find that kill. Now suddenly it's just Trent. Sucked within the smoke, pushes forward, finds Ivy, looks for a little bit more, but nothing more to go his way. 5-5, Nongshim, they will keep it neck and neck.
Yeah, so
City भी बदल
actually this
दिया,
does
और
end up
क्या?
kind of working. But also G2 loses a bunch of information control on the map. Trying to make these aggressive moves early and
भाई
Nongshim's able to
कैसे से
take
भाई
just a short
बहुत है
pause to
सब.
use it against them.
बाकी कुछ नहीं दिखा
Some
भाई
really
को
good back and forth
curtain
in the
दिख रहे.
shot calling right now. Really impressed with some of the adjustments being made. RB again finding another little micro change in some of their
Room भी
macro.
बदल गया भाई, city ही बदल गई तो room तो बदल ही गया
Alan's been good
ना.
about counter adjusting, putting in a lot of good prep for today. Bay going to be on op duty in mid again, this time up from window.
Just when the spike started inching further up cannons.
Paris कब जा रहे हो? Paris से ही तो stream कर रही हूँ मैं. क्या बात कर रहे
Don't
हो?
worry. Surely this time they'll buy it.
Ivy has to be wary.
It's a tough spot to be in for Baby Bay, though.
Oh. Lucky for Ivy. Can go for a full speed swing, but Baby Bay immediately is pivoting over. That 0 point should have spotted out quite a bit, and Balance done it again. This time will be counter spam. Fragment will fly to stop the flood. That smokes down on either side, but also the reckoning out of the equation for Nongshim. I have to suspect that was going to be a big part of the plan to try to take this site.
Yeah, so Nongshim's going to try to send an extra player over with Ivy this time. Create the extra angle. May work a treat. He really wanted to get in there, but that was a really nice recon dart. It slowed him completely down. Couldn't clear it.
I mean, the overdrive's just gone now, but Ivy finds the timing through mid-doors. Jogamo going to be struck down. Trent spotted, and he's just a hair off from being able to find Domby's head. 2v4, the operator in position, but given the weapon investment and the cash that G2 don't have, I think you just have to give this one up. Leaf is not coming to the rescue. He knows this is going to be a safe. Baby's just trying to see if he can find a pick
हाँ
and then
मैं तो
rotate out.
इधर ही हूँ अब, मैं आई नहीं रही.
If they find out where he is,
क्या prediction है?
Oh,
I can see Domby sprinting right at him, so he will keep it
G2
quiet.
winning
Drift
2-1.
away. Nongshim will gain the lead.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's still a similar answer for Nongshim in terms of mess around on the map a little bit, take a pause, make them rethink their ideas, then eventually go back to A once you've kind of maybe confused them a little bit. But it's sending that extra layer over in towards mid. Not sure it was necessary. Ivy was actually pretty much on point there regardless. But, you know, Nongshim, round around, making little micro adaptations, adjustments. Make it difficult for G2 here. G2 again tried to go for that choke point punch and lose Valen quickly. And they just don't have enough of a response. Again, able to slow down the overdrive, sure. There's so much more behind that Nongshim explosive entry power. It's really tough unless you are able to gum it up at the chokes like we've seen a couple times. This time around, maybe with that harbor smoke at the front of B. Let's see if that causes any alarm bells. No, G2 holding the line.
There's the reckoning. Leaf going to be blinded up, but still is able to find Domby. Exos for the turn to the side. Gets that kill. Blazewell now going to be situated. Molly into the Nebula just to try to make sure that everything is cleared out. Will just be drones exchanged. Spike can be brought forward to be planted, but they're still taking their time with this one. Nongshim. walls are only going to last so long.
Yes, Ginger.
B still just checking on that backside corner.
संजय वापस घर जाने का UPI दे दो चलो.
Francis to try to scale forward. X-Ross taken down. Baby Bay able to find the kill, but a quick peek and a quick kill. Francis finds the headshot, gets some more damage. Baby Bay down to a sliver. 5 health remaining on that Neon now. But Jogamo out from tunnel is able to find Francis. He's put himself on an island. Out of util now. Nongshim are just going to have to win this with the rifles. Jogamo spotting the 1. RB trying to collect that elimination. Can't quite do it. Jump up over the half wall. Noise made. Trent knows exactly where he is. A swap of the guns to dive forward. The swing out. It's all to play distraction as Ivy from window will mow them down. Nongshim managed to make this a 7-5 half in their favor.
Yeah, showing they've got some legs on that B side too. Been a lot of A hits, but this one, they're able to get going. Even though it looked like maybe Leaf was just going to close the door on him, but X-Ross able to get the counter spam through the smoke to go.
Apex शुरू होने वाला है क्या?
Opening pistol where Leaf, pretty sick bandit play. And a good start here, and obviously a much better defender side than we saw last time.
Oh, for sure.
Because they didn't win a single round.
Yeah.
Sir, this is EWC season, bro. It is that time.
You know, with this run back, with Nongshim continuing to just hit this A side over and over
again. तो matches ही matches चलेंगे.
We didn't get to see a timeout call at all from Josh RT.
FC का तो वो है ना अभी. क्या है? FC2 है शायद से.
This isn't a bad scoreline.
अभी अपन main event में नहीं है ना.
We need to see a really impactful attack now, if that's going to be justified.
It's got to be better than what we saw last time, because they only got 5 rounds on their attack side in the previous matchup. So, yes, I think from what I've seen on this defender side, I think from Josh's perspective, I'd be pretty confident that, hey, my boys are following the game plan pretty well. Seems like they have a pretty good read on their opponents for the most part. You have some rounds in there maybe you'd like to have back for sure, but there is a sense of the game plan, and it seems like they're pretty locked in overall. So, sure, let it ride.
कपिल का अलग ही चलता रहता है. कपिल भाई reinstall कर लो भाई तू.
Find that second pistol here on the map, or if it's going to be Nongshim building up the streak even further.
Or maybe his timeout button's broken. You know.
Frantically slamming the damn. Hit it too hard and now it's not working. So.
You just blame Alex. It's the same coach's booth. It's him. It's his fault.
Wait. Or G2.
कपिल को ब्लॉक किया हुआ है वाइट ने. कहते हैं ऐसी है.
Not going to be feeling relieved. You're not going to be feeling truly comfortable at all until you're through this series with the win.
Yeah.
Loser goes home. The winner will be advancing forward into the playoffs, playing on the big stage.
I mean, if you can get this map to go, you got to be feeling real good about that sunset.
Oh yeah.
Do not like the way that Nongshim played it. Do not like their agent comp on it. But we'll see. Maybe they made changes. I hope.
आज ग्रुप गेम्स हो रहे हैं ना. आज ग्रुप गेम्स में हो रहा है वॉच पार्टी. आज सबके सब वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं एपिक्स. ये है आज का ग्रुप गेम. सब ग्रुप में वॉच पार्टी करेंगे.
It's a gamble stack for Nongshim that is not going to find success. I mean, should have known G2 was just going to look at the playbook from Nongshim and say, yeah, hitting A seems pretty good. Here at shop, is X-Ross going to be overwhelmed. That's out of bridge. Fallon cleans up down B. Now 3 players versus 4.
Oh my God.
Francis looking for a timing, but Trent
Yo, comrade.
also swing up towards bridge. And now they're completely surrounded. Fighting on multiple fronts, but Fallon has the backstab opportunity. Ivy will fall on RB, now has to do it all. G2 looking well slated here.
CS का CS last week में होता है. इसमें ना same ही schedule रहता है. Last year भी same था वालों Apex first week. CS2 is always last week. Last week is August
All right, giving themselves a real shot in this map.
19
Love the
या
aggressive
28
post
से
plan
शुरू होता है.
play from them. A very different look to G2 here today. And a lot of different ideas. They're being much more proactive on the map. And that's really catching Nongshim off guard at times. You know, 2 players coming up towards bridge there, absolutely unexpected. You wouldn't think You know, maybe they'll send one. Two
How's
like
the
that,
weather today?
especially at G2.
Non-stop.
I think, you know, they're a team that likes to play that
Raining,
fundamental set up crossfires on the site, you know, post-plant style. Here today, come to match firepower with firepower, and I am all about it.
6,
This time Gamble's
7.
back on to A, looking to be correct for now. Maybe with a... Right now, I mean, Leaf maybe with a minor spot out here on the Ivy. And now has it fully confirmed.
This time, no. Actually, RB's got a ghost.
Yeah, the only one.
Yeah.
Everybody else just with classics. And G2, they're going to look to explore elsewhere, at least fake back for a brief little moment. Sure that there's no deep flank through mid. Leaf starting to stray away. Join in with the rest of the team.
I feel like that dart and response should make you change directions here.
Stun out on X-Ross, but got the cove situated. Pushes forward, a couple right clicks going to be sent out. They know that somebody's going to be playing up close. 40 seconds remaining. It looks like that's going to be the pivot call now for G2. Rerouting over to B, where for the moment it's still just Ivy alone. Down being the walkout into mid. Immediately going to be dispatched as Leaf finds that kill. And they say, well, we got one here, so let's just go right back into A. Defensive hold going to be significantly weaker. As X-Ross, he didn't check to the side. He was ready to try to shut down the crunch from mid, and he ends up getting caught by Baby Bay. He should have been able to have that kill for free. That would have been a bulldog scooped up off the corpse. Absolutely misses the opportunity, and now it's just Ivy to try to see if he can get any
Juice and
additional damage.
popcorn मेरे लिए भी भेज दो. Thanks.
Basically needs 2 kills.
Entry 8:30 हो जाना चाहिए, I guess.
Very unlikely.
8:30 होना चाहिए सब.
No,
भाग के गई नीचे, भाग के
pretty
आई.
difficult. Gonna try to tuck in and die to the spike. Nice little mid-round here from G2. Kind of almost walked in.
Browser install नहीं नहीं.
Pulled the trigger on
मैं
it
बोल
just
रही
a
हूँ
little
तुम
bit too
अपना
soon. I
दिमाग
think they
reinstall
actually could
करो,
have
try.
had G2.
Might
They had the
help.
rights if they wait for just a little bit longer. Or at least done a lot of damage to him. And
7-7 ही तो आज की
just a
डेट
little
है.
bit too trigger happy. That gave G2 enough time there for that mid round to move in towards double doors. But as Valen, I'm probably going, ooh, I almost sent the boys into the grinder.
That's cool.
So let's
मैं अभी सोचा आरपी में जाऊंगी, सब बोलेंगे.
try something a little bit
मतलब
different,
सब
maybe.
तो नहीं, कुछ लोगी.
To see toy with some different ideas.
ये
Now,
इतने दिन
the
नहीं आई,
no-ship
आती
strategy here
नहीं है.
today continues to
मैं
be
क्या करूँ भाई बताओ?
gamble stack.
Just
मैं
stack
क्या
up.
करूँ?
Just gamble.
Going for it again. Maybe a push in the mid. Flash out, but and now the lean back over to A, where it's just RB alone.
Boys, we're in Paris, not Monaco.
Yeah, I don't know what.
पाजी मत करो, कपिल को इरिटेट क्या कर रहे हो?
Throwing the check. G2 free to scale. Swing of the elbow. Nothing there. No one home. Nongshim now getting ready to have the bad news.
नाम पर भाई
Here's the
यार.
sprint forward from Baby Bay.
Shit, मैं तो
RB
भूल ही गई
just trying to
कैसा
stay
था.
tucked back.
टीचर.
Full retake now.
सिर्फ टीचर
I mean,
आ
yeah, you've got
गए.
4 coming from spawn. That you may be able to just kind of,
Trent hears all this.
yeah. That's so many footsteps.
पाजी कपिल को इरिटेट मत
We'll stun him up.
करो,
And Tommy with the slide in, able to find that kill. Wise to that.
ऐसे था शायद.
Meanwhile, RB was still able to find an elimination as well. Turns to the side, Baby Bay trying to barrel stuff, but RB still comes away with another before finally getting taken down. Her ball fully connecting with a swing a little bit late. Jogamo covering fire, keeping his IGL protected at least for the moment. As Jogamo
हाँ आ जाओ.
gets this into a 1v1. Ivy
Argentina
sprinting,
doesn't
tapping, the
need it.
swing
Yeah.
coming in, and Jogamo does it again.
मैं थोड़ा डिले में
The
रिएक्शन दूंगा.
4K to take them back into the lead and convert the bonus. G2 looking significantly improved on Breeze.
Oh, and a huge glow up on the KO for Jog. His flashes have been really, really good, but the gunplay has been even better today for him. He looks so comfy on the KO.
I mean, at its peak, it's a 2v5.
भाई उधर एलजीएस की चैट में कोई लिख रहा है सिर्फ भाई I'm watching you shout out दे दो.
17,
Crazy,
9, and 5.
man.
Looking
That's
untouchable right now
crazy.
on this KO. And G2, they
2v4 मेरा अब तो ध्यान ही नहीं है इस मैच में. मेरा ध्यान है कि वो कब शुरू होगा.
Thrifty. That could have cost them everything, but Trent barely able to stabilize and take down Dambi. RB had been tagged up, but that's going to be a couple weapons now recoverable. At least the one passed over where they want this to go. They will leave it in the hands of Extros after all.
Kind of a weird post plant for G2 because they have to go fanning out, looking into spawn to see if anybody's out there before they could turn their attention back towards the site. Turns out that's where all of Nongshim is.
The Reckoning's going to be committed to this. It's not going to connect on anyone here. Balance position now known off the drone. Cosmic Divide going to call it an IB dead. Moments before that wall gets lifted up.
Oh, Leaf.
Leaf on this backstab could be monstrous. Jump through. Balin just dancing around this. He's able to find Francis in there. Leaf now can strike. Exros hearing the footsteps, but knows this is going to be over. Takes down Jogamo, but nothing more to be found. Looked like it was going to be the Thrifty confirmed, but G2 still stabilized. One player surviving. Still now up 9-7.
But no jinx.
This is a very different G2 in a lot of ways. They're being so aggressive post plant. Willing to take some risks, willing to make fast counter moves.
Luck साथ नहीं देता. Whom you support? देखो, I support NS, but I just know that G2 is winning this.
Tries to go for the big swarm.
Like, I just know it. G2 gonna
take
win.
Time out. Finally, someone does.
2-1.
It's getting a little
That's
too out
the
of hand.
final
You're
score.
coming into a big buy as well. You're potentially going to have that operator for Dombi. So things that certainly Silkanon wants to talk about, and I imagine this is probably something like, yo, let's go back to the game plan here, guys, with how we usually play our defender side. Let's, keep maybe Dombi mid, have him take some control, split it up 2-2. Viper front of B, everybody else over towards A.
जीतेगा तो NS नहीं
player out there like Francis.
One of the things that they've started leaning into more with Dombi in particular is using that operator, but they've not gone for it yet, and they also haven't had very many opportunities to try to get one online.
No. I think it still isn't fully comfortable.
Good morning.
For
Good
him.
morning.
I mean, as
good
good as he
morning.
was with it the other day, it's still not something he's.
Well, I mentioned it. They have it now.
Yeah. I figured it'd be coming here in this round. But I think it's hard on the attacker side too. Like you want Dombi to just be getting in their faces.
Oh, on that side, sure.
Yeah. But here, this is the first time they've had money for it.
Let's see if he's going to be able to find value, because for now, G2 completely avoiding it. They are going to go into the heavier stack side of this map.
Like some of this from G2, they've thrown up a bunch of smokes in mid to try to deny info over to Nongshim, but Nongshim went 3-2 from the get-go.
Oh, well. Hell of a shot from Francis to start things off. Shuts down Baby Bay right as the null command comes through.
Baby Bay एकदम वैसा नहीं ऑन खेल रहे जैसा मैंने इससे एक्सपेक्ट किया था
Spotted out, fragment over to backside. Another going to be layered in.
If Baby Bay was on KO and Jogimo was on Neon, तो अभी तक खत्म हो चुका होता.
Find value, catches Leap on that deep lurk. G2 for now. Looking to be held at bay, especially as RB does that. Cleans him up. It's just Exros. Killed through the ult. Still on board for a flawless, which would be a huge way to jumpstart their economy. Get them back into this game. And yep, RP will be able to find the third and final. So flawless round confirmed. Nongshim once again. Just one round behind G2.
Squad.
Yeah, the op really doesn't mean much in this round. It's more that Nongshim just sticks to their early round read, the 3-2 setup, and a really nice opening shot from Francis to take down Baby Bay. That's so much of that entry power denied. You need that Neon on these executes. And to have him just be instantly headshot, that slows you down so much.
इसलिए Baby Bay को KO आना भी चाहिए. अरे तो Neon पे भी क्या ही करेगा.
So much harder for you to
इससे
make
तो
entry.
इसको KO दे दो भाई.
As G2, Nongshim runs double. They have like an extra layer if they lose one of those two. As you as G2 don't really have the same comfort. We're going to try again, though, a little bit faster this time.
Two players on the side of the drop down from Baby Bay.
तो शायद तुम्हारे prediction बहुत अच्छे होते हैं ना. करो sign up.
Francis will fall.
EWC fantasy में
we'll
करो
find that opening kill. G2 trying to make this happen, but RB from behind is able to find one.
Oh.
Exros dead, leaves RB all alone now. A 1v3. 6 bullets remaining. Now down to 5. G2 trying to find the timing on that catch. He managed to make it happen. Gets the reload and swing out. Balin has the headshot. G2 get a thrifty, staving off Nongshim once again. as they reach double digits.
This is all Valen for me, and it's the play call at the beginning of the round. We're just going to turn up the tempo. They're not going to be ready for the fast B hit. It's the last thing they're going to expect based on all the conditioning we've shown so far. So we're either going A or we're doing a delayed hit B. This time, they just turn on the jets. Well, sort of. They go in there quick, I should say. Get some space, have a good flash to clear the back of that space. RB almost plays spoiler.
Oh boy, this is a glass cannon. Damn, he's about to peek in the mid.
Hero bachao, Tushar hatao.
And he cannot find the shot.
Tushar hatao.
Jogamo taking him down. Baby Bay, however, not going to be clearing the corner. Suspecting that Alp is going to be playing alone. Curveball out, but Jogamo just dances back up behind the door. Is able to dodge that out. Francis will have it on the trade with that Hunter's Fury. Meanwhile, Ivy on the cannons. Valen going to be taken down, and so far the crunch looks decent, but then they overstep. RB's pushing past his own wall.
It's a tough read now for G2. Cleared so many players. You're like, is this actually free? It is not.
Francis needs to win that one. He's going to win them both. Leaf and Trent will get taken down. The op can be recovered, and Nongshim will spare their blushes a bit. It still ended up being a bit of a nail biter for them, but scrape by with the round win. One away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think doubling down on the fast pace makes a lot of sense because you take down that operator so quick, but then Baby Bay doesn't fully clear the corner. I think there's a little bit of confusion because of that. He checked it, but he didn't look far enough to his right to really confirm. That cost them quite a bit in that round. Baby Bay will cut funds for that overdrive. I'm going to mention he picked it up in the previous round. Well, he's just going to dive on in.
Sending it now. Not spotting anything. Francis sends out a shot. Might have been a bit of a misclick there either way. Meanwhile, Ivy trying to hold court. Gets that snake bite out. Still 2 kills going over to G2. RB only able to find Valen. But Ivy again looking to try to refill this space. Catches Trent. Can he find Baby Bay? No, he cannot. That elimination to come through. The overdrive. Tomby just trying to run him down. His peek from window could be everything, but Baby Bay just turns back, plants his feet, and holds his own.
Huge shot there from Baby Bay. Very well, may have saved the round.
I think if you're G2, messing the pit here even might be good enough to go for. You still are going to have 3 more ultimates to work with going into the next round.
Yeah, I think it's pretty worth it. They're just so scared. They have no idea where Xros went.
Fantasy है ना आदित्य देखो link pinned है. Link पर जाओ sign up करो team बनाओ भाई.
I think he was on the other side of the map the whole time.
Literally predict करना है तुम लोग को and if you are right भाई free rewards भाई.
Spot out any of these players in transit towards A, then you used to think this is going to be B.
करना चाहिए
you have to pin. Most importantly, because you don't know where he is. Give you that extra layer of safety. Beautiful. Love it.
Yep, and they also gamble on the right side of the pillar. Backside plant. Try to make this nigh impossible for Xros. Really now he has a bit of a quandary. You just try to play this. Try to peek at the corner. Finds the first. Gets the fadeaway shot! What is that? What a monster! What a hero for Nongshim!
She sells seashells on the seashore as fast as
wins an ungodly clutch to tie it 10-10.
That is unbelievable. The youngster for Nongshim
absolutely
crushing G2 there in that moment. They had a real chance. It was a nice little execute, able to get that extra little off-angle created. Baby Bay swinging in from mid opens up a lot of space.
She sells seashells on the seashore. 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 She's
he did hit a crazy good shot. You have to kind of tip your cap on that one.
Unbelievable. So into the immediate timeout call.
Seashore.
Round like that, it could be just soul crushing.
Seashore. भाई मैं भूल ही गई. मैं एक्चुअल में क्या बोलते हैं भूल गई. भाई ये लोग अभी तक बात कर रहे हैं. मेरे को गुस्सा आ रहा है. ये लोग का बातें नहीं खत्म हो रहा है.
What you think is going to be, a 1v1.
Right.
You're playing against that, but somehow, some way, X-Ross, he manages to separate them.
Yeah, I mean, they just hit that timing where they're close enough to the corner that he can isolate that fight. And so it's just, yeah, it's tough. That's, you know, when you take a risk like that, you think you're going to catch your opponent off guard. But maybe just took a little bit too long. I think they maybe expected X-Ross to be to the site a little bit faster, in fact, and that they maybe could catch him, like, as that pit is dropping, him trying to scramble to figure things out. Goes that no command for Jogamo. He's in mid. He's just kind of standing there.
Menacingly.
Yeah. Real scary. I'm scared.
Cosmic Divide now to be called in. Dambi has to backpedal, give up the space, give up the sight. 5v5 retake attempt, and Trent should be able to get into a disconnected position to utilize his Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, this should be a tough
pit is Ivy.
Tough round here for Nongshim.
Leaf just on the other side of this, ready to try to find the jump here. Ivy, however, still pushing forward.
Oh boy.
And Leaf not spotting him at all. This is now a huge backstab opportunity for Ivy. I'm just going to be quickly cleared out. It's under the side, Baby Bait rerouting. Ivy still circling closer and closer to these players over at main. Valen, however, still going to be able to find one. Francis going to be taken down. Leaf watching for this flank. Meanwhile, the rest of the team still profiting on the front lines. Ivy can find the one, but now he's all alone. Nothing more to do. Rotates out to try to hold on to this gun. Jogamo will fall to his hand, but G2 win the round and regain the lead.
Well, this is exactly one of the rounds that you love to see from G2. I talked about it earlier. Just that traditional on-site crossfire setup post-plant. Yes, they're watching for the late lurk and things like that, so they're hanging some players out in their spawn a little bit longer to linger. But that is so well executed, and Jog continues to thrive. 25 and 15 on the KO. Huge glow up for him today. The difference maker right now here for G2 for sure. And you've put Nongshim on another weak bye. It's going to be one rifle in Ivy's hands. He keeps it over. Two, since X-Ross has a Guardian. They're going to go for a three-man slow creep out of A main, two towards mid. G2 curious about where exactly Nongshim's going to try to cheat on the map a little bit to take space, and they don't see it over at elbow, but a quick pivot. Sure. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that drone saw Ivy.
Still deadly. Still a lot of work to do. Recon to backside, and Jogamo is silently crept forward. They have no idea that he's made it this deep, and now they find out in the worst way possible. Quick little shot, but Ivy quick to trade it back. Finds that kill, still operating alone, though, and it's going to be Trent. Front of sight, take him down. I don't think he got the confirmation on Leaf as well in mid. Going to be down to X-Ross, who's about to swing this corner with the peek in towards elbow. Just trying to be so cognizant of too many angles. Leaf will strike, swing around the back. Dambi able to find that kill, gets it back into a 2v2, but they're just so outgunned. They both chucked in, push into the fast lane, making sure that he is not scaling forward. All this to try to play in RB, but Trent watching, has him covered, and Trent will get them over the line. A 3K for the Sova, 12 to 10. G2 just need one more to take down Nongshim on Nongshim's map pick.
The thing I love about G2 is that they always give you a different look, round over round. It's so rare that you're going to see them kind of do the same thing twice and a half, unless, you know, they've conditioned their opponent that they can double down on that. This one, a quick check up elbow, and then a push in towards the front of B. Almost, though, Ivy goes crazy. He got unspotted by the Sova utility initially, but that allowed Jogamo to sneak in the back. Ivy this time says, okay, I'm kind of sick of you guys doing this on my site. This is a Viper's Pit for you. Do what you want, but for now, G2's looking, again, for more aggression from Nongshim, looking for that scaling. Want to be better safe than sorry here in this round. Anything really on the map is Star over at Double Doors in mid, right in front of X-Ross there. That doesn't tell you much. They're pretty much going to perma put that smoke down. think the poison cloud is in mid 2 there, potentially. Trent, throws the dart. You're not going to get any contact off of that. So Leaf can at least hold the line here. Now you can start to establish your presence a little bit as G2. Take a little bit of map control, start to work things out.
Oh.
What a pick for Danby, though.
Yeah, long range with that Phantom. Took a couple bursts, but eventually he's able to find that. Both now situated, RB. Like in front of the Viper wall, trying to see if he can spot out anything at the same time. This drone forward into the pit. Just trying to sell a bit of a fake. RB trying to find that timing, but he cannot find the shot. Jogamo again, the 1-2 deliver.
GG. Soul nahi, S8UL.
Ivy's going to be outdone. Trent.
S8UL match in Apex.
Never rotated.
In about
Stayed stagnated. Dami now. Taken out of the equation. Exros and Francis having to do it all in a 2v4. Now the 1v4 Exros.
Abhi entry wala part shuru
Work cut out for him. He
ho
finds the
jana
first.
chahiye waise to. Right, it's
still
time.
The null command will expire. But on the
मैंने
swing,
बोला था
Valor
नहीं
takes
जीत
the
रही
fight
है.
and takes his life. 13-10.
कोई ना आप guys हम
A
उधर ही
massive
switch करते हैं
rebound.
तो first map ही
G2.
देखना
They
था.
did their homework.
ज़्यादा हम नहीं
They
देख
were
पाएंगे.
prepared for Nongshim to go back to Breeze.
And it's
Now we'll watch this. Watch this.
Started out like an alien, but of course I have Doc and Mozambique here, so it makes sense that it's a lifeline.
Okay. All right. Give it a second for everybody currently watching. Let us know in the comments right now in chat if you are watching on Twitch, just enjoying those awesome drops. Rate it from 1 to 10. We're gonna go back and see what you guys end up rating that drawing. And now, okay, you're good. You know what? I'll give that one a.
Put it away.
I'll give that one a solid 7.
7 for 7.
No, it's not because of that. All right, Clara. Moment of truth. Are you gonna make your subscribers, your followers, your friends proud with your drawing?
I actually feel like ours are very similar. I also put Mozambique here. But I feel like you get extra points because you drew Doc. I forgot Doc.
Yeah, that was the only thing I could think of, and I was like, "What is it?" I'm like, I know she's got little
but I did the peace sign because she does that pose.
Yes.
Oh, you do have going that for you.
Yeah.
It is still a stick figure, so I guess you guys are within that same range. And once
we should both be cancelled.
Everybody once again at home, let us know in the chat. What is Clara's rating? Okay, we're gonna go back and look at some of those ratings that you guys are putting on Twitch, that you guys are putting on YouTube, and maybe that you guys are putting on social media with the hashtag EWC or hashtag EWC26.
Now let's get 7 to
This
draw
is
one.
now.
No.
We feel better about ourselves.
Luckily for me, we're almost getting ready for Group A versus Group B. You know what? I gave you a 7, right?
Yeah.
Watch
Am I gonna have to play favorites here because you're like the guest? Yeah, I am. You know what? I'll give you a solid 7.7.
10 feet guys,
I'm gonna make you out back 7.
Oh man. Next, you're gonna end up drawing me at the end of the day. I just know it's gonna happen. All right, you guys can put those drawings down. Now, going back here to EWC, have you gotten a chance to explore Paris? Clara?
Yes. Okay, so I got here on the 1st, and then I decided the 2nd I was gonna wake up and go see everything. So I walked the entire day, and I sweated in places I should probably never sweat. It was, yeah, but I was determined because I ended up at one location, and then once I saw a glimpse of the Eiffel Tower, I was like, okay, it's a 50-minute walk. I can make this. And 50-minute walk for most people is nothing, right?
Yeah.
50-minute walk for a girl who sits at her PC 8 to 12 hours a day, maybe gets like 500 steps a day. Yeah, I was hurting by the end of the day.
3 to 5 business days.
3 to 5, yeah. I was hurting. Got like 20,000 steps in, but I felt really good about it.
Okay, do you remember how many steps you ended up with?
It was like 20.2, I think. Yeah, it was a lot. But I wanted to see as much as possible because I knew the minute the tournament started, I was like, okay, I'm gonna be locked in the tournament. I'm not gonna want to go see Paris.
That's true. Yesterday, I got a chance to go check out the Eiffel Tower. It was freaking stunning. And we got a chance to see it too during the sunset when it starts sparkling and stuff.
It's so
It's been
cute.
pretty nice. Now, no, Lace, you got like, what, 7 weeks with me here or 6 weeks here in Paris. Have you gotten a chance to explore anything yet?
No, so I keep procrastinating. I'm like, see it next week, next time, like, you know, a little bit later. Yeah, I'll get around to it, guys, okay? I struggle walking to the fridge like I'm out of breath.
Have you guys ever had
Uber Eats
snails?
could Uber Eats from my fridge.
Who inspired you to start YouTube channel?
Okay, what do they taste like? Because I was tempted last night, but I didn't do it.
The ones I had were really buttery, so that's all I remember. And Grace is probably watching this right now. Graceful is probably watching this right now saying, anything that Seven eats probably tastes amazing. I can tell you, Graceful, snails. I'm sorry, France. I'm sorry, Paris. Not my cup of thing. I don't think I would try it again. Is there any food in Paris that you definitely want to try that you haven't yet?
I want to try snails. I tried frog legs last night. That was an experience.
How was it?
Tasted like chicken. Yeah, it was like a little fried chicken, so it wasn't bad. I liked it.
Okay, Lace, any food that you want to try?
Tastes like chicken, yeah, crocodile chicken. No, look, I do want to ask an Apex question to our wonderful player.
Oh.
We you know, obviously this game has been around for a long time, right? And you get a little bit emotional, like because you're so driven to this title. Obviously, after 7 years and all the metas we've been through and the pain we go through, what makes you stick around and love it so much?
Genuinely, the community. I feel like the community is just so tight-knit. Everyone is so kind and like such a family that even we talked a little bit how I diverted from Apex for a tiny bit, but then I came but then I came back and it was like I was welcomed with open arms and everyone was so like just welcoming and it made me feel really happy to be back. Yeah.
Beautiful game it is.
Honestly, that is a great reasoning. It is a great community, and that's why I keep just pushing, because I want to see your drawings. I want to see everything that you guys got going on. But thank you so much for spending some time here with us, Claire. Let's check out this video that we got coming up.
We booked S8UL World Cup up.
Cyberware, it sounds amazing. It feels amazing. But they don't tell you what it costs.
You alright, bitch? Hey, you hear me? What's the matter with you?
Why people don't have Valo player? We have a Valo team, bro.
Hello, user. You may call me Snoopy.
Our team was runner-up PCS में. जीते नहीं जीतते तो LCQ में जीतते, LCQ में जीतते तो Pacific में जीतते, but NSP won.
They're all right here. Just don't let it go to your head. Or you might lose it. Control or power? The choice is yours. Oh, look at that. Okay, guns up. Oh dear.
No, S8UL Valo is not in EWC. वो BCS में था. I guess अब शुरू होगा, guys. I guess finally it's time. All I can say is la la la. Yo, Kesha, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? We are the champion. We are the champion. नहीं भाई मैंने नहीं खाया पर मैं किसी के बोलने पे क्यों पारी पीऊँ हाँ मेरी मर्जी कभी भी पीऊँ हाँ not kick. This is not kick. खाना तो बाकी है. 1-2 मैच बाद कुछ ऑर्डर करूँगी. रेडी हीरो मर गई. क्या खाया जाए देखते हैं. आज तो भूखी रह गई मैं. की रह गई आज. गार्लिक ब्रेड से पेट थोड़ी भरेगा. मुझे मैक एंड चीज खाना है. अच्छे मिलते हैं क्या? दिल्ली में तो मैंने मस्त मैक एंड चीज खाए थे. इवन बैंगलोर में भी बहुत टेस्टी खाए थे. मुंबई में नहीं खाए. मुंबई में नहीं खाया कभी मैंने मैक एंड चीज. Wedge mac and cheese pasta.
Et nous voici de retour, mesdames et messieurs, pour la deuxième partie de notre journée.
तो बारिश भी हो रही है ना, समझ में नहीं आता सही भेजेंगे.
Et elles vont le faire dans quelques instants.
As we pass the halfway point of day one, it is now time to introduce our final 2 groups to the main stage to debut.
On compte sur vous, mesdames et messieurs, pour bien les accueillir. Ils n'auront qu'une seule chance de faire bonne impression, qu'une seule chance de faire une belle première journée. Quoi de mieux que la première journée du Esport World Cup.
Here's the thing, Luti. You only get one chance at a first impression, and what better place to pop off than day one of the Esports World Cup. So, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your teams as they enter the stage, starting with Zipline Mafia.
Dinos!
Dog Red!
And
Let's
double
go!
36!
Team Nemesis!
मैक एंड चीज में तो अनियन होता ही नहीं. अगर मैक एंड चीज में अनियन है तो वो मैक एंड चीज नहीं है, कुछ और ही खिला रहे हैं फिर.
WGR Neo!
अबे आज मुझे ऑडियो ही नहीं आ रही है. मैं कब से हेडफोन हटा के बैठी हूँ. I just realized it's not even working. What?
Kinotrope Club!
हेडफोन भी है. बंद पड़े शायद.
Team RRQ!
बैटरी खत्म हो गई.
Elite Esports!
हो चल गया.
Team Vision!
GK Esports!
अपनी टीम थोड़ी आई. दिख तो नहीं रही. नहीं आई.
Team Liquid!
Liquid!
Reject!
Oh, reject.
Alliance!
Ninjas in Pajamas Easter! Lotus.
Oh. Who else?
S8UL.
Let's go.
TLN Pirates.
Let's go. Let's go guys. हमारी टीम आ गई.
And last but not least, please make some noise for your defending champions of the EWC, VK Gaming!
Virat Kohli Gaming.
The Kings return to defend their crown. It's one thing to become champion, and it's another to stay champion. In the Qiddiya City Grid, there are no guarantees, but VK Gaming have earned the right to fight for it again. So keep your eyes peeled, because their journey starts now.
देख लो यशपाल जी, तुम्हें किसी और बोल रहा है ये. किसी और बोल रहा है.
那么在去年的 EWC Paris 项目中，那个决赛第9局的话是这样的，
Last year's EWC Paris 给थोड़ी याद होगा.
别，不，慢慢来，我抓着，加油，抓了，
They take the top. They are world champions of the ALGS mid-season playoffs at the 2025 Esports World Cup.
我们那时候太厉害了，这是我们应得的。
The switch is flicked. The iris is going to open and reveal all the teeth that's going to crush all of these teams.
आप कब जाओगे पेरिस? मैं पेरिस से ही कर रही हूँ.
Press that button and drop them all in.
当然选择 ALGS 和 Falcon 还有 Fnatic 这3支队伍当做那个。
मैंने तो किसी बोला था भाई, मैं किसी की नहीं
सुनती。ALGS 本来是那个欧洲赛区的第1嘛，然后我们选他们就是因为他们玩比较好，就实力比较强劲，然后名气也很大。
You are the Sony MVP of the tournament, and you will get an additional $10,000.
冠军加上 MVP 之后吧，多多少少有点懈怠了。
Everybody live in the Qiddiya Arena, make some noise for the winners of the ALGS mid-season playoffs and the 2025 Esports World Cup, VK Gaming!
在那个拿了EWC 冠军之后，因为冠军嘛，然后大家就迎来一个比较漫长的休息期。 就我们已经很久没有去磨合了，然后打的训练赛也比较少，所以导致我们撒谎打得不是很好，结果不是那么好，不是那么让人能接受。
Maybe moving down, VK have fallen. They will not be joining us in match point finals.
就我觉得想赢的话，你得先不怕输嘛，就先不怕输才能赢。所以卫冕冠军对我来说没有压力，反倒是动力吧。
如果我能连冠的话，我觉得亚特兰赛区是站起来了。但是我更想说的是，对我即将出生的孩子，还有我在家里的老婆说，我是最棒的。
吧 ，crazy。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 Playoffs at EWC 2026, where we get to be met with Group C and D with the returning winners of our previous EWC. It's Alliance, VKG, and a family on the way, Tiff. Welcome back, everybody. We're locked and loaded for some more Apex Legends.
Yeah, that interview, it really hits hard when you start to think about it. It's not only just that, congratulations
congratulations once again to starting a family, taking that next step in your life. That's a really cool last year, right? You take a title at the midseason playoffs in 2025 and you... Now, the other side of things, you do have someone saying there was complacency involved.
Yeah.
And my favorite part about that is they recognize it. You know, you don't make match point finals in Sapporo just a few months ago, and you're like, we need to level up. Now you're the returning people here on the stage to defend your title. This is the best way to make that comeback and show your family what you can do.
You have to consider the slogan when it comes to EWC, Tiff. Nothing is given, everything is earned. And if you feel like you have fallen short, which when we know what VKG could do,
exactly,
they recognize that coming out of champs. Now this is the opportunity to take back what you have once tasted in the past here in Paris.
Yeah, and I was being an absolute menace in media day yesterday, and I was talking to a lot of former champions, right? And I was like, is it easier for you to get that first win out of the way, or was it more difficult to defend a title? And every single person said defend the title, because the way things are changing, and it's making sure that you can adapt and stay consistent. And this is the perfect proving grounds to make that happen. We saw all the chaos that happened in A versus B, C versus D. When you've got Alliance, you have VKG in the mix. This is that proving ground.
Sentinels too.
That's true.
We literally just got dubs on dubs on dubs.
That's our
here.
ALGS champs from Sapporo.
And it's going to be exciting to see how they're going to be able to fare off against those who have been able to achieve that at EWC in seasons past. Now looking at our different legends who are ready to go, we have to also highlight the fact that we are once again starting our first 3 games on E-District, this time with Group C versus D and their POI draft tip.
Yeah, and this is what we want to talk about, because the majority of our circles in Groups A versus B did pull down. We had Draft Point, we had Humbert Labs, and we had a City Hall ending. So the teams that are in City Hall, Dogred. Alliance from Boardwalk with Team Liquid at Resort are going to have early prio should we go to the northwestern side of things. But if we do kind of hone down onto the southeast, I'm looking at Aurora, who has Humbert Labs, Zipline Mafia over in Old Town, and VKG, they're at Stadium. Now Falcons, they started off incredibly strong on E-District from Stadium earlier today, so there's very real possibility that we see success for them as well, and it's a similar pattern. The majority of our teams in this lobby prioed Stormpoint POIs up until Alliance. They're the ones that broke the mold. They picked an E-District POI first, knowing that they're getting Northpat on Stormpoint later, because who is contesting that?
Yeah, for free, right? Like, literally, it's the aura. It's the aura that they exude when it comes to trying to contest Alliance, which is why they get Stormpoint for free, and they don't really have to worry about it. Further prioing their POI on E-District, which is going to be Boardwalk, as you've already mentioned, some of our other highlighted teams. When it comes to settling into where these zone pools have been, right? We saw that Humbert Labs very early zone pool, as well as another southern zone over by Viaduct, but it's all about how a lot of these teams have been able to prio their side quests when it comes to getting the information, figuring out where they're going to settle inside these next zones, especially considering the legend compositions that we have.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, right? And one of the teams that I had the chance to sit down and chat with just yesterday was Team Liquid, right? And they're a fun crew. And I feel like a lot of people would laugh at me when saying that, because like they're like, wait, what do you mean? You got Zero, you got Panic and Sykes. But honestly, the chemistry that they were exuding yesterday after their hero shots was, I was like, you know, I could vibe with this team. I don't know what it is. Maybe this is the land. Because if you remember correctly, Vicky, Zero missed out on a match point finals just in the most recent land.
It's crazy to even see that,
right?
And then the fact that like you come out of our first experience in Riyadh for EWC, how stressed Zero looked written all over his face. Now you're talking to me about a different vibe, a different approach here with this player.
You know, it was a little interesting, right? Now you got Panic over there on the right-hand side of things. I said he was 17. I'm sorry, guys. He is 19. He is not the youngest player here. That's actually going to be over on Team Nemesis with Sacred.
Yes.
But there's a lot of those young guns that are on the come-up. All of these new pickups. You've got Aku over there on the left side of Hackis. You know, he recently got placed on the Alliance once Effect went elsewhere, right? So that's kind of the things. We're all about proving ourselves here, which it goes right back to the EWC. Everything is earned.
Exactly. And you know what's funny? I'm like, you're still baby, by the way. Like, when it comes to 19, 17, all right. But you know what? It's true, though. Because then you take a look at having that experience and how that carries over to mentality and how you're going to be able to start strong, everybody. We got a large crowd here in Paris. I know the crowd is willing to go. We got some more Apex. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see you guys get hyped, because these games are only going to get better.
They just keep on going, and we're going back to E District to kick us off here from Group C versus D. Will a returning champion start off strong here, or maybe the 2025 champions Alliance answer back with an early firepower start?
Getting situated too with our POI drop that we were already highlighting before. We talked about VKG as they land over by Stadium, very similar to Falcons, and a very different game plan here as VKG wanting to live up to what they know that they could achieve here. Family on the way. LQ understanding this here together with QQ as they roll out already with the Valkyrie. And it's interesting because if we take a look at where this zone pull is, it may be a southern zone, but taking a different pathing here, Tiff.
Yeah, this will be really fun. I do enjoy Street Market ending, so if I'm the White Grim Reapers over there, I'm feeling pretty strong as soon as I can get that information. With knowing how many people are actually favoring Caustic in this lobby, we did see that crypto ban frequently in scrims with this group matching and first banned in our A versus B.
It's important to also talk about the fact that we have another 100% pick rate on crypto. I mean, I wasn't really expecting that too much of a kind of different outlier here. We're going to continue on with the trend. 20 cryptos in this lobby, 18 alters, as well as 14 caustics. Get ready. It's going to get a little stinky in here with the coexistence that you could have on E-District. But when it comes to a zone like this, Taiwan market in general, and the lack of space that you may find yourself if you go in for a late rotate, as you can already see the scans coming in with the skies looking congested off these crypto drops.
And immediately diving into some early kind of information, we're just trying to poking and prodding. Aurora, Effect, Yarka, Oilrain, they're going to try and get that action. Now, we always talked about, especially at the beginning of year 6, Effect coming onto Aurora's roster after leaving Alliance. What would that look like? How would those calls work for the roster? But Yarka has been really cerebral about it, and most people kind of fail to miss. Like, he won a LAN from Go Next, so we do have LAN winners on this roster. We just need Oilrain to get one as well. For Zipline Mafia, Kazakh falls to 1 HP, but gets back alongside Weak Q away from them.
You know, sometimes when I feel like I'm getting whiplash watching a lot of these individual players take that TP back from the alter queue, it's also just the fact that you have double stun when it comes to having the deal with Seer, the crypto EMPs on top of it. But we're seeing Zero cleaning up Aku while he was at it, and it's Alliance in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice start for them because they actually begin up at Resort. We talked about it, but when you have that ring console at Boardwalk where Alliance was, you do kind of know that you can drop straight back down, especially based off the survey beacon they had at Resort. You're getting that info.
And because they waited for him on the other side of the portal too, that is so unfortunate, but fortunate for Liquid to pick up some easy KP off the start, leaving Alliance as that duo going through Blossom Drive. Hopefully they will be able to bring back their third, while Sentinels hopefully trying to get this Deathbox res too. Getting able to get Bleacher right back, but the action has not stopped. Caustic Bear, oh, he got Alright, and he gets scanned while he's at it too. There's nowhere to run, playing off the sliver of health that he's working off of, but the pressure's not giving up. At least they got the res, which is what matters, but getting out of that situation is even more important for Sentinels.
I know, I'm like watching and counting our cooldowns through the portal. You got 8 seconds on the med kit, 10 on the Phoenix for Monsoon, but we're back up to mostly full health for them and a bit of stability. Now into the drone we go to make sure we scout out that area, but that was almost too close for comfort there.
The fact that they were able to get that, can we talk about some of those changes too? Being able to not have a countdown on being able to get the Deathbox res as well. So being able to pull that off, immediately get out of that trouble with the portal right through to the other side of the wall. But seeing the side-by-side of the other teams who are going to start rotating. Recheck are right next to Liquid, by the way, after we saw them pick up that early KP from Alliance. I've been able to hopefully reset as they try to approach from the north side of the zone, but VK Gaming taking their time coming out of Stadium where they have that ring console and survey beacon.
I've got to give it to our teams that are running Caustic that will have access to the ring consoles. The majority of them, you've made it into the next circle, so that's exactly what we want to see. Starting off in A versus B, a lot of people were fighting in that mid-game situation and didn't quite make it to endgame, and that lobby went a lot quicker. It did become a little more drawn out as we went through, but these teams are actually focusing more on getting into that circle. Of course, Aurora over at Stadium, yeah, they're not. For RC though,
little bit of a different look with Reject now coming in from the outskirts of Energy Bank, where NIP will be trailing right behind him, where they have a survey beacon as well as a ring console. Again, it's more that side quest. They also have the Evil Harvester on the outskirts of that choke, so they'll be able to rotate through there through Energy Bank. But it's a little scary when it comes to the amount of ultras in this lobby. Sure, it's 100% pick rate for Crypto in general, but it's the ability for a lot of these teams to reposition just as quickly. The Team Liquid now come out of Blossom, and Alliance were able, as we have already mentioned, fully reset. It's a great look for this team because no one's really trying to contest them on the western side of Street Market. So they're just playing on the outskirts, looking at teams like even GK, who are going to be able to take some lovely shots with this Hemlock here, trying to boost up Knock and that Evo Shield.
Yeah, I've been really exciting about that GK roster. Dropped, Keon, Knocked, and this is a great way to start things off. You're kind of all the way furthest south out of the teams. You do have Team Nemesis nearby, and as we kind of look at that free cam, you can see them just to the north ahead of that. You do have to make sure we're keeping tabs on that. Anytime Team Vision, as well as they kind of get closer to GK, make their presence known, they're guarding that ring console over there. So it leaves teams like Elite, who have found themselves dead center of circle, kinda up in that drone, just kind of keeping tabs. You see S8UL down there. Back to Team Liquid and Dinos, though. Dinos, the biggest question mark of our lobby, Vicky.
See how they're going to be able to pair off against a zone like this too, right? Or will they find themselves extinct? That's the question here while we take a look at the other teams who are on the high ground overlooking Street Market. We don't really get zones that end up pulling directly on top of it, but it's more so on the outskirts where teams that were able to find their place early on in these road takes, like GK as well as Team Nemesis, can get trickier for the teams that have to play off that low ground coming in from the north side of these road takes into Street Market.
It's kind of interesting. We haven't lost any teams just yet. Zipline Mafia, you can see rotating in from that eastern as you're talking about DK Gaming in the north. Team Liquid and Dinos Alliance. That's going to be a really interesting side when they decide to rotate in. Now, the question is, do we keep carving a path and maybe enter on the eastern as you see Team Liquid basically chaining those portals together, but Dogred, the first team out of our lobby at the hands of Nemesis.
And now Nemesis also looking right behind them with GK being right there. They're going to be able to clean up that KP just as quickly, and with round 2 closing in the next minute right now, they're going to be able to quickly reposition. I love the space that Nemesis are taking up here with GK being right behind them off of their own portal. They can't necessarily overextend because they know that Team Vision are neighboring right to their right. Also love to talk about the passive of the Altar being going to be able to also scoop up any extra mats that they need, considering that they've been here in this building from the very beginning.
As we keep tabs on Team Liquid, they're going to have to make sure that they gatekeep behind them. I'm sure they're already aware that someone is potentially going to follow them into this circle. But I love that we got to look at that southern side. Team Nemesis recognizing immediately, like, we clear this out, we have the potential to win this game as long as we can hold steady. But to Aurora, who notices south side is incredibly important, GK immediately portals back. We've got to get with the team, stand our ground.
I was looking to see what was going on over there with Sentinels, now forced to play that out as a duo. Aurora now make their next move. Isolated to their backs, approaching from the south side of where Team Vision is, but it was important when you highlight where that ring console was in front of Aurora to get that information too. Talk about Dog here. Oh, Gillipussy's literally won, but an insane nade. EMP is the nail in the coffin. Who's gonna take apart this team as Nemesis try to contest? GK now move up. They wanted to get some of the action here while Sacred is farming thus far.
Oh, here we go. We lost Knocked. Dropped is in drone, and here's Keon. We have to keep tabs on Aurora, who are full sending the south side, and on the low ground they are. They're forcing them down. All is going to fall onto Keon here while we wait for Drop to join him. I love that we've got that angle for him. We don't have EMP, so it had been recently used, but an Arcstar should withstand just fine until Nemesis drops down and starts looking at GK as well. Sacred is here to get in the action.
Hold on, you're mentioning this young gun legend, 17 years old. Sacred has been farming as he claims another victim. Dropped is the next to fall, as well as the rest of GK. Now Aurora moving up to get into position, finding that one lone member of Team Nemesis, but it's fine. They have the TP from the altar. He'll get back together with the rest of Team Nemesis, but collecting KP this early, Tiff, is important to set up this momentum on E-District.
And they're standing that area. They're making sure if someone tries to make a threat to it, we're dealing with it. And using Sacred on the altar to do that is just what needs to be done. For Alliance, we are on a different side of things. We're just north of Team Nemesis, and now Dinos who are rotating in, you have to make sure that we keep tabs. White Grim Reapers, that's who they get the initial knock and full on, and we haven't fully been able to stabilize because we have multiple teams trying to push in on this fight.
Essentially evicting them, right? Because now they're forced to go over to that north side. Crazy clip, by the way. We're currently seeing Unlucky now. Blood in the water, he's hungry. Hearing the crypto drones, great tracking, destroying it before it gets any information onto the rest of his team right behind his back. You talk about Dino too already.
They turned around.
They were like, all right, let's
nope. We're good. And I called them the biggest question mark in our lobby because you think back to the America Split 1, right? They had some of the most impactful performances, and they're one of the newer teams in general.
And as we take a look at Team Liquid, they're going to face off against Dinos. Let's jump into a listening with Team Liquid.
मुझे पापा की याद आ रहा है. But I could be wrong. Let's go right.
Zero, I am. Can we jump second? Yeah, just jump second with you. Got it. My head. Nice. Zero, kill me. My head. Zero, on me. Nice. Wait, he's one. He's on. That's the team wrapping my...
क्या कौन है? मुझे डर लग रहा है इनके कौन सुन के.
Nice. I'm gonna medkit.
मैं पैनी पूरी हूँ.
We fucking got this. Medkitting. I'm gonna scan. I need 3 UAV if possible.
सही बात है. कोई
I can get 3 UAV. I'll get close to we need you. I don't think we have time to fight around.
कोई तो थी. मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई नहीं जीता था. मतलब कोई तो जीता था.
Are you picking back here, Panic? Anyone? Yeah, I have blue pings. Yeah, we don't have time. Team on the right side here. No one's close on console right now. No one's close on any of this, okay? Make sure you come try to.
Zero's forehead is just close enough to see everything on his screen after they just cleaned up Dino. They're able to reset fully. You can hear a res in the distance. That one member of Alliance, Tiff, was looking to see what the action was looking like, but getting back together with the rest of the team, you're going to try to pry holding that southern side of zone.
Yeah, and it was a big win. You clear out that side unless someone decides to run back at it, but now you be able to walk into the choke. You've got White Grim Reaper nearby, but of course, we're still looking at teams that have to find their path into the circle. Interforce 36 on the screen here, and Obli as well. A former LAN champion joins up with IOI and Synap at the start of this year, just after champs, and they were one of the teams that I was most excited to watch here when we got to LAN.
Hey, that's going to be even more exciting when you got a Kraber in hand too, seeing how that's going to play out for them and trying to get control over this eastern side of zone. Look at NIP though. Trying to see if they can get a kidnap. Gets the follow-up after getting the Kraber shot. The RE45, more than enough. They get stunned though, they get scanned while they're at it, and they do manage to reposition. Just us right there to give them some backup. Putting down these caustic barrels because they have aware of the caustic barrel right behind them that goes off, that there's another player trying to sneak up from the other side.
I love that as we kind of have this like shared screen moment, you see who it is that's going to be behind them. Ninjas in Pajamas, a team that we actually didn't even talk about at the top of the show. They're kind of dealing with elite esports and Kinotrope, but they're going to have to move. But it's all about that timing, because if you send yourself over to Street Market where you find maybe a shrivel of coverage, you're going to get ripped from the team that rotates directly behind you, because they're just full sending.
Because nowhere is safe though. Synap gets immediately aimed after they get to teleport right through the wall. NIP aware, but beautiful coverage from E36, not allowing NIP to fully capitalize off of this. Cole and Vayne unfortunately lose out on their shields. You see Synap trying to actually move forward, but on the kidnap, they take 2 different angles, Tiff.
And that is why Seer, Kirev here, makes things so difficult for Synap. And hello, now you've got a Kraber. We have 60 bullets in the R9, which can make things difficult, but if you whittle him down with a Kraber first, that'll work.
The fact that we also saw just non-stop fighting in the kill feed too, man. Like back-to-back E36, eventually they get eliminated. Zip, taking a chunk out of them, while Elite also were able to get some KP. Pirates, let's see if they are able to reset too, with so many of these altars in the lobby. Vayne holding the high ground, looking down at the action right in front of them, while Team Liquid, all gas, no brakes. They're right on top of Aurora's heads. which is crazy to highlight the fact that they're one of the few teams, maybe the only team, rocking the fuse this early.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because you have to think, a fact, he's going to have all of Altered's package to maybe like push a play onto them, and if you've got that fuse in play alongside it, look, that's going to be a messy engagement that many people might look to look at. So for Aurora to say, yeah, let's look towards Team Vision, maybe WGR, we have to solidify ourselves in that next circle.
It's like those Cinderella stories that we also see if you take a look at like where Zipline Mafia is situated. Safely on the northern side of zone, almost playing neighbors to Team Liquid with a bit of a gap through that bridge, but Elite, their next plan with S8UL playing right next to them, NIP too, just trying to actually dive in on them, but this is going to be the bloodbath that you can expect when the zone starts closing into.
You've got NIP that's out there throwing seer attacks towards them. S8UL is going to move in on this. We have the drone destroyed from kinda, and now this is exactly what happened. Sure, you get the knock onto a Legacy. The trade comes in and immediately kinda falls. So it's all about holding steady as Light joins them. NIP, who full sends the third party, likely to wipe both of those rosters.
Served on a silver platter. Thank you very much for all eating when you come down. On that Altered TP through the roof. NIP now playing up the low ground though. Vayne looking to give him some suppress fire. That's a one member, by the way, of Zipline Mafia, who wanted to harass them. This starts off the fight though between NIP, RRQ. This is insane. The caustic gas traps though, putting them in the Dutch oven as it's only up to Curative, and his dreams are shattered as RRQ come out on top with not only the KP, but the position over to the southeastern zone.
It's like you got the building, but at what cost? So now they're going to stabilize. I don't believe anyone else should full send this vicinity because the time is to focus next. You've got the exhibit down, Unlucky's on the ground, and Reject is out here just focusing forward, keeping this angle on the stairs.
Although this is crazy, I am seeing Liquid clean up some KP as well, knocking Unlucky by the way, but also Team Nemesis are farming in this lobby. The fact that they have like what, 7 KP alone as RC now look to take a better position, looking at the action happening all around them. Alliance holding on for dear life, while Vision now share that together with the building of Nemesis, as well as WGR over at their POY advantage.
I had a blast talking to Carter and Loader just yesterday from Team Vision. They were really exciting, but Arufa finds the last member of Alliance as Hackis falls. So do they. Down to the top 10 we go for Reject. They're still carving their path towards circle. Do we go towards the collapsing area of Team Vision, WGR, Team Nemesis? Do we go up towards Aurora? We don't really have some good options here, but in the north, this is the battle of coverage from Zipline Mafia and RRQ.
You can also see just playing King of the Hill is Team Nemesis. They're looking at all this action, and it's just a buffet. KP after KP, they're going to be able to still clean some up. Looking ahead is going to be RRQ, who fought to hold down this building, but Zipline Mafia do get involved. They do be able to 3-3 this, but as RRQ focus on this fight, it needs to be quick.
Pricey can't get the bat off because he's got Team Liquid 0 with a G7 scout behind him. Too many eyes staring at RRQ is their demise. For Zipline Mafia, you can try to go up there and loot that, but thanks to Alter's passive, you can just take what you want without exposing yourself. Team Liquid start to keep that presence onto Zipline Mafia, but with 2 bullets in a Kraber in the hands of Zero. He's just going to use it and probably pick up that G7 again.
Driver Zero looking to see if he can take another victim with that Kraber in hand, while Carter's going to be able to take that TP, maybe getting a kidnap here. Effects looking to clean up on aisle 3 as Nemesis do eventually get eliminated, but it was a great run for them. I think they just stayed at 7 KP, but finding yourselves in the top 7. Now as Roar want to keep this rolling, trying to isolate the rest of the teams over to the south side because Sentinels are another one of those teams as well as Reject, but Zipline Mafia having that standoff versus Liquid unless Sentinels end up pushing up and maybe catching Liquid.
BK Gaming fell as well. And back to the G7 scout we go. He had 2 bullets left in the Kraber, took a knock onto Reject with 1 of them, and he's been trying to cross ever since. 10 kills for Team Liquid so far in game number 1. And you know what? They're full sending some more. They want to get closer to Reject, closer to Team Vision, Sentinels, and Aurora. And Zipline Mafia could just stay in the north and be patient.
I mean, the closer that monitor is to Zero's face, the heavier he feels in the way that he's carrying this momentum alongside the rest of his team. 6 KP to his name, the kill leader in their lobby as VSN Carter jumps in between the portal, does a little dance here, isolates, the player stuck on the corner. Where can you go? Where can you hide? You play off the knockdown. He's one shot, and Reject Correct. Get eliminated. VSN with his own closing behind himself. Little to nowhere to run. And it was just a matter of time as Sentinels also clean up Carter.
And then we see all of the damage coming through. The Cryptos in the lobby causing havoc, and Loader trying to withstand all of it. Blinkster gets lit up. The Wingman, the swap, but it's not enough. Zipline falls, Vision falls, and Team Liquid still standing in the final 3. Full sense before being completely demolished.
And with the final 2 squads, it's just a matter of time as Aurora clean up Sentinels and clean up game number 1.
What an end game. That is one you have to go back, carve it back in slow motion, and really hone in on it, because there was so much damage flying from everyone. It felt like 3 teams just unleashing the nades, unleashing the utility.
You get an aid, you get an aid. Your backs are against literally the ring. What can you do at this point but panic, literally? I mean, looking at the way, though, that Aurora played that slowly, let's not even forget that they came out of Humber, moved up, and were able to contest a lot of the teams that were piled up on top of each other when it came to Street Market. That's why Liquid, alongside Zipline, were looking at the action, wanted to get involved, wanted to get some KP. Maybe getting a little overzealous because you still have to consider Sentinels, but then on top of Sentinels, you got Aurora coming in from the same southern direction on top of their head.
Now, the reason I love the fact that this team was able to convert it is when you think about, you called it out, that start at Humber. How many times did we witness Team Nemesis guarding that southern side? They take down GK, they keep focusing on all the teams that try to set up there, but the one team they don't deal with that rotated through the south was Aurora, and instead they kind of both pulled up, and Team Nemesis end up in top 5 with 7 kills because they wiped 2 full teams there. Perfect. I said slow motion, and they bring it back for us.
I mean, what can you expect to when you also have so many Cossacks within the area? You're going to get stunned. You have the EMP singing. You have Zipline Mafia going down within our last 3 spots. This is what you're expecting, right? It pulls outside of Market on the outskirts by the bin and then landing a nade right at the feet of Sentinels, where Aurora just had to walk up and clean up what was left as we take a look at the pop-off already to start off that first game.
When you see the celebrations hit like that, these are one of the teams that we had a chance to talk to in the media room yesterday, and it was Hiarka that was calling Effect Baby Goat, and they were like, that's my nickname, and I just watched Effect literally yeet Hiarka up into the sky after that win. I'm like, yeah, that's your baby goat.
Carried him up like Simba, showcasing everybody, the next king of Pride Rock, right? Like, and that's what you like to see, though. And something else when you talk about IGLs in general, Zero was fragging out. He was doing a great job. You could see how he was taking a lot of these fights with confidence, wanted to get that early KP. It set them up. I mean, Zero did get, 6 KP just alone in that first game. Aurora do take the dub, though, setting themselves to already be at 21 points. Whereas you look at Liquid, and in terms of like the lack of placement, still with that KP, they do find themselves with 18.
Yeah, I caught Kareem right before this, right? Their coach for Team Liquid, and I was like, hey, how are the boys feeling? He's like, honestly, we're feeling good. And to come out here and drop the most damage in the lobby on just game 1, grab 11 kills, the highest damage differential of 2,200. That means they dealt over 2,200 damage than they were receiving to just get second place. Right now, I say just get second place, but you're like 3 points behind the match winners based on that alone. You outfragged them by 2, so that's a stellar performance in my eyes.
Having to consider, too, what was going on with Alliance, right? The way that they were taken apart in the middle of that rotate, playing split up. And I think that adds into the chaos of with the amount of teams that have the TP set up with the Nexus, just allowing these teams to reset and then catching some of the members of Alliance, too, in the way that they want to rotate off guard, because there's a lot of GG spots, especially over by Market to the low to high ground disparity, and how they could try to reposition themselves and the amount of kidnaps that we saw, Tiff.
See, you talk about Alliance, but a lot of their difficulties was at the hands of Team Liquid. Team Liquid left Resort incredibly quick. They pop the survey beacon, they drop down onto Alliance, they get an early kill on that, and Alliance has to leave Boardwalk and go reset. So it was a journey for them throughout the entirety. As we look back at these highlights, some early fights from Team Liquid were so cohesive.
There were, but I also have to talk about, we're going to tell you early fights, Sacred was also just going absolutely insane too. But then highlighting some of our last remaining squads here, Aurora just waiting before trying to go ahead. They saw Zipline Mafia fall down, and they knew that that was the green light for them to start wrapping behind them, while the rest of the lobby that was left, that were collapsing on each other on Street Market, was just a free walk up with a beautiful name tag.
I like start laughing because I'm watching Fun's screen. He's got 3 nade indicators on the side of the supply bin. He's like, I'm going to go ahead and go out there and try to do some damage. Not even a half a second later, just gets imploded.
These nade placements from the very beginning, even our last groups, like, have just been on another level to start us off on E-District. See Sentinels, though, doing great in the way that they were playing patiently in the back end of that zone, waiting for the opportunity to move up. Remember, when we highlighted Zipline Mafia and Team Liquid together, they were kind of on 2 opposite ends, away from the bridge that would lead you into Street Market. But playing off that low ground originally was Sentinel before they were able to move up once that zone was starting to close in, before Aurora had wrapped up behind them.
It's pretty interesting looking back at Aurora. We're just kind of gearing up for match number 2. Sometimes you just gotta like stand up, walk it off. Oidrain, that's one of the biggest conversations. You know, historically he's been on Aurora, before that Fire Beavers, and they've been contenders for lands, right? We've seen land wins that we talked about it, but Effect grabs one. Hiarka gets one. Oidrain on that roster is the only one who has not won a land.
That's actually with the prestige that he's got and the experience.
That's what I'm saying. They've been favorites at times historically on rosters, and as we kind of keep perusing, we've got the boys over at Alliance. They're feeling good. I like to see that the vibes are high, especially after that match 1. It wasn't the strongest, right? A 14th overall. You kind of look at it, we're mirroring our damage taken, damage given. It was just -11 between that. Only 2 kills. That's okay. We saw bounce backs, right? You think groups A versus B, we had Zeta start things off, didn't do too strong on E-District, but the moment they moved to Storm Point, they turned it around.
I love the fans that we got. The Kiku jersey as well. VKG getting some love in the crowd. I love our artists that we got. Love hearing the chants as well, but it's the energy non-stop.
Is that a pickle?
They look like a pickle. It was either a pickle banana.
It was a pickle person.
Round
a pickle filter.
6-7.
He's locked in, though. He's going to be able to take a look at a lot of our other teams here. Team RRQ being another one of those teams.
Does Strafing never not wear sunglasses when he's on land? Does he take them off?
Does he wear like sunglasses when he practices too? I'm going to assume.
I'm gonna go with it.
Just another day at work.
He's locked. I also am gonna commend him on his green earbuds and his green mouse with the sunglasses. We are styling.
And with the lights, I mean, that's what happens when you're feeling yourself under the spotlight, literally.
I love that production pans immediately. That light literally on him.
And how they were able to do, right? Going into this first game, trying to find that ramp up as well for Team RRQ. I believe they had gotten like 5 KP after that first game alone. Like,
that's not bad.
3K damage, yeah.
You think back to when it was Strafing and Easy Flash had a really powerful performance on a LAN. A lot of that, to see them kind of back playing together, knowing that Easy Flash has the potential for those fragging moments, and to see Pricey on that roster as well, being a lot of like the cerebralness, I think it's a fun one.
As long as he's going to be able to give him the camera when he was on the Crypto before, and we're not going to see that anymore since Crypto's going to get banned before we dive into game number 1. But he only was able to pick up like 2 assists, kind of letting the rest of the team know where everybody was situated while we get ready for game number 2. Once again, everybody, thank you so much for your patience. It is going to be, once again, E-District as a big highlight because we will be transitioning into Storm Point for games 4 through 6.
Well, let's go ahead. You mentioned Team Nemesis, so let's chat on them real quick before we jump into match number 2. You outlined Sacred. Now, I watched a 42-minute interview of Sacred's first interview ever, and he said a lot of really cool things. He was just talking about how he wanted to get into gaming ever since 2019, that pre-COVID era, and he was like, I really watched a lot of these players like Hal and such, and I kind of admired them, and to kind of get those nerves, he actually played in the Open. This is like his first major tournament, and he is the youngest player here on our stage, paired alongside Alvin Skittles. And Skittles, you think about his history, right? He played on Optic. He's had chances to contend for titles, and he's been a really powerful performance. And a lot of people talk about Mac's comeback. I don't want to talk about it yet. We'll talk about that later in the week because, former Dynasty as well.
Yep, exactly. You talk about all the experience that we're seeing from so many of our players in the lobby. And it kind of speaks for itself when you also highlight that newfound talent, Sacred also being able to make a name for themselves within the Open. Maybe not to the same degree that we saw in our previous group when we highlighted floating, but it's still there, especially when you're such a young player and you're looking to pave your own path alongside 2 veteran players.
What it does go to show you is it says, hey, these are my skills, and when you're looking to join a team for year 6, which he talked about in the interview, he's like, I chose this group because I thought they had the highest ceiling at that time for me. And I think that's going to be really impressive impressive when you come through here and you're already defending yourself in match number 1. It was a top 5 performance, but they were doing so well, keeping teams out of that south side area. Can they do it again though, Vicky?
Finds out here soon, Tiff, because it depends on where these zones are going to be pulling, right? We saw what happened to WGR when we saw a zone pulling towards the outskirts of the defense line of Street Market, and what happens, even if you have that POI advantage, guys. See that big Eiffel Tower in the back, and you can hear those dropships taking off. Game number 2 now on E-District as we get set up, and we get to see where that zone exactly is going to be pulling, highlighting our Game 1 winners too, now coming into the second match.
And as I look at our legend selection, it's like, what is going to happen? We lost out on Crypto, which we really expected. For match number 2, that's where things start to get interesting. It's like, will it follow the exact pattern, or will we see something different? Back in our most recent scrim set, I believe we lost out, was it potentially Alter? On game number 2, it was. Instead, it's a tie with 17 each, Watson and Seer.
Comes down to which of these teams will be coming out on top, especially looking at those compositions. I like the team that go against the grain, so that way they could influence the legend bands as well, like TLNP, who are rocking out with the Mad Maggie, Watson, and Wraith. With the amount of altars in this, altars in this lobby, it's a little scary. But then you still have the Seers that are so prevalent.
We do. I mean, the most picked comp right now is Alter, Seer, Watson. And as we look at our circle, we're pulling down towards that Humbert Labs, which we did see in A versus B. There's a ring console and a survey beacon there as well. So Aurora, that starts in Humbert. They do have Watson. They're going to know they need to kind of stay here because everyone's going to be full sending. Sentinels on a quick escape. RRQ carving down towards Stadium. For teams like Team Liquid, Alliance, Reject, they might be some of the latest teams to show up down there, but I'd imagine that Team Liquid, based off the performance in match number 1, that's scared fighting their way in.
Not even when it comes to Humbert Lab zones like this, right, Tiff? We've seen this before. We've seen it time and time again with the teams that try to contest for the southern side of their positioning, especially by a survey beacon. Zipline Mafia, Team Vision being one of those, but Sentinels, who over on the northern side of Humbert Labs were able to rotate so quickly. I mean, their POI being over by Uptown already, going into that northern side of Humbert, where this is Aurora's designated POI, have been able to take control over the bottom side of the southern building of Humbert Labs, alongside Team Nemesis 2, who have also gone for the quick rotate.
Well, that's immediately what we saw in match number 1, just on a different side of things. Will we see some early engagements, or are you going to stand your ground and say, hey, we'll just wave the white flag for now? But you do have Nate, Zidon, and Kiner here on the right-hand side. High ground, calling some people out. The hemlock with the breach charge is absolutely nasty.
Oof. And the gold mag too, by the way?
The gold mag? This early?
I mean, we'll take that any day.
Here.
We absolutely take those. CLNP being one of the teams that kind of go against the grain when it comes to their current composition. We highlighted them earlier. Phoenix, Mad Maggie, Watson, and Wraith. Once again, when you have so many of the Alter, Seers, and Watson. And that's kind of what happens if you're going to see the influx of Watson with no more Crypto in the lobby. You don't have to worry about all your hard work looking like Picasso with the fences getting deleted, but you do have to worry about this if you're a DJ, right? You're settled inside this building, hiding behind your own friendly Watson fences. You see the Riot Joe from the other side, and now Dino are just going to sit nice.
I love that they're going to say they're sit nice, but I want to keep tabs on that ring console just above, because people are going to want to play for the third information to know which side do we want to commit to, because so many teams have already moved on to that southeastern side. If we pop back towards like Draft Point or something, it would be wicked, but we've seen some of the craziest pulls before. I mentioned Team Liquid early on, and they get to the rooftop of this building, and they're essentially chasing down Alliance. Oh, that's similar to match 1.
Can't catch a break out here, right? But that's kind of what happens when you know that this was their prio POI. They try to take that advantage away from them. Sure, you could try to walk away with that if you're going to be landing in Northpad and Storm Point shortly, but Liquid wanted to fight them for the information because there's a ring console, an Evil Harvester on that side of Alliance's POI, and if you take a look at the zone, it actually benefits the way that Team Liquid want to approach this, because then they could take their time coming out of Neon Square before going on a side quest and then maybe rotate to Drop Point once they get that next ring console info.
Good free cam to kind of iron out those sites. You got Zero still going up to the side. Maybe a rotate is going to be possible. Honestly, go to Street Market. Grab even more information. Get the survey beacon there and then decide, do we go towards WGR and Elite? Do we focus on Alliance, who are also evacing. For TLNP on our screens, you know, we also have some differences here. We found ourselves in an interesting situation.
This is actually really smart of Alliance. They're actually getting ahead, knowing that Team Liquid wants to get that survey, as you mentioned, Tiff, over by Street Market, and they want to get aggressive, maybe a little bit of revenge while they're at it, because they know that they already have the survey beacon over by Neon Square. They see Team Liquid going in for a quick rotate, and they could isolate this fight. We'll see who comes out on top if they end up skirmishing, while we take a look at Neo, too. We're trying to take control over this bridge side, Elite being on the other side, but so many other teams have found themselves in the southern side of Humbert Labs. But I am expecting Alliance to continue to try to cut off Team Liquid, because they're looking to circle keep them, which would force Liquid to rotate from Viaduct side.
Are we going all the way down here to grab this survey beacon? We just gotta make sure we have that information at Shipyard before moving in, but too many teams have put themselves on the south side. S8UL have been a real more zone-oriented team. I got to speak to them for a bit on Media Day, and honestly, it was really good just to touch base with Sharky. We don't get to talk to a lot of our players the mid-season, especially unless you kind of like reach out. And for a man who doesn't really use social media, things can be difficult. Enterforce 36, you know, not the strongest match number one here in our second set of the day, but that's okay. We're sitting on top of S8UL, and we're going to kind of keep checking ourselves as Sharky on the seer down below connects.
The Nemesis in hand, too. Can we talk about that weapon, by the way?
No.
Charger, what the heck? Actually, so scary here, too, but you combine that together with not only getting the information that you get with the seer attack, but also just being able to get that slowdown comes in clutch. When you take a look at this zone pool going on the outskirts of Humbert, those are very similar to what we had seen in our previous groups, Tiff, but a majority of these teams have been able to kind of congest that southern side.
They really have, and that's when you have that third ring information. If you're playing Watson, you're trying to rotate based off that. Dinos, they've got the ring console just ahead of them where Ninjas and Pajamas are rotating in. I see Hackus on the ground as the White Grim Reapers Neo move in. Look for the finishing touches if they can. Alliance, a bit of a slower start, but I'd imagine they're banking on really making the most of their points for the series out onto Storm Point. We just need one explosive game on E-District to kind of coast.
Can't catch a break. I mean, the fact that Alliance just keep getting caught like this. Grim Reaper themselves kind of living up to that name. While Dog having a very lackluster game number one, have settled themselves with their composition underneath a lot of the action that you could expect over by Humbert. Looking at how Team Liquid 2 are going to make this rotate, because we talked about them forcibly going through Viaduct. They have no issue getting that info, but they will be able to note from the survey beacon Shipyard Arcade the other teams that will be rotating from the northern west side of zone, which would be WGR.
They should have a relatively easy passage, not the same that Ninjas and Pajamas has experienced. If you saw the kill feed, Dinos actually took down 2 members of Ninjas and Pajamas, forced the last one scurrying to hit a reset, and now Dinos are dropping down towards where VK Gaming has positioned themselves. Team Liquid have been on a bit of a journey since they left their home at Resort and have found themselves out on the western side, just outside of the next circle. And this is where like you kind of choose your own adventure type of reading, right? Do we full send Elite Esports, or do we make sure that no one comes down on us from the north?
I think playing it where you're making sure that your back is safe would be the option. Because, I mean, like, with the amount of ultras that we have, right, you at least have that TP to reset very quickly. Sure, you could trail behind Elite, but you could easily assume Elite's doing the same thing. You know where WGR, because you already scanned that survey in Shipyard Arcade. And now RRQ, being one of the teams to try to control that northern building that we saw KG that are just waiting to walk up for free.
And the big thing is about E-District, when you still have Alter in play, all the different levels that we're experiencing, it's so difficult because you never know if someone's going to try to pop up behind you or kidnap you. Elite Esports, they did already expend their exhibit on the most recent fight that they're disengaging from to focus on saving up those resources for endgame. Henchman at least does have the Jenny in pocket to drop should they decide to fight something else.
Just the fact that we're seeing like these raw picks in the feed and then the resets come through anyways. There's still 20 squads left as round 2 is starting to close now. Team Liquid, full purple. It's the Hemlock in the hands of Zero, and the pings on top of it, noting the teams that will be rotating. You mentioned Alliance looking to get that reset now are going to take their time to come out of draft point where there is that survey beacon. Liquid not trying to get overzealous since they do have that TP behind them too.
We did just lose our first team. Ninjas in Pajamas does not get the reset. Dinos had done enough and sent them packing. So for now, as we see where that third circle is, we've got to get there. KNC on the screen. You can see Dinos just ahead of them. Kenotrope, do they run into Alliance on this? Are they going to get held out by Dinos? Because Dinos have so much space in the north, and they're basically sitting on the survey beacon and the ring console.
Denying that from the other teams. That's why they're playing so split. It's very smart of them, and that's why they've been able to pick up some KP while they're at it. Looking at the other teams too, KNC looking to be able to get fully up to health. One of the few teams running the baby comp, by the way, and only game number 2 on E-District. You usually get to see that on Stormpoint, but with a different plan here for this team.
You can get away with it, right? Because you're not going to have any of these banned, and you can focus on those late game reaches. I say, hey, are you going to run into Alliance? Are you going to run into Dinos? No, we're Valcolting out of here. Now, the worst part about this is there's still 19 squads left in the lobby, so you're going to have to kind of slam down in a bit of an extended outside that circle space.
With Dino peppering the damage, getting some KP to their name, it's a rather patient game number 2 with a lot of these stray hits. Not going to be able to fully capitalize with the resets that we keep seeing off of the Ultra TPs. And now you can see it from the other side, right? CLNP noting that, and as they try to creep up behind another team, it's GK who's right in front of them, and they're about to get stuck in a sandwich between Pirates and Team Liquid.
Well, our French roster on the screen here. We don't want a sandwich. We want to see what they're going to be able to do. Do they take the fight to GK? Do they immediately move? No, we're portaling on to Team Liquid, who are already weakened, trying to see, can we take down Zero? No, Sykes dips out. Zero says, okay, we're going to stall this push. Zidane, though, now with a rock for cover, focuses on getting those shield cells back up. No, we get caught in a seer attack as we try to disengage, and Kiner falls.
Makes my eyes water sometimes, too, when you're trying to engage in this fight. You're looking behind you with your eyes in 2 different directions like a chameleon, because Team Vision are also looking at GK. Pirates in trouble. Liquid trying to capitalize. Zero, though, falls low, and so does Panic.
No. Where are we heading back? Oh, Ringman in the back for Panic from Zidane. And now Sykes is the last standing for this roster. He's got to go ahead and make sure we get in this building, find it, and they do it. TLN Pirates are out of the lobby, but do we have a reset? Because that riot drill is going to burn from White Grim Reapers.
He put the TP right on time because now the zone's closing in, so they couldn't really fully reset if they did want to take it back. Well, now the zone's closing in, that means Neo gets to move up. They get information. You can see the exhibit too on the outskirts, playing and hugging the Gen on the other side because GK walk up and they clean up. Team Liquid, when they were in trouble, they couldn't get the reset.
That one's gonna hurt, right? But at least they did have a pop-off in game number 1 to carry them forward in the series. And Neo, Maggie ball in hand, sights their sights on to GK. And Keon, no shields, he's caught out. Drop does have his back though. And portals away with perfect timing.
Hard here when Neil is just trying to clear this western side of the zone. They're looking at GK for right now in that trade-off, but this is not the only fight that's stacking on top of each other, because then you look at that northern side, that Alliance, after they were able to reset, still looking at Dinos. But WGR are taking an off angle, and with this zone completely pulling to the northern side of Humbert, it's a different look than what we had seen in our previous groups, forcing even the likes of Sentinels to start rotating.
If you're Dinos, Alliance, VK Gaming, you are feeling good. For GK and Neo, we're duking it out on the bottom side of things, and with 30 seconds before that circle starts to move, we've got to go. So having that longbow, maybe catch a knock so we can full send. We already know that GK's got the altar and is going to be playing off those. But here's Team Vision! Team Vision swoop around through that. Carter, Loader, Zach want to get into the mix.
They were able to do this too because they also have that insurance policy of coming back to the TP here as GK also move forward. They're trying to force Team Vision to be in the middle so that way they can re-engage, especially with the zone closing in the next 3 seconds.
You have to be so quiet over there. We get a shield swap. It's half dead, but it's better than nothing, and you've got a massive 1v1 over here. Both of you weakened. The circle around on the doorway. Keep your eyes on Loader.
Maybe come back from this. He's only one shot. He's dancing this movement. He's trying to get around, but the zone closing in. They can't even fully reset off the portal. And now it's up to Zach. Vision keeping in this. Playing off the knockdown shield. He's gonna be dropped and for free. Gets a beautiful angle. Hiding originally behind the knockdown shield. And still gonna be able to find Zach as Team Vision do get eliminated. And then the action on the other side that we were looking at before Tiff. Sentinels, RRQ, Reject, and Nemesis. While E36 takes to the skies to find a spot in the next zone.
I'm so glad that people are finally showing up towards this circle and the chaos that is ensuing from it. We have the intersecting exhibits all in these different corners and Sentinels focusing forward forward through the Watson fences. Make sure you get that shield bat off before you dive out. Monsoon peeks up. RRQ get Pricey back on his feet, and Team Nemesis has fallen.
And WGR just cleaning this up, but can they do it for long? Because Dinos actually made Grief Alliance right now. The Venn diagram, the exhibit for exhibit, all the information trying to isolate this fight is exactly what WGR need to keep Alliance busy. But Alliance now fighting Dinos up here on the high ground. The TP's coming up like an elevator. She doesn't lucky out. Sweet Jake Fisher literally fries him with the R9. Just a blue mag is all you need. Hockey's needing some help, and Aku's literally one shot. But now it's only up to Unlucky, and as they go to the door,
he tries to fence him.
The fence.
He fences him.
Fence. Chaos is like, all right, I'm gonna take this slow too. Nobody's really looking at them, and Aurora could show face, but this is gonna be the 1v1 cleanup as he fakes it out with the res.
Watson v Watson, kidnapping of fences, and Unlucky back to full, trying to get the med kit off. 8 seconds to go, and he's going to try and stick this res. Destroying the fences, we swing out. We get some damage onto Chaos.
Switching in from behind, Unlucky comes out to try to swing them, staying alive, but another team is trying to grief him with a nade through the window.
And Dinos on the right try to stabilize. We don't stick the res. We're down to 2 solos, and sometimes it just be like that.
That's what happens when Alliance wanted to prio getting into the bus. At least they have cover. Even if the windows are broken, he gets the res and he gets a death box res on top of it all.
You just hop on it. It's 7 seconds, and Hackis will be back in it. The stabilization from Alliance. Well done, Unlucky.
Beautiful on cue with the zone closing in behind Alliance.
It could have been
E36. It could have been S8UL who are inside this next zone. BK Gaming, though, are in some trouble now, leaving it up to Queso, who's almost one shot. So is LQ, though. They're trying to move up. E36 now are going to be clean that up while Dinos eventually get eliminated.
Your match 1 winners, Aurora, fall also as well. For Enter Force 36 in the north, your biggest opponents are S8UL, who are in the building just ahead of you. You can see Jesco on the left side, taking angles through the doorways, keeping the pressure on E36.
Looking around the world for exhibit on exhibit. BK Gaming down to a duel for now. The stun, the nade at his feet. Talk about the double stun, right? You get all the information for as long as you can. Well, S8UL do clean up. E36 only does go down. Wait, are also still getting more KP.
And Alliance send S8UL? They move in just below them.
It's crazy the stack up that we're currently seeing. The fact that Alliance too look like Pitbull, Mr. Worldwide himself, going from the northwestern side of the zone all the way down to the south of Humber before finding themselves in this building.
We don't have a gen though. Unlucky does not have an ultimate accelerant, and he's 80% away from having that pylon, which will be detrimental. So we have to focus on the fences. BK Gaming do fall. So for now, it's S8UL Alliance in this building. Enter Force 36 over towards their east, and to the top we go.
And they wanted to try to contest them through those fences too after getting the sear tag. They're getting harassed. The longbow shots. Henchman. The back-to-back also Sharky takes a bite out of them, gets another knock onto Alliance.
And you see the Aku, Unlucky, crawling back to Hackis. Like, can we get a reset? If Enter Force 36 catches wind of this, we're going to try to finish it out. There you go. Unlucky, Aku, definitely both finished. It's Hackis a solo.
Can he come out here? No, it's just a matter of time as Alliance get eliminated. Sharky with that nemesis that we talked about. They have 6 squads left as E36 get hit with their sear attack. It's all the information as S8UL are keeping their eyes on this team as the zone closes in right behind their back because the teams collapsing on the southern side will eventually have to fight while E36 are looking at S8UL.
And through the
अभी सेकंड मैच ही एपिक्स का हम लोग अभी हैशटैग
starting to wrap together more kills. RRQ dead center of circle. Here comes Elite.
Coming into WGR have been just picking up so much of that KP, but looking on the other side, would it be enough is the question when you take a look at the way that E36 get eliminated to S8UL. Still finding more KP, 5 spots left. They leave their building, they swing through, they see RRQ, and they wrap up behind rejected RRQ. He's trying to dance around the outskirts of the zone.
I think we have
We've
9
got the
finishes
pylon,
in
and we're
this
basically
game.
staying directly on this and preventing nades.
Oi,
You're
down
behind
off
our
now.
RQ. Can we get Legacy back up on his feet? We're going to have to crawl with him with that knockdown, because if we don't deal with RRQ, it could be too little too late. Down to the top 3 we go.
With Pricey going down, that's unfortunate. Legacy, too. The zone closing in behind them. They're feeling the pressure. Can they get the reset? WGR2 as Elite move up.
Elite जीत गई. वो लोग ने फायदा उठा लिया उस सिचुएशन का. दोनों में डाउन हो रखे थे. #3 बट ठीक है. अपन को अच्छे वो मिले फिनिशेस. अराउंड 9-10 तो थे. उसके बाद प्लेसमेंट अच्छे खासे पॉइंट बने. अच्छे खासे पॉइंट बने. नाइस. वो दोनों टीम डिसएडवांटेज में थी, उसका फायदा उठा लिया.
WGR just went insane that game. I highlighted
अपना भी डाउन था, वो दूसरी टीम का भी डाउन था, और वो लोग आ गए थर्ड पार्टी.
A cruise up to 15 KP on top of what, like a second place finish here for that team.
Yeah, that was absolutely disgusting. Like, you are 100% right. White Grim Reaper's Neo grabbed 24 points, 15 kills, 5,000 damage. We were hyping up Team Liquid's damage differential and how much they were able to do. No, we're just improving on that. That was a really good performance for WGR.
So hold that real quick.
You think you can do that? Let me show you. Let me show you.
Especially with the way that Juxo was able to put in the pressure on the Seer together hand in hand with AQBA on the Mad Maggie going against the grain just a little bit here. And then on top of that, they're one of the few teams that were rocking out with the Valkyrie. Let's not forget how we saw a lot of these teams trying to rotate safely into a zone like this. Sure, we've seen Humbert a few times, Tiff. We've seen it pull slightly when it comes to those end zones to the east side of Humbert, like we saw in our previous groups. Sometimes it pulls over to the north side, and even then, it could pull sometimes towards Old Town as well. But calling it a little late and trying to clear up a lot of the teams, you know what the saving grace there was too? A team that was harassing. Specifically was Alliance. And in that moment, we saw what happened to Alliance when we had that 1v1 originally by that bus. And what happens when their attention was split. It was a lot worse of a position for them to be in.
That was scary as we get to go kind of look back at the end game POV from Elite. It's Light has that RE45 and just full sends.
Let's fucking go, man! Let's fucking go! Get over here, dog!
I'm telling you, we're just getting started. This is group stages, and we're already this hyped. It's gonna keep moving. You know what I'm really scared for is Survivor stage. So if you're at the bottom of groups already, this is the time to start stringing some stuff together. Don't wait until we get to Storm Point. Throw down a banger E-District if you can.
That was crazy. I love the energy that I'm seeing right here, too. S8UL popping off, though, by the way. Being able to farm so much on the northern side of zone. But I feel like it's also very difficult when you see a zone like that close up behind you. There's like little to no cover to work with once you're forced outside these buildings. What are you going to work off of? The fence line here? And, you know, when you have that middle area where you can try to get in a line of sight where the trees are planted, it's also very hard to try to clear up that space when you have other teams working off of natural cover of the north side of Humbert Labs provides.
Who did we say we were banning on this one? It was, it's either Watson or Seer. It was a tie. So we will.
It was going to be Seer. Seer going into this next game here.
So you think back to scrims, right? It was Alter that we lost in map number 2. Seer typically gone in game number 3. Whatever it is, usually we didn't see a Watson ban until we were done with E-District. So keeping those pylons in check and making sure all these fences is going to lead to a ton of plays just like what you're seeing there. Watson v. Watson, dancing around fences.
The amount of Watsons that you currently see too, and even early on when we had so much of the caustic, at least you won't have to worry about the double attack. Let me tell you, getting a little speed boost here too, you're gonna see a zooming Seer like he's on a go-kart himself. But we get to see the look of the highlight, and this is kind of what we were talking about before, right? When S8UL was forced to play off, look at the graveyard of dead bodies. Right? They're playing off the choke point, they're playing off the fence line, but Elite did a really good move in trying to rotate behind them.
Overall top
14
finals में जाएंगे
direct. Game number 2, the fact that that was just the action of
like
U2
3
as
दिन
well
का
before
मिला
we
के
transition onto our
क्योंकि
last game.
4 ग्रुप से ना
The best part about that push is you have like kind of the death ball, right? All 3 are sticking together and you're just dealing so much damage in a short amount of
तो
time that
3
even
दिन
if
का
S8UL
जो
does
टॉप
turn around,
14
it's like,
होगा
what are you gonna
ओवरऑल
do
वो
at that point?
सीधा
Because you're
फाइनल्स
staring
खेलेगा
down the barrel
11
of
को
3
आज
players.
7 है ना 7 8 9 ग्रुप स्टेज होगा 11 को फाइनल्स होगा जो टॉप 14 है ग्रुप स्टेज के वो फाइनल्स में जाएंगे जो बॉटम 6 है वो एलिमिनेट हो जाएंगे और बचे कितने बीच के 15 से लेके 34 15 से 34 पोजीशन के बीच में सर्वाइवर स्टेज होगा 10th को उसमें से टॉप 6 और फाइनल्स में पहुंचेंगे. So basically इसमें अगर तुम टॉप 14 आके डायरेक्ट फाइनल्स जाते हो, you get a day of rest 10th को. आदि आया था, हाँ ग्रुप में डाला ऋषभ ने.
When we're talking about a quick break, we literally mean 10 seconds, guys. Let's get into this because game number 3, our last game on E District, is on the horizon. We've said goodbye to Crypto, and now Seer next. Game number 3 has provided us, unless you see the way that Alter has been played here on E-District TIFF, the reset potential, the insurance that we keep highlighting that actually enables a lot of these teams to kind of get a little ahead of themselves, play a lot more aggressive because they have that drawback to allow them to get back to the TP and fully reset.
I'd imagine we're going to see more of that, but what did you think about Kinotrope being one of the only teams to still running Baby Comp?
When it comes to trying to influence these legend picks, which we've highlighted so many times before, as we get to see more of the fans.
Mandy? Yeah! Wait, what do we gotta keep going? Mandy, GOAT? I agree. Mandy's an absolute GOAT. One of the best super subs, a great content creator. I think he's been doing a ton of IRL content lately, just traveling, living his best life.
Well, not being able to highlight a lot of our other fans here, but seeing how they're going to be able to go into this, especially when you talk about, Baby Comp coming into the mix on E-District, you're going to find where all these teams are situated with the Valkyrie perk too, right through the walls. Going against the grain to help influence these legend bands is important when you find these teams, as you mentioned earlier at the top of Showtiff, prioritizing their POIs on storm points, which is going to matter depending on what this third game is going to provide to us on the next legend band.
Well, it saved Zeta in A versus B, right? They didn't really have a good showing in E-District, and immediately they pop over to Storm Point and they win 2 games. So if that is where you want to know that you're going to get the majority of your points, then you place your bets on that. You get the POI that you feel the most comfortable with, and you grab those points and avoid the survival stage at all costs.
So line here where we take a nice little look by. Talked about Dinos very early too, Tiff, how they were trying to clear that northern side originally. Getting in some of that KP, but it was even more important to see just the potential that a lot of these teams were just able to get these reses. Again, we're saying goodbye to Crypto and Seer. But we had so many squads still up and alive by the time that second ring was closing in. A lot of teams kind of scattered to try to gatekeep these other teams.
Do you think that we're going to see some more plays from Dinos? Because I thought they were starting to stack some of those fights together. They only were able to obtain 1 full wipe, but they dealt 3,000 damage to net themselves 3 kills, which just means they were trying so dang hard to even get more. They go out in 10th, but I feel like we're just kind of putting the stepping stones together throughout the first 2 maps to really find ourselves on the land stage.
Well, it's crazy because then you take away what we've seen already in 2 games alone, and just to highlight the fact that WGR got second place with 15 sure they didn't get the dub, but that has allowed them to hold that first place overall spot over Aurora, who were your game 1 winners with 9 KP. And that's important when you want to be able to set yourself up for the next map transition when it comes to going into Storm Point, right? So now we have our final game 3 on E-District once again, guys. Let's get into this action. We talked about POI drafts before, Tiff. What that could benefit for some of these teams that do like to have that POI advantage, but WGR, after losing on Street Market, we had that game pull over to that POI, came back swinging in that game too.
Hey, you love to see it. And as we gear up for our final map on E-District, we lose out on Crypto, we lose out on Seer, and all the Watsons, the Mad Maggies, the Alters. This is going to be an action-packed game as we set our sights maybe towards the north as we start off here, the Elite Esports, and map number 3.
Get the double southern zone and then kind of mixing it up a little bit, moving over to that northern side. As we get to see a lot of these other teams, well, what do you know? Surprise, surprise. We got a City Hall zone and Dog Red. See how they're going to be able to try to capitalize off of this, but it's even better if you take a look at teams. There's an Evil Harvester, but that's going to be easily contested with the Lions that do land by Boardwalk, where they are neighboring that too.
You're saying the 2 teams that I want to look at specifically, because how quickly does Team Liquid leave Resort and drop down to Boardwalk? And now with the circle kind of pulling up towards the north, we can really take down our enemies and then just hold steady. Because keep tabs, Enter Force 36, Sentinels, a quick rotating team is already making their way towards City Hall. And still having Watson is going to allow these teams to get into the buildings and fence up.
Why don't we talk about the way that Sentinels are able to become our ALGS Year 5 champs, right? If you take a look at the way that they've been able to move up and pile these end zones on top of it all, and then not be afraid of taking some of these fights. It benefited them, and with a lot of other teams taking note and being able to rotate quickly, it's that survey beacon that S8UL will be able to get to first, as well as the ring console that's in the middle of that City Hall.
Look at S8UL. We're less than 2 minutes into the map, and we've walked dead center into that next circle. We actually kind of beat Ender Force 36 there. Reject threading the needle between them and Sentinels as they pive their coast through it, and Dinos just south of them, already taking some damage and some shots from Sentinels. But for now, on triple white, we've got to find a place that we can make that fight from.
I mean, is this going to be worth it? I mean, Sentinels recognize, like, they don't want to try to take this fight with so many other teams trailing right behind them to also go in for a quick rotate. And Dinos take to the skies off this evac tower. They're getting shot nowhere. It's safe. They force a drop down. DJ is on top of the roof.
We're
oobing. And just that way he could try to drop down. But, I mean, there's nothing he could really do in this situation. He would have gotten knocked if he had committed to that evac tower, communicates to the rest of the team. All right, let's drop down. We get over the other side of the building. That's what matters here on this rotate. Sentinels now get to fly over their heads. And it's funny because we still see KNC try to rock out with a baby comp.
At least they're still reunited. He doesn't fall there, and that is the most important side of things as you're on the eastern side of that next circle. Teams still rotating in from the east. Kinotrope, Ninjas in Pajamas, and Team Nemesis will start showing. But for now, TLNP, your French roster of Nate, Zidane, and Kiner, taking a couple shots. We're a bit away from that next area of where we want to be, but we did get into City Hall nonetheless, just south of Reject.
They gotta at least clear their backs here too, because Elite Sports are trailing on the other side of Sentinels. K are gonna be able to rotate out of Blossom Drive, where they do have that TP already set up as well as a survey beacon, but non-stop vision. Loader just trying to play off the back edge here too. Neo. No stop here on the way that they're trying to play incredibly aggressive. Loader now playing off the white knockdown shield. Can he clutch it out? Hold on. He gets 2 knocks.
He can do this. He can do this. He's full up on his shields. He's going for the wreck on the Zach. He's trying to bait it in. It's the altar. White Grim Reaper's Neo. The arc star to even push him farther off, but there goes the portal from behind. We don't find it there, it's Loader. He wins WGR Neo. Your winners of match number 2 are the first out of here.
The outsmarting plays here off the portal, dive down, play off the head glitch, off the stairs, and playing ring around the Rosie to get the reset. The MVP Loader comes out on top, and Team Vision get to see another day.
That was crazy. That was honestly crazy. We were talking to Zach Mazer yesterday. He had nothing but good things to say about his teammates. He's like, it has nothing to do with me. He's like, the duo of Loader and Carter are why we are doing so incredibly well. They work great, and to watch moments like that come to fruition after hearing conversations like that, it's just full circle.
Against a team, by the way, that cleaned up so much KP in that previous game. Even if they didn't take that dub, it set them up in first place in the overall standings, and now they have no presence in this final game of E-District before we go over onto Storm Point. A little bit of a cushion here.
You're right. They were on a heater. Aurora. They were on a heater, and they shut it down.
It's great here because now Aurora with 22 points could easily try to overtake that, but it depends here. As Sacred also having a strong start. Moving back with the rest of Team Nemesis, though, Dog now going to be able to play from inside this building while Sentinels painting the ground with these Watson fences is going to be fun.
Truly is. Truly is. Dogrid, 4 points, 16th overall on our lobby. But they have moved in. Now I look to see what's around them. Alliance, Sentinels, Team Liquid in their north, Ninjas in Pajamas still there as well. And it's right. I called them the winners of match number 2 here. They actually got second, but they had 15 kills, and that's a win in my eyes.
Dude, he had 41 bullets in the reserve, by the way, after clutching that. That was so beautiful. He said, "Thou should not pass."
They hit him with the Gandalf?
Yeah, he had to. He had to, living up to the name, man. Got to see how they're going to be able to do here as Sentinels not going to be able to give up this ground just yet. They're just going to be able to put in some extra poke pressure from afar, boost up those Evo shields. And then you even take a look at the way that Dinos are going to come out of Lotus, where they have that ring console, VKG doing something very similar here.
across tournament.
Or within the vicinity of Galleria, where there are going to side quests to
जैसे
get that ring
second
console
map
survey,
में टाई था तो वो लोग देखेंगे कि first और second map मिला के कौन ज़्यादा था
Yeah, got the pylon in the back pocket, and we are just moments away from determining where that next circle is going to pull. It does center up over City Hall, and we're about to find that here from VKG's POV. Reject, RRQ, Elite Esports, your true winners of match number 2, by the way, already setting themselves up for a nice end game.
We have to add that it's true with the way that Elite's very quick on the rotate, right? And the way that they're positioned right in between a lot of the cluster of teams that have made their rotate, while Team Liquid now are going to be able to get the survey beacon, take their time by resort, where they can take that jump tower as well before moving up. NIP being one of the teams waiting for them on the edge of the zone. You could see Pirates also just making sure that their backs are cleared as they wrap behind Reject.
Yeah, I am keeping an eye on TL and Pirates, like you mentioned. That is actually really smooth. I'm curious if they're going to like stand there and see, hey, does Kinotrope, do they rotate in up here as well as Zipline Mafia? Team Vision, though, after that fight, that loader clutches, we are going to be late towards this next circle, but that's okay, because we can drop in Neon. We can grab any sorts of information there. We can carve over to Blossom, get even more, and then go straight in.
Just know that Zach wants to give a big ol' hug over to Loader at the end of this game, no matter what. TLNP, though. Zidane sending off with the Hemlock thus far, just looking down at a lot of the action here. They're neighboring the Evil Harvester right to their left, trying to deny that from other teams here. While other teams like KNC also move up. We're highlighting Aurora earlier before too. And they've called in the evac tower while Kinotrope are trying to neighbor that behind them over to the choke that exits out of Energy Bank. So Aurora will be able to get ahead, and waiting for them on the other side of the edge of zone, it will be Team Vision. So they have to be careful because Kinotrope could easily pinch Aurora if they do not get into that next choke.
Well, he upgrades the mag there on his energy weapon, and honestly, I'm not too worried about their rotations, knowing that they do have the Valk in play for them. You talked about Aurora. We're still gatekeeping the southern side, watching the back. You can see effect there on Mad Maggie, just making sure if you decide to full send this, I've got the Maggie ball for that next engagement. Nice.
Upgrade chosen. Talk about getting that perk level up. We are looking down the choke too. That I'm glad that they were able to get here very quickly, because now on the other side of this rotate where the Evil Harvester was at, that we saw closer to Dinos, will be that pile up of Pirates versus Dinos. Aurora are trying to harass Team Vision.
It's like, do you really want to harass Team Vision? There goes the portal. They get their sights set onto Carter. Immediately dive back. They're like, look, we've already gave up our element of surprise here. They know where our position is. And he's like, I have a 30-30. Could we go the more mid-range, or do we let the R9?
And let me tell you, the fact that Lure just comes out from getting a clean team fight win for the rest of Vision. He's ready to collect even more victims, but you have to be careful, because waiting on the outskirts of this zone is Zipline Mafia, and Vision have noted this already, so that's why they're not trying to fully send it. Even though Aurora's holding that southern choke, Team Vision have to come up with a decision, and they do not want to get pinched with Zipline Mafia on the horizon, as Team Liquid do lose out on Panic originally. I'm gonna be careful with that name, by the way, to his feet. They try to fully send it. It might be a little scary here, as Zero goes all the way up on the elevator chute, and Alliance are looking to get involved.
Yeah, I'm portaling out of there. Someone unleashes a Maggie ball inside my building, and it's just yeeting around, knocking me aside. Sykes joins them. Panic hopefully shortly behind, so we can stick this reset.
Wow. Actually going to be able to keep you out of there and get the reset that you were mentioning. While Pirates do get eliminated. 18 squads left, round 2. Closing in fully in the next 5 seconds, while Dino hold onto the high ground. BK Gaming taking another TP themselves, going to be able to teleport over to the south side, sharing that building together with Dinos. Hearing that with Aurora still trying to harass Team Vision, by the way, but they do have some time if you're Team Vision, with the fighting happening on the west side of the zone between GK as well as Zipline.
They've got the roof of this building anchored down, fenced off on the zip line for now. And Dinos had one good clean fight in the last game and got a 10th place. And I was like, we're just gonna have to keep stringing that momentum together. And know that they've already done it here thus far. Vision fresh off a reset, taking some angles, but burning alive. Maggie ball in hand though, to be able to provide support to Loader and Carter as they start getting more forward.
Playing neighbor at the very least to Aurora, because finding the zone pulling towards the outskirts of the choke of where Aurora is holding, the action that they're hearing is the big pile-up reject, also kind of showing face. VK Gaming still versus Dino's Volcanotrope are trying to stay alive. Neither of these teams have given up that space, and I did see Saker go down earlier in the feed. Couldn't get that full reset because he did get dirtied beforehand, but a lot of these teams are playing on the outskirts of the zone. Sentinels, Dog Red, as well as NIP, E36 taking to the sky. They hear Rez here, and the Kraber in the hand of Legacy. All right. That would be a little cheeky right there as he's finding more of these individual players flying above.
He was trying to lead the shot, and I was hoping it would have connected, especially if you're going to have an infinite ammo Kraber in your hands. And all of the time to use it. You're just outside of where that next circle is pulling towards. And for the teams that are out towards your west, if you just grab a knock here and there, that really puts a thorn in the side of their rotations. Oh, no way.
Victim.
No way.
Victim number one. If I just hide here and crouch long enough, no one will ever see me except on the other side of this Kraber at the hands of Legacy. Gets a 150 though. Here's the action on the outside of the zone because now S8UL are going to be able to focus on NIP versus Sentinels, and Dog Red will get involved in that fight too, while Team Liquid have set down their portal, and with the TP down at their feet, hearing this big pile of NIP now, are kind of stuck between these two teams. Playing off the high ground is the beneficial position to be in, but the beamage coming in, the side-by-side as the zone closes in.
And Sentinels are kind of still in the dead center of the chaos that is occurring down on the low ground. They're just basically getting the fulls for them. As you see, Dog Red is going to fall here. Monsoon needs to get back healthy and will do just that. But the fight is not over. They set their sights back on a Ninjas in Pajamas, and Vayne and Kireb are doing enough to get that attention away so Cole can get back to fighting for him.
Getting beat from the distance though. Kireb looking behind just in case, and it's going to be Team Liquid who's creeping about. Setting them up on the high ground originally, now splitting their attention, but Zero's taking a huge chunk of that damage as Panic tries to clear the bus side. Zero dropping down. He's got the big med kit, but he's resorting to the slow heals for now. We get the little zoom in too from the side-by-side of our players. Sentinels with their cons, NIP now Curve looking behind him with some safety while Zipline Mafia in some trouble. Can they be able to get this res is the question with E36 playing right below them.
Zipline Mafia Sensei. All right, I see that fun little logo of Kazakh there. Excuse, back up on the feet. The res comes through while we hold the angles, making sure that we keep the damage flowing. Alliance falls in 17th place. Team Liquid to join them.
The fact that we also saw the turnaround from Cole to look at Zero in sight. Team Liquid get eliminated. The action has not stopped on top of this bridge where we originally saw Panic try to set up on the bus side. Zipline Mafia now looking ahead while E36 take the TP to engage onto Elite. Once the zone closes in, though, it's going to be a bloodbath for the teams stuck on the outside. Sentinels, S8UL, E36. They're sending their units out so that way they can TP in like Sentinels is doing here. Off the race, the Arc Star right in front of another team.
Sharky right behind him, almost takes him down. Lets him go with just 5 HP. He survives. And the damage isn't done as Monsoon drops a riot drill. Maggie Ball in the back pocket. We're just trying to find a way into Elite, or at least keep them inside.
The fact that Zipline Mafia get even more KP, by the way. Vision eventually get eliminated, and I saw that Kraber in the feed. Legacy has not stopped. That's what happens when you get the infinite ammo too. You just let that Kraber sing. Zipline now move in. Momentum in their side here as they get the bus for free. Pinging ahead too, because they gotta keep moving forward. Sentinels are looking at Elite, and this is the opportunity for Zipline to try to coexist on the other side of the building, that away from Team Nemesis, and to 3P that fight.
We're about to be into the top 10, and Zipline Mafia is one of 4 or 5 teams in the north. And Weak just needs 2 seconds to go. We don't get it. Zipline Mafia fall.
Hold on though, the way that this fight has not stopped. Sentinels primed and ready and looking different. S8UL though, having the threatening Kraber and looking down the fact that it's Sentinels and Elite. Dino, with 10 squads left, have been able to obtain 4 KP. They have the safety of these buildings, but it's not safe into that next zone in the next 40 seconds, because they will have to start moving up, where you see that member, one member of Aurora still hanging up for dear life if they can get this res.
अबे फिर से अपने पास कोई दूसरी टीम है लास्ट टीम वाली नहीं
the Hail Mary and get the teammate back in, but Dinos do
Elite के अलावा
not
कोई
let
और
that
था
happen. Sentinels still finding their path. They get ahead of the other teams in the north and find their path into the next circle.
थर्ड पार्टी करने बैठे
The second time they do this. Wiping out Nemesis. They're back to the lobby as Elite are cleaning up heads. 5 total KP. Well, Sentinels, I'm loving the way that they're moving right here. They try to re-engage onto Elite, but Monsoon's left one shot. The missile, the drill's just doing too much. Bleacher is dancing around the portal as he does back before he's awaited on the other side of that portal. Could only live for so long as they take him out at the hands of Dino, and Sentinels get eliminated.
Do we get a full reset here? Because we know teams are looking to put pressure on that. But for now, they're staying alive in the north. BK Gaming. We turn our attention towards the south, and it's going to get messy over here as Casa last alive, taking damage from all over the place, and the Dinos are resetting.
Dude, Legacy is crazy. Dinos has been farming 7 KP total, Elite with 7 as well. You're looking at Sharky, though. Getting some of the extra pressure, gets a beamage here as well. Dino now dropping down from the high ground, trying to reposition on top of Legacy, who once again has been able to claim names in the feed. Little trade-off here as BKG get involved, and Dinos eventually get eliminated as S8UL try to get the reset.
Now the next challenger approaches, a fully healthy GK. Find Sharky, take the portal, chase him down, draw the investment that we're making to find Legacy.
Wait a minute, off the Watson fence too? I mean, anything to try to get rid of this player who is hiding for dear life until the wingman shots are more than enough. 3 squads left, S8UL, they get eliminated, GK now get to clear this entire southeastern side zone, while Reject and RQ are facing off against each other. This is going to be a free win for GK.
It is. We've got the high ground. So long as we don't scam, we convert this. But when you have Easy Flash in the equation, tanking the Watson fences just ahead of Reject. Urice, the chow around the pylon. 5 more HP, and there it is. GK Esports convert with the power of positioning there in match number 3.
We knew it was going to happen. They timed it so well to take that dub, and with 7 KP in their pocket. Say Asilivisa to Mad Maggie as well as a most picked legend in that lobby. But game number 3, our final game on E-District to get those points that they needed here today.
I mean, still good performance from Reject, 7 kills. Team RRQ walks away with 7 kills as well. It's been a very slay-heavy group stage here for C versus D, because all the way down to 6th place, who's Elite Esports, your second match winner of the day, grabbed 7 kills in this lobby to turn maybe an earlier exit than you would have liked into a decent game.
Very KP heavy too, in the way that you could really break down how some of these games start rather with a lull. Resets not providing themselves, as GK did get the 7 KP, but they're not the only ones, right? Team RRQ getting 7 as well as Reject. Seeing the back and forth too with the Kraber shots, but not going to be able to deal with finishing blow on some of these knocked players as the resets were coming out. But S8UL still got that 4th place positioning.
It definitely did. WGR Neo, 20th place in the lobby, 2nd place in the prior game, and they honestly, I was curious what that momentum was going to do. You said it right, 15 kills in that second game. I thought they were going to put down another heater, but we had 5 teams in this lobby drop 7 kills.
3 more.
5. That's 35 kills. That's the majority, over half of our lobby right there.
You know what it also means too is that the overall standings are probably so tight together. Take a look at some of these highlights as well. For VKG also trying to split their attention. Sentinels do get eliminated in the feed, but it's going to be with 7 squads left. S8UL were fragging out with the Kraber in hand too. For RC was also able to try to clear up this bottom ground side, and with a lot of the teams trying to contest from the outskirts of the zone, we were expecting this. And we take a look at this wonderful bob-off.
Fast, yup.
Confirmed he doesn't play with sunglasses.
Just wanted to clarify that, guys. I also want to clarify the fact that buff right here comes in hand with the way that their overall series is looking like. I mean, with RRQ sitting with 31 total points, it's been a great 3 games on E-District. I want to hear from more on the interview floor that we got with Sentinels.
Listen guys, we wouldn't be doing the ALGS fans any justice without talking to our current reigning champions. I got Monsoon here joining me from Sentinels. My friend, we've got to cast your mind back a little bit, right? We had a very different meta at Champs, but congratulations, obviously, competing out there and winning it. But to now, we've got this brand new meta. You've had Split 1 Pro League to go through, you've had regional finals to adapt to it. How is it for you guys in terms of play style? Do you feel like it suits you guys?
Yeah, it's kind of difficult. It's half and half, thankfully, because of the legend bans. So we're mostly zone-oriented team, so we like to rotate fast, play central POIs. But the first 3 games on all the maps are just super go-go and aggressive with Crypto and Seer. So it's been a little bit of a learning shock, because obviously I would just like to play zone all 6 games. But
yes,
we can,
Josh,
so
I know
just trying to have better team cohesion and fighting power so that we can, you know, win when we need.
We're 3 games deep right now. E-District is done. How did they go for you? Obviously, like, started out strong with a 2nd place finish, but then it's kind of tapered off. What were the issues that you're running into?
Oh man, the main issue was just zone pulls there, because game 2, we were in the 2 little buildings on the low ground where the zone actually ended on, and same thing for game 3. We were actually in those low ground, that like north shop, you know, and then we just over-rotated just a little bit, so fighting it on edge on these games with aggressive team comps is a little bit difficult, but yeah, it could have gone better for us, but we ended up putting 22 points up, so hopefully we have a stronger storm point.
Nature of BR, you're at the mercy of the zone, unfortunately, aren't you? Now, finally, I just want to give you, I want you to provide us with a little bit of insight into your team, you know? Blinkster, Farn, what's it like, you know, playing alongside them? What are they bringing to the table? How do you guys complement each other? And coming into EWC, what are you supremely confident about?
Yeah, I mean, our zone calls and the way we play as a team are the best things about us, you know? Blinkster is just like a young, fresh mind who's super mechanically gifted. He's really good at the game, so he kind of provides this new view of how to play aggressive and zone in the new metas, you know? And Fun's my best buddy. You know, we lived together before, you know, we hung out all the time. So us two bringing that experience of the 6-7 years of Apex Legends competitive, you know, really kind of stabilizes the team from, you know, Blinkster's go, and then we're like, okay, let's play together, you know, so, yeah.
Monsoon, we're not super familiar with each other, but this might have been the smoothest and most genuinely fun interview I think I've ever done. I'm going to give you a spud for that. And then it just turned into the worst interview of my life. Okay, we're going to throw in a very quick ad break before we come back with some more ALGS Split 1 playoffs action.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
So not only is Monsoon the world champion, the reigning world champion, but he also got to kiss Barney's hand. Okay, all right. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. We'll have to end up finding out. But so far,
what the hell, Barney? You just got kissed by a champion.
And then he said, "Worst interview ever." I don't think he actually meant
words?
it.
Sorry, I just needed to let that out.
I don't think he actually meant it. And we actually didn't even get a chance to talk about this groups. Group C and Group D coming up earlier on. But honestly, from some of these performances, I'm looking at Team Liquid. Team Liquid has been putting up some good numbers as well. Is there anybody that's kind of pointing out to you, Snipedown?
I mean, honestly, Panic. It was one of the recommendations I had. Sykes actually stayed at my house for one day after the last LAN, and I was talking to him because they were going through a little things with Flunk on the roster and trying to figure out what the best decision might be. And I was promoting Panic. I said Panic is one of those players that's been an absolute stud since he started coming into the league, and he's not really an up-and-comer anymore. He's definitely someone who has cemented his spot as one of the best fraggers in the league. I think he's a perfect fit for that roster. Just a little more character versatility out of him, and I think that team has a really strong point, and we've seen how Zero has bounced back after, you know, teaming with Hal and it kind of being a little bit of a up and down since then, you know, kind of weak, missed the last LAN. A lot of things went wrong. Now it seems like a lot of things are going right at the right moment heading into this EWC.
How about you, Grace? Any teams that have been kind of standing out for you?
I mean, the thing is that game number one, outside of Aurora winning it, I definitely felt that Liquid was taking over the game in general. Like like in the beginning, I was like, okay, they're actually gonna drop 30 kills at this point because they were just steamrolling absolutely everyone. And it really goes to show that we saw, you know, the scrims before this tournament started. We heard him pop off after they won, I think, back-to-back scrim games, and it's literally just, that's it, everybody can go home, we're just winning this whole thing. And that form, like you're talking about, that he used to have, that, you know, that passion, that's
a little cockiness.
Yeah, a little cockiness, but you need to be confident in yourself to actually pull this off, and that was such a good thing to see. So if he can keep pulling that forward, that's even better. But overall, the stage has been great.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Liquid right now, after 3 matches, 20 points, that's exactly, honestly, besides being towards the top, that's exactly where you want to be. And for you, Lace, I mean, for some of the squads, I know you want to talk about S8UL.
I do, I really do. Look, I pulled a couple of stats. They are so consistent in placing top 10. It is absolutely insane. 75% of the time they place above that top 10. What they do struggle with is like getting more into that sort of top 5 bracket to get those extra things, but they are exceptional zone callers. So look, it's very tight on that leaderboard here. You know, they still have a little bit more to go, but look, this team is showing up, and I feel like they're just getting started.
I mean, even then, just look at number 2. This is one to me that also, like, at LAN, there's only so many teams you can talk about. Elite Esports is one of those teams. I think everybody in EMEA knows how good they are, but I don't think the world quite knows that just yet.
Tell the world,
but this right now, number 2 currently going 3 games in, they're showing off for the moment, and everybody loves a good kind of moment.
Yeah, and I mean, if we saw anything from Group A and Group B, is you don't want to start slow, but if you do start slow, there might be a chance that you end up winning back-to-back matches like Seto was able to do earlier on. One squad that I didn't really see there towards the top was NIP sniped down.
Yeah, NIP is actually one of my teams to watch. They ended up with a 3rd place at the last EWC, so they're here to try and defend their title. They're also one of the most dominant North American teams and the most consistent teams that we've seen in quite a while, truthfully. They were the #1 damage differential, most kills in League and Pro League. And honestly, heading into Stormpoint, that is one of their best maps, if not their top map as a team. So it's going to be a big bounce back heading into this next series for them. I truthfully, I love this roster. I love the way they function. I love how they communicate as a team. Bane can IGL it to his best with this roster because he has a former IGL in Kurev, and he has an amazing team that he doesn't have to micromanage. He knows that all their spots are watched, and he can focus strictly on where his team needs to be. And I'm looking for a big bounce back, and I expect that happening in the second half of the series.
I mean, I think Mon said it the best as well. It's like, you know, this lobby, everybody's just playing absolutely aggressive the first 2 games with Serum specifically. And maybe it just takes that to adapt that really, you know. And needing to adapt to that moment, everybody's ramping up in the whole arena, and they need to do it right now because every team that hasn't made it so far needs their strength from that community, you know. But overall, I think they can bounce back.
Look, I actually want to talk RRQ. Is that why we saw a little bit of a celebration there? Because
flame.
Yes, because like everyone's probably wondering, oh, but they didn't win that match. They basically
they're first.
Yeah, we're celebrating for what reason? It's because Easy Flash is back with strafing. I don't know if you guys do that, but like they're like brothers. They kind of fight and break up and then make up and then come back and they pull numbers like that.
Well, let's hope nobody ends up breaking out. But I know this is one fight that you guys wanted to watch, Snipe.
Yeah, I was absolutely losing my mind watching this. Loader, the shots that he had here were just unbelievable. The knockdown chills, the communication that had to have happened to go into that. And then a lot of times when enemies are an altar, you know, the altar has an advantage because they can just pop up, you know, pop in and out of the fight. Loader used that to his advantage. The opponent, the altar, decided to use a Q to try and get behind him, hiding behind the knockdown shields. Not only did he decide to take the altar Q, he took it back in one clip the guy for the 1v3. So that was probably the most impressive clip of the tournament we've seen so far.
Okay, well, hey, I'm gonna be looking at those impressive plays, and I know when that happened, you kind of jumped off the couch, like, oh my god, I can't believe that just happened.
I was like, oh, that was so sick.
Any plays actually that stand out to you guys besides that one? If you don't have one, then that's completely fine.
Okay, let me talk about this. Listen, I don't want to throw shade on S8UL, but dying to zone, and there's one thing if you're like, you're already 1 HP, I think that he went down in top 4, top 5, and it ended top 3 because of that. He dies to zone because he just eats so many picks. That's way too many picks, you know? And, you know, he can't, it's kind of like, it happens in other sports as well. But if anywhere, it's in group stages, so you just gotta wake up. But overall, they're still on the upper end of the
team that ended up in 3rd place, actually, in that match. They could have maybe ended up contending.
Yes. यार देखो
as well if that wouldn't have happened.
सीधी बात बोलती हूँ.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, everyone's got a little bit of contention for
मैं
everything.
कई बार
But,
trigger
you know, I'm going to go back to like
but
that
बात ये
leaderboard.
कि मैं
It's
मेसी
still
की
room
वजह से
to
नहीं
improve
होती.
for
मैं मेसी की
absolutely
फैंस की
everybody.
वजह से
Yeah, why
होती
is it
हूँ.
the
जो
same? It's the same
बकवास
as the
करते हैं
first
ना
lobby as
बहुत
well.
ज़्यादा
It's
रोनाल्डो के लिए क्या-क्या बोलते
that
हैं.
close
मतलब मैं
for
तो
it to
सोचती
change
हूँ
at any point in any moment. And I
मुझे
feel like
शर्म
I'm so
आनी
used to seeing
चाहिए
some
भाई
of
तुम
the
इतने बड़े
absolutely elite,
फुटबॉल
you know, Falcons
लेजेंड के
always in the
लिए
lead,
तुम
but
कैसे
this
बोल
is
सकते
really
हो.
tight. So even though, you know, you were saying
मतलब
before,
कैसे ही कोई बोल
you can have
सकता
one
है यार
mistake.
खुद को एक बार
one
देखो
day,
तो
one day.
कहाँ
They might
स्टैंड
even be able
करते
to have
हो.
two. It's that tight, this leaderboard.
नहीं कि बात
All right,
no
well,
one
hey,
to
we're looking
speak
at both,
for any
all
of
four of the
them.
groups
मेरे
right
को तो
now
बस
for
वो
the
funny
overall
लगता
ranking so
है.
far.
I
Gaming
just
Gladiators, I
believe
mean,
कि
they already
बच्चे
played their
करते
6
हैं
matches, so
बकवास.
definitely they're going to be there towards
कोई
the
रोनाल्डो
top.
के लिए बोल रहा है तो वो भी
One
मैच्योर
team
किड है
that
कोई
I know
मेसी के
where
लिए
we
बोल रहा है
end
तो
up
वो भी
switching the
मैच्योर
page
किड है.
here that I
और
didn't
मैं
really
तो
get a chance
सच्ची
to
बता
see
देती
much
हूँ
of
मुझे सिर्फ
is
उन
the
फैंस
reigning
की वजह से
champions
दिक्कत होती है मुझे
at
मेसी से तो आज तक ही
EWC.
दिक्कत नहीं
BK
मतलब मुझे
Gaming,
क्या
they were really
दिक्कत
kind of
होगी.
non-existent, at least from what I was able to see.
कौन सा वो
in this
मेरे
past few
पैसे
matches.
चोरी करके थोड़ी भाग रहा है जो
I
मुझे
mean, I
दिक्कत
think
होगी.
like once again, it's a little bit too early in the tournament to
But
tell for
मेसी के
sure. But
फैंस
if
ने
they go
मैं
down crashing
honestly
and
बोल रही हूँ मेरे को
burning,
बहुत
you
बार
even
किया
heard
है
it in the
trigger.
interview as well. They said
मेरे को
after we
बहुत
won,
बार किया
we got a
trigger
little bit
because ऐसा नहीं है
complacent
कि
and
talk
happy
good
about the
about
fact that we
Messi
won.
इसलिए मैं trigger
And now
होती
they
हूँ
said,
but they
yeah, but we
talk
still want to go back to defend our
absolute
title.
trash
But is
about
that enough? You know,
CR7.
everybody needs that passion and motivation to actually keep pushing. And if you don't have
and
that,
it's
you're gonna
not
get
just
caught back.
about
That's the big one,
football.
right? We see it
He
happen
is
in
my
a lot of
idol.
esports,
Yes.
honestly. They
वो
end up winning
जो
and they're
है
like, okay,
इंसान भाई
I have achieved
ऐसे नहीं
what I
होते हैं
wanted to do,
लोग.
but you need to continue to have that
इसके लिए.
drive. What can they do to make
वो
sure that
उल्टा
that drive is still
रोल
there?
मॉडल
Right?
होना
Yeah, I mean,
चाहिए
honestly,
सबका
just
सच्ची
remember the
बोलूँ तो
feeling of
सब
what
सही
that
रास्ते पे
tournament win
चलेंगे
was for
फिर.
not just themselves, but for the region in general. Literally put the entire region back on the map when a lot of people were counting them out.
It's just कि
And
respect
they're
बहुत
one of
ज़्यादा
the
है
few teams, I
बचपन
mean,
से ही
2 of
मेरे
the
में
top
उसके
3
लिए
teams from
इसके लिए
last
मेरे
EWC
को
are still
दिमाग
full
मेरा
rosters
खिसकता है
from what they were
कोई
before.
बकवास
So
करे.
it's kind of rare to see a team that
अभी
had
लोग
some
ऐसा बोलते हैं
struggles
कि अरे
after a win
सेलिब्रिटी
be
के
able to
लिए ये
bounce
नहीं
back
सुन
and
रहे
come
भाई
compete.
ऐसा
And I
नहीं
think,
है
you
ना
know,
एक
that
आइडल एक
motivation of
अलग
trying
चीज
to
होता
defend
है.
that title and be the only team in Apex history to
वही
have
लोगों
2
को समझ नहीं
EWC
आता.
trophies would be legendary.
Okay, well, you're seeing it right now on your screen. The first 3 games at E-District are done. Now Storm Point is coming up. I'm going to put you guys on the hot spot. Graceful, I'm going to go with you first. Which team do you think is going to perform really well here in Storm Point?
Aurora, and this is because when we saw them play as well in Pro League earlier on, I still remember we even had an interview. I think he hit endgame 6 for 6. And if it's any map where you can consistently hit endgame, it's Stormpoint. And E-District that we already passed. Stormpoint is the second best to that of staying consistently in endgame.
And then for you, Snipe, quick, just tell me a team.
It's going to be NIP strictly because of the damage output they have. There's a lot of open space, and I think that that'll help them out a lot.
All right, Blaze?
Look, Stormpoint's just a different type of beast, isn't it? You know, you watch E-District and people prioritize, like even S8UL, they basically have prioritized E-District, but didn't perform that well. But I do worry about sort of Stormpoint for them, but look, it's a different beast. But I'm going to have to back up Aurora.
Aurora. Okay, we got Aurora, NIP. You know what? Onset. Dan, let me know who you guys got. NIP, Aurora, you guys are going to switch it up maybe on us?
Let's have a little discussion. Let's think about it as we head into the back end of this series. 3 games to go. Dan, I'm going to throw this one over to you, my friend. We're heading into Stormpoint. Who are your gorgeous eyes looking at?
Firstly, apparently we're on first name basis already, me and Seven. Like, he's only been here a hot minute. He thinks, no, I'm joking, I've known Seven for years. Who do I think, you know, they made good points, right? The fact that S8UL prioritized E-District, now you're going to a Storm Point, you'd think maybe they're going to struggle. But maybe they prioritize E-District because they know they're good at Storm Point. They know they're going to be better on a map that they played a little bit more, and it fits their comp a little bit better. Or if you think about what Monsoon was saying on the main stage earlier, after the first 3 games, it feels like the game kind of slows down a little bit. When you get rid of the Crypto, get rid of the Seer, now we get rid of the Mackie, and we go into game 4, where in our last set, we saw a bunch of Valkyrie, and then Valkyrie was got banned.
Yeah, you've seen a lot more defensive compositions now that like you say, the aggressive legends have been removed from the pool for the time being. You're seeing a lot of Newcastle, a lot of Gibraltar coming into the compositions of these teams, and we're going to have to see if they can be effective in a lobby which is so close when it comes to points after the first 3 games. We're going to have to see as we head into the back 3 between groups C and D if Stormpoint can separate the group.
And a lot of teams teams do rely on Valkyrie.
कुछ
Valkyrie
खराब
is
होने का
definitely
चांस
a
नहीं
bit of
है
a crutch
और
for a
थोड़ा
lot
सा
of these
खाऊंगी
rosters,
पेट भर जाएगा
and
मैं
this
रात
is
को
going
चिप्स
to
खा
be
लूंगी सुबह एयरपोर्ट
such
पे
a vital and important game here
a
in this
smart
series.
choice.
If you do not put points on the board, with Valkyrie potentially
मेरे
getting
को
banned
risk
here,
नहीं
that puts you into
Already
such a
banned
tough
is
situation
already
going into games 5 and 6.
Well, the good news for
मेरे को वैसे
GK
भाग
is they were the
भाग
team who took the victory in that last game that we did see on E-District. A very simple win for them in the final moments, just controlling that high ground and being able to just clean up the final pieces that fell their way. And with 23 points on the board, I think it shows, even with a win, Dan, how close this lobby currently is. A win for GK, only 23 points on the board for them, as we're heading down towards Team Liquid at Barometer, as we see where that zone's going to be pulling.
So interestingly, looking at the pick rate for these legends, I was saying, we saw Valkyrie banned at this stage in the previous set. It's actually Gibraltar who has an 80% pick rate going into this lobby. That changes things significantly going into these next matches. If you think previously we got Gibraltar all the way through until match 6. So that means those teams who I was talking about that rely on Valkyrie a little bit, especially some of the APAC North teams, they're going to have Valkyrie in this next match.
Just looking at Team Liquid as well, good news for them is they have ring consoles, so they're going to know exactly where this zone is going, so they're going to have the pick of the buildings to play here at Barometer. Looking over at TLM Pirates as well, they're making their way from Echo HQ. Cenote and Zipline Mafia, they also have a console, so they'll be able to head in pretty quickly in towards where that zone's going to be. Sentinels, we heard from Mon saying they like to play the center POIs. Well, they're playing exactly that here from Jurassic. They should have good priority to this zone as well.
Yeah, according to Monsoon, we should see a few more points being scored by Sentinels, to be completely honest. As now they should be able to play their more zone-focused style and push themselves through perhaps a little bit higher on those leaderboards.
As always, a little bit of an extermination crew starting off here as the Spiders will meet their demise as Elite Esports, who are currently up in 2nd place after a win a little bit earlier on. Continuing the good form that we've seen from some of the EMEA squads so far in the group stages, but that's certainly something that we've said before things turn a little bit more sour towards the end of the tournament. Speaking of the Pirates, here they are on your screen right now. Charge rifle in the hands of Nate up on the high ground. Interesting to see a Pathfinder pick, actually. Pretty early on in this set here. The only team I can see in the lobby currently running it.
Yeah, and they are in last, so take that from what you can. But it's interesting, again, it's the discussion of, trying to pick something that is not going to be banned. That being said, the Gibraltar is going to be taken away from them. As now we check in with VKG, our previous winners from EWC, and actually both of our previous winners, in theory, Alliance and VKG, both struggling a little bit in this lobby. But we did see in the previous set, Stormpoint completely changed things and the route and the path for a lot of these teams.
Interesting to see the uptick in mass diffuses as well when the Gibraltar comes into play. Of course, you've got that new hop-up on it as well, so if you get a knock, you're going to get a little bit of your health back and you're going to be able to re-engage in those fights. And when you're dancing around a bubble on Gibraltar, it's the perfect hop-up to use to get the most damage out while staying healthy yourself. TL are going to play the high ground here. You can see this is where they've chosen to play from. This almost guarantees them at least the top 10 spots should the zone start to pull their way down to the southern side of Barometer like it looks like it will. But they're going to have to do it with white armor. And I think the fact that there was no evo near them has also influenced this choice down. Playing up on the high ground, being able to pepper damage out, it guarantees them being able to get blue without really taking any risks and really putting themselves at disadvantage.
It's whether anyone's brave enough to try and take that position away from them as well. That's where you've got to be mindful of, and why. Like you say, you have to be building up those shields so you can retreat back and take those fights. Speaking of fights happening, Team Vision and Elite at the moment posturing up against each other. It does look like this is going to happen as well. Good shot from Zach.
Yeah, kind of.
No,
Zach will get the finish though. That's kind of down. That should be the control of the fight completely going the way of Vision. It will be the elimination of Elite Esports as the first team out of the lobby here. S8UL are still looking at this, but the fact they stayed so healthy during that fight, Vision, means they will be able to reset here. Everybody should be safe. Everybody should be safe.
It is funny how sharks in the water, people are there like, was there any knock? Can we get anything out of this? Just have a look, but no, not even a whiff of a knock. So Team Vision very successfully winning that engagement. As again, we just check back in with Liquid. No one contesting them on height at the moment, but they are still slowly building, and they do have fallback options as well. If things do go south, you can always retreat into the center of this building. But at the moment, it's just about a lot of damage output, really, and making yourself big. It's actually, Blinkster had gone down, but it looks like Sentinels are not going to be in trouble. There's not going to be an attempt at a push.
Yeah, Sentinels just playing the bottom of the building. Team Liquid above them on the height. Sentinels again prioritizing that quick rotation. You can only tell that by the positioning and the fact that they're in one of the pro positions, but the fact they're still on white armor as well. They really haven't had a chance to pass to any Evo to output too much damage. The difference between their position and the one from Team Liquid is line of sight. Team Liquid have so many teams who are going to be rotating in they can pick away at. It's going to be difficult to get that damage up. The Sentinels down on the low ground. It's a little bit later in the game, but if they get sniffed out on white armor towards the end of the game, they're going to be taken down very comfortably.
So I'm going to say something quite controversial, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people that disagree with me. Prepare yourself, sit down. Go on. I still don't think Alliance have really performed since the change of Effect into Aku. And when it first happened, I questioned it a little bit. I said, can Aku live up to what Effect was able to lay down? And I still haven't seen it, and I hope I do see it for Alliance fans' sake and for Aku's sake. But it's been a quiet start to them. We'll have to see whether they can ramp things up as they go.
Where is he?
It's a good question. One that I'll leave to someone else to answer. RRQ are going to be in first place at the moment. They're right at the southern tip of Barometer, so if the zone does pull down to the south, they're in one of the only buildings that will be safe. We'll have to see on the zone close if it's going to be safe for that next zone, and if it is, the first place team are in a fantastic position, potentially for this endgame.
Does pull down a little bit further south, not quite where RRQ are setting down. They will have to move and adjust ever so slightly, especially moving towards the eastern side. Reject down on that fast southern tip, they'll be okay. And even VK Gaming on the northern building, they're going to be absolutely fine for now. You'd imagine it would continue to pull south from this point. That being said, I have seen crazier things happen. There's still about 8 teams outside of this circle, so expect a few more fights on the edge here. These teams that are looking for some points.
Teams also looking to get up to purple as well, not just because of the Valkyrie purple perk to get to the skies quicker when they do have to Valkyrie a little bit later in the game, but also the importance of the triple bombardment on the purple perk of Gibraltar. So devastating in those fights towards the end game where you really can just zone out not just one, but 2 or 3 different teams to try and stay alive. Speaking of purple, Alliance, they've got there. Unlucky. Hackers and Aku are going to have all their perks picked. They'll be ready to fight here as they work their way towards zone. A long way to go for them, though.
Well, I do want to follow up as well. I do still think Alliance one of the best teams in the world. I just think it speaks volumes about how good Effect was. And really, as an individual, what he adds. And I mentioned it earlier, when you have that player who can just turn around and destroy a team in a 1v3, Effect was that kind of guy for them, and Unlucky has done very well at filling those boots himself, but also Aku stepping up to that plate as he grows as a player too.
Well, here's Dinos on your screen, and they've got a long way to go. You can see they're up one member of Team Vision up on that high ground, just watching their wrap. It's going to be Lota who's going to be able to do so pretty comfortably as well on Axel. He's going to be able to throw down that nitro gauge should he need to, just to scarper back to the closest of his teammates should Dinos decide to push. It looks like Dinos might be actually walking up on him, so Lota's going to be very, very careful here. That he doesn't get 3-2-1, all 3 guns firing onto him, and he finds himself, unfortunately, falling down.
Vision made me laugh, by the way. I was chatting to Zach Mazer, and it's almost like he's their stepdad. Like, he's just that he kind of looks after them. He's like, man, I've got these great kids that come in, they just play some video games, they're incredible, they listen. And Zach has grown as an IGL as well. It's just so funny to hear the kind of relationship that they have and the dynamic on that team.
He left out some of that conversation, and this is for not only your benefit, but Team Vision's as well. Let's leave it like that. Neon on your screen right now. They're zoned pretty comfortably right now. They've got the Watson in the competition as well. So they're not going to be quite some time. Just interested to see where the zone actually pulls after this one. That's the big one. I think it might be going down towards the likes of Reject, also Liquid with good zone read here, but here comes Team Alliance. Falling from the skies, Akis goes down, and that's Gibraltar down as well. But Unlucky will be able to drag his teammate and his IGL back to his feet. They will be safe here.
You've got to be ready as a Newcastle. You have to be instantly on that res. Otherwise, you just give that option for someone to pick them off. You know, a charge rifle or a longbow, and then suddenly you're looking at hoping to go for a deathbox res. But Alliance will survive, and it's just, at the moment, it's just knocks from distance, everyone just having a little bit of a poke off. No one at any real threat. There's a lot of these teams on the edge at the moment just looking to hold out. Now, Mythic Bin has spawned on the north, and Enter Force 36 and Zipline Mafia are kind of posturing up against each other as well. Maybe going to contest each other for this one.
Chila is
They might have a
vegetarian.
poke off around the Mythic Bin that's spawning. I like that term. I'm going to use that a lot more.
Are you making fun of?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Lakshya bhi keh raha hai तो
I'm offended you had to ask that question. Well, Zipline Mafia,
We as a
who went on a
community
historic
should
run, by the way,
start.
winning the EMEA Regional Finals to qualify, going into EMEA Regional
Ah,
Finals
it's
to
time to
qualify
change your-
for Split 1 playoffs here at EWC. They basically had to win the thing, and they went and did
मिलता
exactly that
जुलता
in match
कैसे
point.
होता है भाई
So a fantastic story up to now, but when you get to the dance, you want to make
40
the most
मिनट
of
तो
it.
बहुत
Zipline
होते
Mafia
हैं
have
तुम
certainly
कल
got some work
सोचो
to do,
हम
but
पे कितना
look how close
प्रेशर
the
था
lobby is.
90th
One big
मिनट
game
पे
here for
गोल
any
किया है
team could
स्पेन ने
really solidify
तुम
your place
हमारा
in those
प्रेशर
leaderboards.
सोचो
Look at
तुम्हें
where the
ये
zone's
प्रेशर
going,
लग रहा है ये
though.
तो
These
कुछ नहीं
pulling
है
out towards Dog
कितनी
Red
देर
on that
पहले
building.
हो गया
They couldn't be
गोल
safe up
अभी
on that
इन
high
पे
ground,
कितना
I think,
टाइम है
for a little bit longer. And we'll be able
पोर्टुगल
to
पे
actually
टाइम
look
ही
to play
नहीं
that
था
roof a little bit later in the game too, should they
90th
wish to.
minute
Hell of a
goal
call from Team Vision as well to be able to
6
play on that
minutes
southeastern
extra time.
side. That's a typical Zach Meza position, it feels. They gamble on them. When they are late,
वही
they
तो
like to go for
14
something
पे
that's a
हुआ है
little
कितनी
bit
देर हो गई भाई ये
off
कुछ
and
प्रेशर
could
नहीं
be
है
different.
भाई
And if it does pull
प्रेशर
it,
तो
it's
कल
a big
था
advantage to them.
रोना
As
अब तक
SAUL
मतलब
are
आंसू
actually
से
going to drop in a
टपकने
similar
वाले थे कल
position.
ऐसी हालत थी
Attrition
भाई
zone kind of comparable to what we actually saw earlier when we went down to Dev Coast to see the zone where, you know, playable spots there are, but they're broken. It was helped out by the fact that it was a game number 4, that the fact that
और
Gibraltar
उल्टा
and
अर्जेंटीना
Newcastle
इनका
still
ज्यादा
available.
चांस है
A very
गोल का
similar
वो भी तो
situation
सोचो
here
तुम
with the zone that we see.
इधर ऐसा नहीं है ना कि ये लोग मेसी को बॉल ही नहीं देते इधर नहीं है ऐसा कि मेसी के पास बॉल ही नहीं जाएगी फुल सपोर्ट मिलता है
towards the end game. If
आराम
this is
से
a
हो
game
सकता
5,
है
game 6, even a game 1 or 2, you're probably seeing the lobby down to 7 or 8 teams as the zone goes into that final ring. But in this, you could see a lot more just due to the utility that is available for teams as RRQ make their move a little bit closer to zone here.
नमन ही नाम है मेरा देखो आप पे भरोसा
More knocks in the kill feed, but still just from
वही
distance.
तो यहाँ
But
मेसी
this
की
one is
भी
not. This
मिलते
has been a
भाई
fight
वो
that's
बहुत
been
अच्छी
extended for quite
चीज़ है
some
मतलब
time.
ऐसा
As now Dinos have lost one.
लेजेंडरी प्लेयर्स के लिए होना
Zach
चाहिए
loses
टीम
his
में
shield,
अगर
but
खाई
stays on
नहीं
his
पोते हैं
feet. J Future has to take a second here to play behind the knockdown. His teammate DJ Killer's going to hold that door. There's Watson fences around as well. You've got to be so careful where you step. You don't want to get stunned and find yourself in a position where you're so vulnerable to a 1v1. It looks like Vision have managed to get the res as well. It's a 2v3. Although now it becomes a 3v3 again, as Dinos will get the full reset.
Yeah, both teams back off, both teams get the res. As now Zipline Mafia have just arrived to the party. That puts a lot of pressure on the team on the outside here. So Dinos have to be careful, because remember, Vision were inside. They have protection from this.
Dinos have managed to climb all the way up to the high ground. A couple of Valk missiles coming their way. That's going to force the bub.
हम अभी भी
DJ
हैशटैग
Killer's trying his best to get his claws onto the top of that egg just to climb up to join his 2 teammates, but with the bubble being burned, that makes it a little bit more difficult for them to survive if they take this fight. Anyway, looks like it's going to be happening right now. It's going to be Dinos who get that first initial damage.
Initial damage, do you follow up? Yes, you do. You've got to get rid of the fences, though, and you will, and it's going to be 2 going in their favor, and it looks like Vision are falling apart here. Can you escape? Maybe. No, you cannot. Vision eliminated in 19th. Now when we see Zipline Mafia re-engage, it looks like no, they are happy to be trolls under the bridge right now. By the way, all the meanwhile, Alliance have been able to get kind of north of Dinos, holding this eastern side, because they were able to just fly in for free, walk in for free, it feels like.
कल रोनाल्डो का लिटरली
Valkyrie
शर्ट
over
पुल
the
किया था
entirety
वो
of the lobby,
होना
played
चाहिए
that
था
spider
उसके लिए
choke.
फाउल
And now we'll have a pretty good walk
नहीं
into
होता
where
है
this
बस।
zone is going to be going. Remember, they
वो
are
तो
on
है
baby
खैर,
comp as
कुछ
well,
कर
so they
नहीं
have
सकते।
Newcastle and Gibraltar available to help them hold down that spot, increase their
जो अपने
survivability
हाथ में
chances
नहीं है
as that
उसका क्या ही
engagement
करें।
starts to take place. Everyone else who's on the western side of this zone has to go through each other. That's where the
Even
lobby will
how
start to
so,
cut itself down. As Zipline Mafia, as we see on our screen, still hold that bridge position.
Yeah, a lot of the teams on the east have a chance to pick up some big points. As now VKG down to just 1, but the res is happening, and they have been able to find a trade of their own. They're kind of backed into a room at the moment on VKG, and they only have 23 seconds to try and win out this fight and actually plan where they're going to move. It's always frustrating when you're this close to ring closing in. Someone engages with you, and it just takes away that opportunity to plan and talk about where you're going to go.
I mean, so many teams are still outside of this zone, and it's starting to close in 10 seconds' time. The problem is, nobody knows where to go. 2 teams who don't know where to go right now are staring straight into each other's eyes. That's going to be Alliance. The queue lasts a little bit longer for them. They get that initial damage, and it's down to J Future on the Gibraltar to try and clutch it. Alliance will go down thanks to the lobby, and it looks like Dinos will survive. Yeah, that was Zipline Mafia from under the bridge. Now Enter Force 36. They see
ग्राफिक ने जो पिंक करने में
They will
सपोर्ट
enter as a full 3 here. Dino,
सपोर्ट
sadly, they will be able to toss
तुम
some
वो छोड़ो
left
रेफरी
remnants.
छोड़ो
But
रेफरी
E36 will pick up this
टीम
position.
देखो
As
ना
Team
टीम
Nemesis
उसको
decide this
सपोर्ट
could
नहीं
be a
करती
chance for
है
them.
Everyone dropping
इधर
from the
मेसी
skies
को
from
क्या
the balcons,
सपोर्ट
just looking
करते
to
हैं
find somewhere to play. Jizzler's going to be able to get the castle wall down and changes to that massive to try and ward off the pressure coming in from Nemesis. Team Liquid still inside a zone though,
भाई मेरा
still up
prediction
on that
गलत हो
high
रहा है क्या
ground
और
and still able to take advantage of so many teams who are going to be falling into the open. Neo will be eliminated from the lobby next.
Yeah,
15
I'm
squads now
multitasking.
remain.
Team Liquid now taking a little bit of ring damage. They have to move to the other side. Remember, Sentinels are below them as well, as Nemesis now have the castle wall out. Reject have been taken down. Pirates are eliminated as well. It's 13 squads as Nemesis are under pressure.
Sacred with a triple take. He'll make this interesting. He makes it very interesting, but he
गोल
can't
रिव्यू
clutch
हो रहा है
on.
गाइस रिव्यू हो रहा
As
है
E36 will just about survive. Ninjas in pajamas, another dud game for them. They will fall out earlier than they would have wanted to.
रुको
But with
अभी
the
गोल
bubble down,
कैंसिल होगा गाइस
E36 will be
रुको
safe
ऐसे
and will
थोड़ी
be able to reset here.
All the meanwhile, Zipline Mafia have played this perfectly. Not only were they
अभी
helping out on
cancel होने
damage
वाला है
and forcing those teams on the east to fight, but now they have taken center zone here. Their main worry is going to be enter Force 36 right now. If they do take that engagement, they could be in a game-winning spot.
Oh, Chop gets the bubble down, but not before he falls down himself. It's KNC putting the pressure on. The Falcon from Noxy says, I'm out of here, boys. I'm going to try and get us a few placement points. Hover in the skies and see if I can find somewhere to land. It's KNC who will come out this one strongest and a Kraber in the hands of Chappie.
I mean, smart play. You can definitely pick up 1 or 2 placement points depending on how you play this one going up into the sky. As there you go. There's your extra placement point just from Falcon up because Aurora just got eliminated.
Aurora gone.
No goal.
As RRQ now look to get involved in some of these fights. S8UL only got one player on his feet. It's Jesco on the give-in.
I think I can
He
guess
falls
अभी
to his
विनोद
knees.
ने
He
क्या
falls
लिखा
back into the
होगा
lobby
लाइक
screen
मैंने
and
देखा नहीं
RRQ
but
take
I
the
just
zipline
know
back
I just know
down. They
उसने
have to
क्या
now
लिखा
worry
होगा
about where the zone is going. Everybody is being forced towards his zone and there's barely anywhere to play.
RRQ are fighting so well together at the moment. Very difficult to try and compete with people that in sync, because Sentinels finally are going to have to move out. Blinks has gone down, and sadly, there's just too many teams looking at them.
This is really, really rough. So many teams are refusing to rotate to zone. They're just looking for KP. Possibly recognizing that it's going to be difficult for them to win this game, so they're trying to maximize those points through kills and taking the teams out around them. RRQ now with the Jimmy bubble down on that low ground. KNC look across them. GK will be eliminated. VK will be eliminated as well as we down to 7.
Down to 7. Zipline Mafia still dead center of this zone. As RRQ still somehow alive on this southern side and actually forcing their way in. One remains on Sentinels, by the way. It's going to be behind RRQ here.
Raber, you peek. And Chappie will look to teach. Almost manages to take the skull off of one player. They're going to have to survive for now. Another fight going down. Over to his east. It's going to be involving... Look on your screen right now. Sentinel's just been eliminated in the meantime. Godred will go down. It's KNC who are starting to pick up KP after KP from this high ground position. And Team Liquid might be next. Zipline Mafia now being contested themselves as WeQ on the Gibraltar has to spray the R9 and has to try and clutch. Strafing Flame, he's down into 1v1. Pricey lost alive.
एक सेकंड मेरा ध्यान ही नहीं था अपनी टीम आउट हो गई क्या पहले
Pricey slams him home. Zipline Mafia out. Team
4
Liquid.
बची है
Now after dropping here, they can get very aggressive here. It's 2 versus 2.
It's a 3 versus 1. It's a 2 versus 1. It's a 1 versus 1. And Zero barely has any KP. Sight is trying to stick the knock. E36 looking to move up on this as well as KNC takes to the sky just to try and survive and buy a little bit more time. Panic has found a little ledge to play and gets into the top 3 because of it.
Well, RRQ are watching all of this unfold, by the way, and it should just be a matter of patience at this point. Enter Force 36 is still alive, and then one remaining solo that's going to prove to be a thorn in the side of their chances of winning this game.
Well, Easy Flash has got himself 5 kills in this game, so it's looking like a monster potential point tally for RRQ here. Panic still hasn't been spotted, by the way. And if he isn't spotted,
हाँ
there's a real
मतलब
chance he could win this one.
टेक्निकली मिस नहीं टेक्निकली तो सेव किया कीपर ने but I think it was not a good attempt
RRQ taking a lot of damage. Need to hand over. You need someone who can help you with this damage now.
Pricey with a PK
कीपर
in his
थे
hand, the
यार
bubble goes
मेरा
down.
ध्यान ही नहीं था
Jizzler with a massive in his hand. Where's Panic? Strafing Flame. Jumping around. He gets chunked by the massive. 1, 2, 3 times. He's down as well. Panic's still alive. It's a 1v1. Panic does it for Liquid.
लेफ्ट करता तो या खो जाता जीत गए लिक्विड जीत गई ये नैट ओपी टीम लिक्विड चैंपियंस नैट ओपी ओपी
There is always an opportunity. As a rat, as a solo, if you can find a way to go unseen, unnoticed, get behind enemy lines and time it perfectly, that could be a game-changing moment, a tournament-changing moment for Team Liquid, who are certainly in contention for winning this entire tournament. They have the players, they have the history, but it's those clutch moments that you need to become champions. All the meanwhile, still incredible points found from the likes of RRQ, who will continue to be at the top of this lobby.
The Aviators are out.
Abhi bhi hai wo to, abhi bhi
It's
hoga,
a great
yes.
game for them,
I don't know.
but I mean, you
But
just saw
hona to
what was
chahiye.
happening. Everybody lost. Panic. He got
Abhi
on
ye
that
to
ledge of the
किसी से दिख
cannon
रहा है.
and then just avoided
ये
E36 line of sight. They did not know
Genji
where he
में
was.
कौन
He
था
was just
फिर वो
beginning
शायद
to
Genji
prod
में
him. He was
नहीं था
not giving
शायद
them
से T1
the
में गया था
opportunity, and
भूल
when he
गई.
took to the skies,
The IGL
he
is the
fell in a
old
1v1.
IGL of Genji.
And having got into position where he had the first shots, you know that boy ain't gonna miss when the lights shine brightest.
And when we look back at the highlights, the amount of health
US
Panic
player
had when
का
he
reverse
initially
वहाँ वो
escaped
देखा था मैंने.
and he survived, it was
That
a
I
slither.
saw.
If you had sneezed on him, he would have gone down and it would have been a 3v3. And also, how many times do you see those situations where you stay alive as a player, you watch the fight happen, 2 or 3 players survive, you walk in and it is just, you fall over, you get second place, you're happy. But with the amount of damage that was being done between both of these two teams, it gave
Guys,
Panic
तुम लोग
that
को पता है
opportunity. And
मेरा
again, he just had to time it right here. This
स्कूल
was the
टाइम
fight
पे
that
एक
gave
बहुत
them the
अच्छा
opportunity
दोस्त
to
हुआ
win.
करता था.
And then Panic.
Like वो मेरा दोस्त बना ही इस वजह से था क्योंकि वो मेरे स्कूल में नहीं था. Like same age के थे हम, but वो मेरी एक फ्रेंड का फ्रेंड था और वो मेरी फ्रेंड मेरी क्लासमेट ही थी. तो हम लोग ना सब कहीं किसी का बर्थडे पार्टी कुछ था, ठीक है, हम लोग वहाँ गए हुए थे एंड मैं उसको उधर ही मिली. पता है हुआ क्या, पार्टी चल रही है, हम दोनों बोर हो रहे थे और मैं फर्स्ट टाइम मिली और हम साइड में बैठ के फुटबॉल की बातें शुरू. हमारी बॉन्डिंग ही फुटबॉल से हुई और हम इतने अच्छे दोस्त बन गए थे बाद में. और सोचो उस टाइम ऐसी टॉक्सिसिटी एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करती थी. वो मेसी फैन था, मैं रोनाल्डो फैन, बट मुझे ऐसा कभी फील ही नहीं हुआ था. और प्योर फुटबॉल पे बॉन्डिंग हुई हमारी. मतलब एक कॉन्वर्सेशन से हम ऐसा ऑलमोस्ट बेस्ट फ्रेंड टाइप बन गए थे.
20-point lead going into match 5 over
अब बताओ, और अभी लोग इतना लड़ते रहते
an
हैं.
advantageous position they find themselves in with 2 remaining now. And remember, Valkyrie will still stay alive going
मेरे
into
को
matches
जस्ट
5 and
अभी
6.
याद आया,
And you
मैंने वो
look
स्टोरी डाली थी
what
ना,
so many of these teams are
वो
able to
वाली
do
की
in that
लास्ट
game
वन स्टैंडिंग,
thanks to
उस पे उसका
Valkyrie.
रिप्लाई
You
आया
have
रोते
more
हुए, तब मेरे को
opportunities to
याद
do it
आया
again.
कि oh
This
shit,
time, no Gibraltar.
मैं तो भूल ही गई थी कि ये मेसी फैन था.
Interesting when you're looking at those.
लेजिट भूल गई थी मैं.
RRQ has given them that gap now. They have a gap at the top of the leaderboard. Of course, we're talking about cumulative points, but it's a fantastic performance from them that's going to make these next 2 games a lot easier for them when it comes to pressure with the situations they find themselves in. For the rest of the lobby, they're going to be looking at that performance as a blueprint for what they do in these next 2 games. One big game, and all of a sudden you are flying up those leaderboards.
Team Liquid had a damage difference in that game of 4,470.
That's that higher barometer, baby.
Pointed it out right at the start of the game that their aim is just going to be building up their shields, dealing damage, forcing people away, forcing people into uncomfortable positions, and then later on, they were able to take some of the priority space. But then you saw in the replay, you may have heard in the replay, Zero saying, who inted us in that point? Because even despite the int, they were able to survive with that single player and go on to win the game. And yes, they didn't get the most points in the lobby, but that win is so important for confidence, not just for Panic, but for Zero as well. How many times have we watched tournaments of Zero IGLing? They haven't quite got there. Perhaps confidence starts to dwindle a little bit. If Zero gets going and heating up, suddenly this Team Liquid roster, they become such a terrifying force to compete against.
Yeah, there's nothing scarier than when Zero's focused and fired up and hyped up as well. I think that's when he plays his best Apex Legends. And when you've got a player like Panic who is never shy at getting hyped up himself. By the way, these massive shots here from Jusna, absolutely ridiculous. Those 3 that he chunked inside and around that bubble were absolutely beautiful. But when you've got a player who is going to be as fiery as you are, as motivated, as pop off, what's the word I'm looking for? Pop-off orientated. That's the one I'm looking for. It's going to motivate you as well. It's going to bring out...
I've got a lot of people who cricket, I can relate to it.
Even though there's a little bit of a gelling process.
Just put bleach in my eye.
For me, we're a team who haven't been spoken enough about. They are serious.
Okay, yeah. We know.
And those extra, 7 points that were just gathered in that single moment from Panic as well. That could be the difference maker from getting into the next stage, from getting into the finals lobby, to be honest. And you don't want to be one of those teams competing in the survival stage and then find yourself having to play a long, drawn-out stage where you could be comfortably putting your feet up.
And then you remember as well, you qualify immediately for finals, your POI draft becomes a lot more enticing.
Exactly.
The places you're going to be playing from in every single game in that finals are going to be a lot more enticing. And that's what things are looking like right now when we do look at our series results. RRQ on top, and that is that gap that we were talking about. 20 points now the difference. 32 kills, by the way, for RRQ at the moment. That is a big difference to the rest of the lobby. Most of them coming in that previous game. But Liquid, with that win in our game that we just saw, now find themselves in second place with 37.
Wow, what a match to set us up so nicely for five.
अबे हाँ पोर्टुगल रेड थी बे
lower half of the leaderboards, and
मैं डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो गई ए अश्मित ये जानबूझ के लिखा है गाइस इसने हमारे जगह पे नमक छिड़कने के लिए लिखा है इसने बेवकूफ अर्जेंटीना भी रेड है आज से मेरे लिए हाँ क्या हुआ अर्जेंटीना तो नहीं जीती
They are certainly struggling indeed. Really ninjas in pajamas that we have seen in the America's Pro League.
Ref trying to find भाई seriously अभी भी कर रहे हैं मैंने नहीं देखा भाई लेकिन ये इतना obvious क्यों करते हैं लाइक ऐसे नहीं करना चाहिए भाई पोर्तुगल नहीं अब नो मोर पोर्तुगल अभी रोनाल्डो खेलेगा और तो पोर्तुगल वरना नो पोर्तुगल हेट वॉच करूंगी गाइस मैं आगे से पोर्टुगल को अभी तुम लोग देखो मैंने आज तक अर्जेंटीना को हेट वॉच नहीं किया तुम लोग बोलते थे ना अभी मैं तुम लोग को दिखाऊंगी हेट वॉच क्या होता है एक बार अगर मतलब रोनाल्डो अभी बिल्कुल नहीं खेलेगा ना मैं हेट वॉच करूंगी देखो तुम
As we check in with Team Liquid now, could
they
be the winners of this entire tournament? I know I was speaking to Barney, our stage host, and he was saying he just has a feeling about Team Liquid going into this event. He doesn't know why, but he just feels like they might.
Hate watch, yes, bro.
And I tell you what,
डिसअपॉइंट किया है भाई रोनाल्डो ने बिल्कुल डिसअपॉइंट नहीं किया एकदम 1% भी नहीं बट उसकी टीम ने way too much except नूनो एंड कोस्टा except those two especially कल के गेम में एंड इवन कोस्टा का पहले भी एक गेम था मैं भूल गई कौन सा वाला था बट इन दोनों के अलावा तो सबको हेट वॉच एटलीस्ट अर्जेंटीना के प्लेयर्स मेसी को बॉल तो पास करते हैं Exactly. अबे मेरे को कल पोस्ट आया कि रोनाल्डो क्रिस्टियानो जूनियर एलिजिबल है 5 कंट्री से खेलने के लिए आई वाज लाइक कि ठीक है पोर्टुगल समझ आता है स्पेन में वो बहुत टाइम रहा है समझ आता है यूएसए बॉन्ड है समझ आता है बाकी दो तो मुझे समझ ही नहीं बाकी दो एक केप वर्डे था और एक इंग्लैंड था इंग्लैंड कैसे मैन्यू में तो कितना पहले था इंग्लैंड कैसे और उसकी अच्छा मदर का तो पता ही नहीं है मदर का तो पता ही नहीं है
He's also had to change legends from what he's been comfortable on. Obviously, previously he's a massive entry fragger. Now he's having to play some anchor roles and some of those anchor legends. And something has got to be found here for NIP on your screen right now because things ain't looking too good for the boys on your screen. But one game can completely change that as we've just
पोर्टुगल के लिए खेल के जूनियर ही ले आए बढ़िया है रोनाल्डो खुश तो होगा हमें तो उसको खुश देखना है रोनाल्डो खुश हम खुश क्रिस्टियानो फादर इज फ्रॉम केप ओ ये नहीं पता
Perhaps we can see something similar here for NIP going into these last ones. They can show us why they are considered one of the best teams at the tournament.
So much history now with these teams and
I know अमन वो तो है ही ऑडियो क्वालिटी ऐसी की क्योंकि मैं मेरे सेटअप पे नहीं हूँ आई एम एट बूट कैंप
the Apex Legends Global Series and if you're watching right now EWC for the first time you've come through well first of all welcome secondly we hope you enjoy some of the
No he does not have Nishkar honestly अभी तो नहीं दिखता बट ठीक है अभी वो बच्चा ही है बट मेरे को नहीं लगता मतलब देखो फर्क पड़ता है ये फैक्ट है, जिसने स्ट्रगल देखा है ना उसको पता होता है, उसने नहीं देखी है वो चीज, ये फर्क रहता है, ये तो फैक्ट है, रियलिटी है। तो मुझे तो नहीं लगता ऑनेस्टली उसमें तो वो चीज नहीं होगी।
And as I mentioned earlier, we still have Valkyrie. She's going to be up for this one, but Gibraltar will be banned after an 80% pick rate in match 4.
And that makes things more interesting when we're looking at where endgame is going to be played. As that Gibraltar bubble, like we saw in the previous game, is vital to the team's success in towards finding somewhere to survive in those final moments. Team Liquid, that win was a good one, and let me tell you, the zone's pretty good for them as well. We are going back down towards Barometer, and Team Liquid, who just managed to pick up a first place from their POI, might be thinking about going back to back.
Yeah, not quite the same pull, but it's pretty darn...
Pizza नहीं है, garlic bread है।
Repeated zones in ALGS somehow.
Better training guidance भी है, कुछ नहीं होता उससे, trust me.
As you are quite rightly mentioning, like, do they
बाकी ठीक है, I hope वो गलत prove करे,
which they don't, so they are not going to
but लगता नहीं, just मैं अपना बता दूं मुझे क्या लगता है।
beacon that they can potentially use a little bit later, but often it's used just to gain Evo. But they're going to see dinos arriving from the southeast pretty darn soon, which will give them a little bit of an inkling.
Oh, I was going to say, if they do hit it, they're going to see half the lobby on their screens, and they'll be like, I think it's coming our way, boys. So, Team Liquid, with the opportunity here to look for at least another top 5 performance. And what we saw in that previous
Stop watching. मुझे पता था कोई ना कोई तो आएगा ये बोलने कि शीरोपन होती है इसलिए अर्जेंटीना हारी, क्योंकि यही पहला मैच है जो मैं देख रही हूँ ये वर्ल्ड कप में, और वही अर्जेंटीना हार रही है।
The winning points total from our previous series of Gaming Gladiators at 57.
Like I was waiting for this. कोई तो होगा hater.
If they carry on this trajectory, they are going to be such a dominant force, or considered one, especially when you look at
अभी सब मेरे पे blame डालेंगे।
It's going to be tighter. To be honest, but RQ have been able to just put themselves head and shoulders above the rest.
Well, Nemesis have a long way to go here before they get towards Barometer. That's going to give them the idea that everybody is already ahead of them. 21 enemies going to be scanned by that survey beacon. Evac goes down, and White Armor they've decided that the quick rotate is the play.
Now we've mentioned players that have been built up, and the next big thing, as this gets destroyed, not built up. Sacred, I feel, is another one of these players who is potentially going to be the next big thing. Maybe he is the next big thing, I don't know, but this is his first real
भाई इतना ग्रीजी हो रहा है ना सब कुछ इधर वेदर की वजह से
We did see him at the ALGS Open, but we have seen him compete, of course, through Pro League. And Nemesis have trusted in Sacred, and he has been phenomenal throughout Pro League. The numbers he's been applying, just insane.
So Nemesis having the evac destroyed, and going to choose to go towards Sonote now.
मैं तो ढंग से देख भी नहीं रही हूँ, I'm watching it.
They can also just wait for the next ring information as well if they choose to at Sonote. They can dip into the ring once it closes to hit that ring console. KNC a little bit further away though. Kinotrope Club going to be hitting the evac right now from outside of command center. Cover a little bit more ground towards the south. Ninjas in pajamas. I feel like this is a really big moment for them this game.
Extra time जाएगा.
A weak performance here would be very disappointing for them. A lot of teams already in front of them in zone as well, and not a lot of Evo on their path as well here now. This is a really tough one for them. They haven't even managed to get up to blue, and Vayne was almost blue in the face there as he exhales, has to jump into the void to survive.
E36 who've got eyes on at the moment. They are just trying to escape, but they cannot get out of the sidelines. Remember, NIP, the #1 seed coming out of Americas, coming into this. They're going to try and hold, but Kurev now has to escape.
Yeah, Kurev's got to get out of there. And I don't know if he's going to be able to do so. 2 players have been finished, so Kurev now on fuse. He's going to turn into a human cannonball, and he's going to fly through the skies to try and get out of dodge. Now, one good bit of news for Ninjas in Pajamas and Kurev is that there's nobody on this side of the map, so he can escape for now.
Dare to go home. Abhi kara do flight.
Reset here. Where do they get the team back into the game?
I think it delays their rotation so much, which is going to make it far more difficult in the late game. That being said, at least they are not out. As Enterforce 36 try and play spoiler, as now Alliance under a little bit of pressure here, or maybe Alliance are the ones applying the pressure, but Aku has gone down.
Aku falls. The ult was enough to pop him up into the skies, and now Hackett unlucky just decide that they've got to try and get out of there. I think that Unlucky has made the unfortunate call that he will be the one to slow down the push here and allow Hackett to get away. So even though Unlucky does go down, it's almost like a part of the escape plan for Alliance. As Hackis did take the opportunity just to scarper away. He's got a few percentage left on that Valcolt. He's going to try and find a place to pop it, I think.
Yeah, it was very much planned. When Aku went down, Hackis was already gone. Hackis often is just far enough away to be able to make sure he can get that reset. Oh, actually,
1v3.
Can you just get the death boxes? He is being careful here. He knows he's potentially being followed, so he might have to go for the big wraparound up towards wall. It's not comfortable, it's not fun, but it's probably the safest route available. Alliance will be able to get back up on their feet at some point, but the death boxes are defended. Or are we going to get a hunt here?
I think the hunt has started. Now, trust me, Dan, you've played enough Apex Legends with me to know that if I was in the air as Hackis there, I would have said winnable.
I also have been in enough Apex Legends that if I am Hackis in this situation, I'm always getting chased. And the thing is, with a player like Hackis, it's going to be in the back of your mind, I could be chased. We know how intelligent he is, but at the same time, in his shoes, or in his mind, he's probably thinking, I would never chase this. I would be focusing on getting to the late game. Could he get caught off guard?
Well, they've seen him go here. This is the thing, right? They saw him fly through the skies. The worry is that Hackis probably has in the back of the mind, there is a crafter here, so there's a good chance that they may think, oh, he's going to hit crafter here, so they maybe are going to try and chase me down. That's why Hackis has decided, as you can see from Neo, they've checked the crafter and they've seen that he's not there. I've got to play this one a little bit slower. I've got to wrap all the way towards the north, and I think Neo decided, you know what, this isn't worth it. We're not going to find Hackis. It's time to allow Alliance to reset.
Hackis has to go to E District to try and rest the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's a long way.
That's how far they were going to chase him, but now they will allow it to happen. But that being said, when they do get the res up, there's always going to be the chance that you get held out now. So
तुम लोग मानोगे नहीं ग्रुप में स्नैक्स ने लिखा कि मैं फुटबॉल नहीं देखता लेकिन ये पता चल रहा है कि नेमार आउट तो रोनाल्डो आउट और अब मेसी आउट और उसी सेकंड गोल हुआ है मैंने उसको बोला मैंने कहा स्नैक्स में पावर से बोलते ही गोल हो गया लिटरली उसने लिखा और गोल हो गया गाइस मैं हैंड वॉश कर रही हूं सब
make something of it. Alliance will be hoping they can do something similar as well.
I don't even know how much they had. They were not necessarily in the best position.
They didn't look the wealthiest, shall we say.
I think they went from poor to poor, and now they're going to have to see if they can work their way in from that west side, but it's about just being alive. That's all that matters, as we also check in with VKG. Our current reigning champions of EWC haven't been able to get going similarly to the likes of NIP and Alliance, but they are holding out Team Vision at the moment, and they've got eyes on them.
In that ring console to find out where the zone is going. No Valkyrie here for Vision though. So we're going to be hitting the Nitro gates, we're going to be sliding on the knees and get a little bit of a carpet burn. Queuing through to
मुझे तो लग रहा है एक और आ रहा है भाई.
By the looks of things, the interesting thing is that Elite Esports are currently here. You have to wonder if they're aware of that. Oh.
Hackers in the kill feed going down. There was the ring though.
I think he got his teammates back in, but just didn't have the meds to survive himself. Should be dragged back to his feet though.
Yeah, they should be okay, but it is certainly not going to be a fun journey at all from that northeastern side all the way in. As Neo will just bypass Enter Force 36 on their rotation, so they're not even considering holding out Alliance. This is probably the smarter play. Start to think about the end goal here and picking up more points, as Aku also just went down to the ring.
We can jet over there.
So I think there's going to be a lot of rezzing happening to get Alliance back into this game. Now Kinatrope. They could potentially play spoiler here to Vision, who you mentioned earlier had gone over to Pylon to hit survey beacons, ring consoles, whatever they wanted to gain information. They might shadow Elite Esports though with their rotation as well. I always think it would have been interesting, you know, with a we never really have a Bloodhound meta at the moment, but just being able to see those remnants of people you're following. Because it very much is interesting how similar the pathing that is taken by some of these teams.
Well, Alliance have done it. Hackis has managed to do it. He's got his teammates back into the game. They're healthy enough. But they still have a lot of work to do. Only 33%. Well, grabs a couple of extra syringes to drop off to his buddies.
They need them.
But how do they work their way in from here? That's the real question. They're going to work through Jurassic. They've got Kinatrope on the south side. They've got VK holding the fence line on the west side as well. It's a really tough rotate here for Alliance.
And no skyward dive available at the moment either. And probably not any ultimate accelerants to work with, considering how poor they're going to be in terms of their inventory.
Bhai Saab! Unbelievable!
Not good for Alliance at all.
कौन था मुझे बोलने वाला बंद करो मैं देख रही हूँ तभी हुआ है.
It really is funny how much it changes the legend bans. As soon as you get one different ban, it opens up so many different avenues. So Valkyrie will be surviving this entire series.
Alliance are safe. But the zone is pulled to the north. Now, very, very interesting. Let's think back to the last game where it pulled out down to the southwest, where Team Liquid were able to play this tower for such a long time, the main structure of Barometer. Well, that's completely changed for them now. They have to try and work their way towards the north side of this zone. The good news for them is I'm pretty sure that they just had a Mythic bin spawn on them they're going to be able to pick up. So not only is that great for the fact that they're going to be able to get the weapons, of course, but the level up on Evo, massive for them, considering they weren't able to extend out of their POI early on due to the fact it was pulling towards them. So Liquid have just been blessed.
Scary on the map. I'm seeing RRQ and Alliance going
मैं
toe-to-toe
excited
at the
था
moment.
ऐसे
I
होती
think
थी
RRQ just put Alliance off guard.
They
Yes,
just
they
got Hackers in the
did.
backside.
Never mind, guys, I'm not
But
happy.
thankfully, they will get the drag, and Alliance just haven't been able to catch a break at the moment, but that is going to open things up to Pirates, who are also now sending themselves into the equation, but RRQ are going to retreat. There's a lot of respect being shown to certain teams at the moment. You don't want to overcommit to one of these fights, because as soon as you engage, if there is the potential of a third party, you're going to lose.
Well, hopefully the Alliance prayers are answered here, as unlucky Aku and Hackis probably looking to go to the skies very soon to find a place to play. Hackis rips the Valkyrie. We'll have to see where they land. Elsewhere, Ninjas in Pajamas, they've finally got into a more advanced tax bracket and have got up to purples and blues. And now they're going to look to fight on the edge of this egg. Portal goes down. It's going to be Zipline Mafia who are inside.
Breach charge initially, see if you can tag and get rid of anything that's going to be defending Zipline Mafia, as now they will full send it here. A lot of damage has been done. Zipline Mafia get the opener, but it's traded out, and now they've lost two.
Oh, it's
it is as quick as that. It's clean from NIP.
It's so clean from NIP, and the fences coming down as well in the middle of that fight from Cole. Just stunned everyone on Zipline Mafia. So Ninjas in Pajamas win the fight, build a bit of confidence, and now have a safe spot inside of zone as well.
Speaking of inside of zone, Alliance have been able to land pretty much dead center and set up shop. So they will be able to compete potentially in the final circle if they don't get focused, as RRQ, our leading team. I had mentioned they're on 57 points, the same as what Gaming Gladiators were able to get up to 6. They've not added any since. But there's still 18 squads remaining, that's why, as this zone gets even smaller, far less room to play.
One thing they can do is if anyone tries to take that other side of the bridge is bully them with Fuse. And firing those knuckle clusters, it would be such an uncomfortable place to have to play. Where the zone is going though, like you mentioned, Alliance are safe and have kind of, from the edge of disaster, made something work in this game. The Valkyrie into zone was perfect. The reset early from Hackis was well judged. And now they've got to make the most of the situation they found themselves in. RRQ trying to pressure Ninjas in Pajamas. Both these teams will not be safe on zone close.
That being said, with where Alliance are, they are in a very vulnerable position depending on where people try and force themselves in. Team Liquid have just flown in and been able to put themselves near the pipes, but you can see Alliance are putting a lot of pressure there. Thankfully, Team Liquid have been able to utilize this rock to their favor.
Services.
But they can also play spoiler to Alliance a little bit here from distance. And most importantly, they can play spoiler to those who are arriving from the west, like NIP and RRQ.
Yeah, in the perfect position to third-party that fight should it take place. Both those teams have to move, and they have to move across open ground as well. So TL are focused on those two teams. The Gen's position well as well. It's just eating up all the Valk missiles that are flying towards them. Those missile swarms are not going to do anything when it comes to breaking the shield economy of the team. Nemesis up on the high ground, not safe for the next zone, but will be safe for this one on close.
It's about that time where everyone's using Skyward Dive, getting up and trying to find a spot to play, or utilizing the Wraith they have available as well. Even those Axles being put to use with those Nitro Gates just to speedily move across the map, as Aurora also have moved up to the north. Nemesis taking the fight as well. Oh. Nemesis win set fight quite comfortably, although I say that, they were not alone. Sentinel
it depends how serious it is.
Yeah, Nemesis get inted, and then Sentinels clean up the pieces. RRQ now moving up to the position that is held by Team Liquid. And Ninjas in Pajamas now are looking to pitch them. Shots coming in from all kinds of angles here onto RRQ, who still hold down first place, still 57 points.
Arjun, don't get too excited. Snacks को फुटबॉल के बारे में कुछ नहीं पता. Just saying. वो सिर्फ सबको emotional देख के बोलने लग गया.
And they want to finish it quickly. RRQ are gone as TL will pick up the KP.
Second place taking out first place. That's fantastic news for Team Liquid. And now they kind of hold this other side, and they're playing spoiler to NIP as well. That's another team removed from the lobby. NEO will disappear.
That's what they position themselves to do. Get away from the majority of the traffic, hold out the teams rotating in, but now they have to move again. They should have the Skyward Diver available pretty soon as well, as Reject will be eliminated from the lobby next. Sentinels on this height. Looking to pepper any teams who are going to be Skyward diving in, and one of those is in front of them right now. That's going to be GK Esports, who just fell into this corner. They do get the castle wall down, though. Blix has got to be careful.
भाई अच्छा option था guys. I'm smart.
Sentinel's also aware of BK Gaming
Garlic
right
bread
below
safe
them, but
option,
of course under that bridge, so Sentinel can't do much about it. And Sentinels will have to drop eventually. They're not going to be in zone on this building. And that's why they're a little bit concerned about some of these teams that will have sightlines on them. Another worry is Aurora, who are on the north at the moment. But Team Liquid, the amount of space they've been able to take here, now you've got to try and reposition with this Skyward Dive. Because yes, you've been able to dominate, you've got the kills.
मंगा लिया.
But walking in is going to be tough.
Yeah, the walk-in is almost impossible. It has to be a Skyward Dive, and you can see by the fact that they're going to wait for the zone to really get to the very edge of closing before they take to the skies. That was always going to be the play for them. Now you hope, now you scan, now you try and see if there's an opportunity to find somewhere to land or third party. TL look like they're going to land on the outside of this building. They're taking damage, but the Q goes down. But Legacy from S8UL was peppering them from above.
Breach charge came down.
minutes extra time था 7 को 7
A lot of eyes on them. Legacy is getting a great angle as well, but can maybe some other team help Team Liquid here? As Alliance also getting involved in a scrap.
Gen's just been broken. That's massive. That was keeping Team Liquid alive. That was allowing the shield to be regenerated as they sat in that corner. And now with that gone, all of a sudden Liquid find themselves in a tough spot. Dino's eliminated next. Sykes trying to get his IGL 0 back to his feet and manages to do so.
Survival of the fittest in the moment, and it's all about that Newcastle shield, which is keeping Team Liquid alive. Vision are going to be able to help them here, though, because look, S8UL, they're being sent on. It opens things up to Team Liquid.
Liquid just trying to survive. Top 10 is where we find ourselves in the game. Half the lobby is in spectator mode. The rest of them trying to see what points they can make out of this game. Hackis is last alive. Will find himself the last to fall as Alliance will be eliminated as Aurora now move up from that west side.
Who else but Aurora to take down Alliance? As now, with Vision and S8UL still distracting one another. Team Liquid still staying alive below them. Kinotrope are just ahead of Liquid though, so Liquid are unable to kind of hop up onto this building and get involved in this fight. Their attention's elsewhere too.
S8UL have to move, and they have to move soon.
3-2 क्या बात कर रहे हो? Extra time लग तो गई. मैंने कहा था मेरा prediction खराब नहीं होगा. You guys did not believe me.
Cycling through the utility. But the Legends in
I
their
told
competition
you.
offer its reses, its Qs.
I told you.
Take. Team Liquid have used it to stay healthy.
Sentinels have gone down.
Did
Team
I
Liquid,
not
by the way,
tell
they
you?
have another gen, they have another castle wall.
मुझे कल अंदर से आवाज आ रही थी कि पोर्टुगल हारेगी और आज अंदर से आवाज आ रही थी कि अर्जेंटीना जीतेगी. जोश से. जिंक्सर नहीं मैंने स्टार्टिंग में अर्जेंटीना ही बोला था.
Who they had taken down previously.
Oh, Vision Lower's got to be careful. As Jesco, combined with Legacy, manages to pick him off. As Visions were trying to make a play to see what damage they could do. Aurora on this west side.
निष्कर्ष यार उसका तो कुछ नहीं है.
Here comes the portal now from S8UL. Legacy jumps into the void, through the fences, and finds a little corner to call home.
8 teams alive in this final circle. 7 of them have Newcastles as well, as Aurora taking a lot of damage, but S8UL will find somewhere to call home here. Great reposition from the Wraith.
So it's starting to close on them as well. By the way, GK, who landed and would get peppered a little bit earlier on, and now bang center zone and up as a full 3. Team Liquid starting to do some damage themselves. That's 2 dead from 2 different teams. Sykes has gone down. That's the Newcastle. And now Liquid have to try and clutch, and this man could do it. Panic did it in the last game. Can he now again?
Liquid said it's go time. We have to take advantage of this. He needs to work with Zero, the last remaining player, as Liquid will be wiped out in 6th place. Down to 4 now as VKG also gone.
GK get another wall down. And they might control the height for the longest in this game. KNC, by the way, still in a good position up on the high ground themselves. It's S8UL, who we saw move a little bit earlier, who is staring into the whites of the eyes of Elite Esports in front of them. Everyone is peppering Elite. As KNC now make the play onto Gian. GK.
Excuse me.
S8UL weak down on that low
ground. Oh my god. और सेकंड आए ना हम
and take game number 5.
Such an important win for Kinatrope as well when you look at that overalls and the amount of points they needed. In that final circle, we had 3rd, 4th and 5th alive. Kinatrope were just that little bit lower, but now with that win, they put themselves up into 5th position. And again, just in touching distance of the lobby leaders, RRQ. Even though there is still that gap, you just have to put yourself close enough that if you can find another victory, maybe, just maybe, you could take the win in this series. It makes 2nd through 6th very tight indeed.
Interesting way to end this series, with the teams being so close outside of that top 1 position down. It really is interesting to see who is going to be at the top of the leaderboards come this final game here on Stormpoint.
I think RRQ maybe will kick themselves a little bit. They had such a massive lead, and whilst it will still be significant, they could have extended it here. They were only able to put 1 point on the board, of course eliminated by Team Liquid in that game. But what a final circle. 8 teams were left as we were closing. As I mentioned, 7 Newcastle, so absolute carnage when it comes to shields and walls that are down. But because Valkyrie's still alive as well, it plays a massive part being able to go up into the sky. And look what it means to Kinatrope as well to get that win on the board.
Look to my right.
We mentioned it. If you can find that victory, if you can give yourself that confidence, it can be such a game changer for the rest of your tournament.
So it's getting warm in here, and I think it's the gameplay that's doing the heating up at the moment as we find ourselves just 1 game left in today's action. And with multiple winners across multiple maps, sets us up beautifully for the final game. Just keep looking at the leaderboards at the moment. I can't believe how close it is. You've got Team Liquid 45, S8UL 44, Elite Esports 38, 37, 37, 32, 32, 30, 20. You get the idea. It's literally a point or 2 outside of RRQ, who you talked about at the top of the leaderboards, that can change everything when it comes to those final standings.
0-2 से हार
Even those who are down in the lower half of the leaderboard, there is still going to be that opportunity to have that big last match to put yourself up there and just put yourself out of elimination range, right? After we get through these group stages, we will be eliminating teams you do not want to be down at the bottom of those tables. As we now take a look at how the series is looking. There's that lead that we were talking about, 13 points for RRQ. But then it starts to get tighter thereafter.
1 point between Liquid and S8UL. 1 point between Elite and Kinatrope. And GK, sorry, they're tied. 2 teams on 32 points. It's ridiculous. We really are in for a banger of a final game here. But down at the bottom of the leaderboards, that's where the concern starts to arise here, Dan. That's where the teams, like you say, we need to take the pressure off our shoulders ahead of tomorrow's games and tomorrow's series.
And especially considering the fact coming into this, we were very excited to see our previous champions. We were very excited to see the EWC champions from 2 years ago as well. And neither of them have really been able to step up to the plate. NIP as well. At that game, they never really were able to get going. And now they rely on just 1 more match here. Sure, they are teams that are capable of putting a big win on the board, but you're putting a lot of pressure on yourselves.
Well, if there's one team historically whose fans have been put through high stress, I will say, when it comes to Apex Legends qualification, leaving it late.
Coke Zero ज़्यादा
the
मीठी
Alliance
लगती है.
How
अच्छा
many
Coke
times
Zero है.
Alliance
मैंने
left it
देखा ही
too
नहीं
late,
था.
they're not going to be able to do something, and then they just drop an absolute nuke in Game 6 of the day, and all of a sudden, they fly up the leaderboards, and we're just looking ahead to tomorrow and how they're going to play. They have historically done it so many times that it wouldn't surprise me to see them do it again now. However, how the games have gone so far, and most excitingly, I think for me, is how the team fights look like they're going down.
राडा हो गया.
It's a big ask of Alliance.
It is, and even though they did their best to, get back into the game, and they got back into that
राडा हो गया. कोच को भी मिलेगा कार्ड.
You are at such a disadvantage when you force your way in that late. You don't necessarily have the same kind of magnitude as everyone else does in the lobby.
We'll have to see if they can get it done in this game number 6. For now,
Obviously, couple cold drinks are not good for health. Obviously.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go.
Basically, जो Diet Coke होती है और Coke Zero होती है, it's a better option if you want to drink like soft drinks. मतलब if you drink this even every day 8 cans, you are fine. Problem नहीं है. मतलब वैसे तो देखो नहीं पीनी. But होता है ना कुछ लोग होते हैं addicted and all. But normal cold drink तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं पीनी चाहिए.
But you've joined at a good point because there's just a few points separating the teams.
और मेरे को तो ये भी नहीं पसंद है. Just कि मेरे को ये सब खाने के बाद
leaders get eliminated on just the 1 point. If that was to happen again, it does open up for someone else to potentially take this series. Team Liquid definitely on their heels, but plenty of teams on Team Liquid's heels as well. Everyone just kind of having a bite at each other right now.
It's been a good storm point for Team Liquid as well when you're talking about zones. 2 barometer zones for them. They made the most of one. They had a little bit of a rough call when it came to where the zone ended up going to the north side in that game number 5. But I tell you what, they wouldn't be mad if they had a third one go to barometer, Dan. And we have seen it happen before.
अभी तक तो सही चल रहा है.
My wall zone yet though. I feel like
पहले मतलब thumbs up अच्छी लगती है, but मैं पता है मतलब मेरी क्या आदत है, कुछ भी जैसे पिज्जा विज्जा खाया ना उसके बाद like 2-3 sip max. मेरे से उससे ज़्यादा पी ही नहीं जाती है cold drink. इसके लिए मैं cold drink हमेशा घर पे किसी के साथ share करके पीती हूँ वरना पीती नहीं.
It is not. It just mathematically should not be possible. But it has, and that's what's crazy. Sometimes it does happen. That being said, they were 2 very different final circles, even though they were in the same kind of vicinity to begin with. The pools were very different, which made it played very differently as well. As we take a look at our lobby leaders, RRQ, Strafing Flame. Really just, if you think about the career of Strafing Flame as well, what he's been through, the changes of teammates he's had as well, somehow, some way, always finds himself in a number 1 spot on one of the teams, right? He's always up there in those conversations.
हमारा सोचो.
You say that about a lot of players who have been through some trials and tribulations where things aren't looking good, then all of a sudden they make a
Not
great comeback,
whistling.
whether it be through qualification where they think maybe their career is going to be over and they find themselves in a finals lobby playing some match points. Or maybe it's someone who's starting their career like the likes of Dinos down. This is another team from the Americas who qualified, who kind of upset the apple cart when it comes to the familiar faces that we aren't seeing here in the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC. These 3 gentlemen here deserve to be here. I think it's a surprise to many that they made it this far, but as the weeks progressed in the Americas Pro Leagues, they just seem to go from strength to strength.
They're ahead of VK, Nemesis, Alliance, NIP,
Performance also bad. अरे देखो कोई भी चीज लिमिट में खराब नहीं होती है. वो जो लोग बोलते हैं ना कि नहीं ये तो बिल्कुल मत करो, ये बिल्कुल मतलब उनको ब्लॉक करके पहले. और जो बहुत रोते रहते हैं ना ये नहीं खाना चाहिए, वो नहीं देना चाहिए, ब्लॉक दें, भाड़ में जाए. देखो जो करना करो, कोई भी चीज ओवर अच्छी नहीं होती, फिर चाहे वो कुछ भी हो.
Likely that's going to be happening, and they do look better and better each time we see them in games here. They have been able to put a fair amount of points, especially considering how
बाकी अगर तुम कोई हेल्थ फ्रीक हो कि तुम्हें एकदम ही फिट रहना है वो अलग चीज होती है. But everyone is not the same. समझ रहे हो? कुछ लोग होते हैं, मतलब ठीक है. बट दूसरों पे थोपना नहीं चाहिए मुझे वो मेरे को बहुत ना गंदे लगते हैं जो भी दूसरों पे खुद के ओपिनियंस थोपते रहते हैं
your game can completely change. Your day can completely change. You could have played
इसको तो मैं कर देती भाई अब बोलता नहीं है ये पहले जितना बोलता था ना खाने की चीजों के बारे में ब्लॉक होने वाला था मेरे से नॉट इवन किडिंग क्योंकि मेरा एक है मैं खाने मेरे खाने पीने के लिए किसी से नहीं सुनती हूँ मेरी आदत है
And what's difficult is for the teams who are in the lower half, you know, we say
मेरे
yes
को
they
नहीं
have the
पसंद
potential to be
it
able
is
to
a
get
very
big
bad
win and put themselves
habit
at the
अगर
top
तुम
half of the
किसी के
leaderboard.
खाने पीने पे
Two teams can't do that.
टोक रहे हो
You're not going to have two teams
अच्छी
having
बात
big
नहीं है
games, really. Only one team can find themselves actually surviving and getting back into
Bad
things. So
manage.
we are likely going to see either Alliance or NIP or Zipline Mafia or Nemesis or VK. One of them are going to be, if not four of them, are going to be down in the bottom half of the leaderboard, which you would not have guessed coming into this.
पता चलेगा जो ब्लॉक हो गई कितने
huge run in this final
मैंने
game
स्ट्रीम
of
पे
the
बोला हुआ है
series.
मेरी कजिन दीदी एक टाइम पे मेरी बेस्ट फ्रेंड थी उन्होंने 10-11 साल पहले मुझे खाने के लिए टोका था उसके बाद से मैंने बात
See who is going to top the leaderboards when we get to the end
So
of
yeah,
play.
I am
Let's see what happens here. It's going to be a very different end game, a very different story going into
हल्की
this one as well
मस्ती
with
नहीं होती
Newcastle
ना
now
वही तो
back
बात
alongside
है
Gibraltar.
everything is not a
You're not just
joke
going to be able to force your way into zone this time. You're not going to be able to
भाई लोग तो
utilize that
खुश हो
shield
गए
like
क्योंकि इन
Liquid
लोग को
were
दिख
able
गई
to do
थी
in the previous
इन
and
लोग को
survive
अपनी
for
हाथ
that
दिख
long.
गई
It's going to be a
थी
lot of relying on Watson, I imagine, going into this next game.
मैं
And
इसी
I'm
को
sure
पता
we'll see
था
a fair bit of Rampart as well.
हारते
Just
हारते
to build
जीते
a little bit of help
इमोशनल हो
when
गया
you do get into those spots.
Well, I'll tell you what, Team Liquid, they got barometer, they got barometer.
Now
I
what have
don't
they got?
think they're going to be mad, is all I'll say, with a Game 6 going essentially Jurassic. So, I don't think they're going to be mad about it. Sentinels are going to be
भाई
very,
मुझे
very
ऐसे
happy
ही
as we
रोते
see
हुए
where
भी
the
फनी
zone
लगता है
is
पता नहीं
going
क्यों
to be
मुझे
going.
वैसे
They've got
हमेशा
console
फनी
down
ही
there,
लगता है
and
मिनियन
barometer
है
as
वो
well, Liquid. Console as well for Sentinels, and this is one of those zones, Dan, if you're
My
not
boy.
there early, there is
My
so
boy.
few places to play.
The question is, where does Sentinel set up? We heard from Monsoon, they like to play zone, they like to put themselves in a position where they can be on the defensive side, use some of the sniper rifles, for example, but in their looting process, what did you get? Because you are not going to have much time here, so it's going to depend on where you dropped, what weapon arsenal you had available to you as well. Because Aurora are very quickly joining them from the west, Reject arriving from the north. I mean, everyone's starting to accumulate here in one place, and for good reason, because Jurassic Park, like you said, it's difficult to get into later.
Well, Coastal Camp is looking busier than maybe it should at this point of the game. Down on that southern side is Dinos and TLM Pirates have a little poke at each other as Dan nearly got his head ripped off. That was terrifying.
I tell you what, Zidane, it's not going to be
Ballistic.
out of danger just yet. Yeah, Ballistic, something a little bit different.
There's a breach charge. Zidane 1 HP, flying up, pretending he's a palm tree. J Future on controller, cannot locate him. His teammate, however, Chaos Feelings is going to be able to do so. That's going to be Zidane down, and that is the IG on Nox.
So Dino's playing confident going into this last one, and perhaps rightly so, going up against Pirates, who are in last position, only 2 points right now. And it looks like they are going to try and retreat and survive, as Dinos will at least take the minor victory of being able to pick up 1 KP, and of course gain so much space and looting process along the way.
Speed ने क्या किया guys?
Maybe surprised by seeing that Whistler flying in towards him. Zidane was like, wait, there's a ballistic? I mean, that thing hits for 50 now. It really does do some damage. That's TL. I wonder if Zero is thinking it'd be nice to have these zones a little bit later on in the tournament.
Yeah. Can we get these
You're not
during
going
the
to say
finals,
no,
please?
Don't get me wrong, but you'd certainly love them in the finals. They're going to be playing this egg at the moment, which is going to be on the southern side.
What did
Jurassic's
Speed
Ninjas
do?
in pajamas!
Speed
In
ने ऐसे को
problems
distract कर
once
दिया
again.
मैं
Trying to move
seriously
through that
पूछ रही
tunnel. It looks
हूँ
like they're going to be able to at least pull Kurev out to safety. But Dogrid do get that knock, and you have to wonder
भाई ये टीम
if
कैसे
they're going to try
हार
and push
है
this one. They've also got Axel, so they've got
ये
that
तो
nitro
वो
getting
है
down. They are
जो
closing this gap.
फैन को
And
एंजाइटी
Kurev is
होती
not going to be able to get
है
healthy.
टीम को लेके ये तो
They
वो
are zooming. At
है
least they've got
अर्जेंटीना
fences
तो
down.
भाई
They've got to
काफी
play this one. Great
बेहतर
need as well. You have to back off. That's just going to allow them to get healthy enough to protect themselves. But this is going to bring a lot of attention to the rest of the lobby. And it looks like Dog Red is just going to say, all right, we don't need to overcommit to this one.
आज तो day 1
I like
है
the speed of
finals
which
is
they did try to
on
engage, but you also have to be smart enough to
11.
get out when you realize that it's just not
7th,
worth your
8th,
time.
9th group
That was a little
stage
bit scary. Not going to lie,
10th
for
को
Ninja
survivor
Pajamas
stage
fans,
11th
that would
को
have been a very
finals
disappointing end to this series.
group stage से 14 teams directly
fallen
finals में
early.
जाएंगी bottoms टॉप 14 बॉटम 6 एलिमिनेट और बाकी की बची हुई सर्वाइवर स्टेज खेलेंगे उधर से चेकिंग रहेगी और
There's no hope for them in having a good day. A nice conversation at the end of the day about how things went in the points total. They seem to always pull something out. Is that alliance magic still there in this game 6?
My world,
rotation for them, and sure, they
if
still
Messi does not win,
being on the balcony,
same
being able
my
to throw
world is
themselves
Messi
into zone,
wins.
but
No
now you
difference
don't have that Newcastle to play with. So they've gone for something a little bit different. They will
Mr.
have the
Babu
fullback
बहुत
of Alta
सारे
to work with
कुलदीप
Bangor as
है
well to give them help
अश्मित
crossing
है
with
I
the
think
smoke.
सोफियान भी है
And I just wonder if there's a little bit
रोहन
too much
है
left to do for some of these teams.
इतने पता है मुझे.
That being said, I think when you get to this point, you have to look at the bigger picture. Like, okay, we're not going to win the
But
lobby. Okay,
honest opinion, Argentina World Cup जीतेगी तो नहीं.
At the bottom of the lobby.
Like वो लोग बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, but finals तो नहीं जीतेंगे. मतलब मेरे को ऐसा लगता है, मतलब strongly. जैसे मुझे आज strongly मैंने कहा था ना कि आज अर्जेंटीना जीतेगी. मैंने बोला था, मेरे को बस अंदर से लग रहा है. तो वैसे ही मुझे strongly लग रहा है कि finals तो नहीं जीतेगी.
Dinos might be next. You can see easy
फाइनल्स के लिए मैं तो फ्रांस पे ही लॉक लगा रखा है मैंने.
That reticle is landing exactly where it needs to be.
और नॉर्वे मेरे को ये वर्ल्ड कप में फेम बहुत पसंद आने लगती है because of Haaland.
Trying to get a position to keep Pricey alive, who's taking a little bit of damage himself. The gen's going down. And this is completely isolated here, RRQ versus Dinos. One player has managed to escape and is just running down to the southern side of things. It's DJ Killer.
Como tu
Who can be able to
sabes,
scupper away from the
como
attention.
tu sabes.
For now, there's an evac going down. I'm
Yeah, RRQ
worried for his life.
Popped said evac, and I'm wondering whether that's going to be
यार
a
मेसी
chasing
प्लेड
evac or
यंग
just a reposition
प्लेड
to the
बैड
fence line
प्लेड
evac.
गुड की बात छोड़ो यार, उस पे बॉल तो आती
Looks like
है.
it's a search crew, but
टीम वर्क
check
है
back
भाई.
with Dog Red after they retreated from the
पोर्टुगल ने
previous
तो जो
fight
भाई
with
से दिमाग
NIP.
खराब किया है ना.
Now they're looking to be aggressive yet again and try and put Axel to work here. The Sparrow provides that information, and then the Axel nitro gates get dropped down, and you engage as quick as possible, especially off the back of some damage from the triple take here.
Up to purple.
हाँ तो नहीं बोला तो अच्छी बात है ना यार, तभी तो तुम लॉक नहीं हुए. वो भी तो सोचो अपना लॉक होते, क्योंकि मैं सिंपल कह रही हूँ, मेरे को खाने के लिए नहीं पसंद. अब तुम खुद सोचो, कजिन भाई मतलब मेरी बहन थी. तुम खुद बताओ, बहन से अगर मैं कट ऑफ कर सकती हूँ इस बात के लिए तो है वो.
So frustrating when you've
मेरा
done
यही
that
है,
much
चाहे
work to
कोई
apply
भी
the
हो,
damage,
मेरे
be
रूल्स नहीं
aggressive, and
बदलते
then
लोगों के लिए. मैं ऐसी हूँ
sadly
और
you
ये
get
चीज
tasted
ना
your own
लोगों को
medicine
पसंद भी नहीं
as the
आती है, बट
aggression
मैं तो
arises behind
ऐसी
you as
हूँ.
well, as Neo will be able to work in tandem with Zipline
मैंने कुछ
Mafia
सोच
to
रखा है
do
तो
the
वो
damage to
वैसा ही
Dog Red.
रहेगा, चाहे सामने कोई भी.
Even though one that was able to get away initially, now they'll be eliminated, and Zipline Mafia will probably be laughing at that one, saying that's what you get. But to be fair, Dog Red kind of had to move that way. They
मतलब
probably
खुद
felt
की ना बाउंड्री सेट
take
करनी
advantage of
पड़ती है,
Zipline
वरना
Mafia
लोग
being
ना.
out of position. And now this should be isolated. No one else really to join in on this one, you'd think. But Alliance have just appeared on my screen from the northern side. Very late rotation from them.
Yeah, all the way from wall, hitting the evac right now. Wonder if they're going to just have a little bit of a stop here and collect some Evo, hit that survey beacon. Looks exactly what the play is going to be, and they might be about to wander in behind Neo. So we'll have to see if there's going to be a little bit of a pinch going on here, as Zipline Mafia is still maybe watching their back here. But all these teams have to move in towards the zone, as we do see the zone continue to pull towards that fence line, separating Pylon and Jurassic. That's an interesting zone pull for sure.
It's a good pull for those who were in Pylon, because now it's been kind of split 50-50. Team RRQ will be able to claim that building. They'll be delighted with it. Elite Sports also starting to arrive as Dinos just got eliminated.
लास्ट मैच भाई कितनी जल्दी खत्म हो जाता है पे. 9 बजे शुरू हुआ है. Not even 3 hours, barely 3 hours for 6 minutes.
Kind of bypassed
सही है
Neo and
भाई.
Zipline Mafia. Instead, they're going to move to the eastern side. It's a long old route it has been for Alliance. You wonder where the points are going to come from. As Elite looking to see if they could push up onto RRQ, but RRQ have held strong.
This is really interesting. This is a fight on that Pylon side, like you mentioned. If they win this fight, or whoever wins this fight, I should say, essentially controls one side of that fence line that we were talking about. Looks like RRQ have decided this isn't really a fight that we want to be taking right now. We want to just play the zone. We know that the height is going to be in for quite some time. Dino's just been eliminated in the meantime. Chaos wasn't able to get away from the attentions of the Hemlock of Sacred. I think this is a smart decision here. If the height is in, you should play it. Don't let Elite get behind you and pinch you.
By the way, NIP, 2 in the kill feed have just gone down.
Alliance वही है क्या Imperial हाल वाली है क्या Alliance में हमेशा नहीं sorry वो Falcon है मैं हमेशा Falcons और Alliance में पता नहीं क्यों mix up कर देती हूँ दोनों का शायद green है हमेशा mix up करती हूँ अभी याद आ गया Falcons में और वो तो दूसरे ग्रुप में था ना जो अभी खेल के गए जिसमें शायद उनमें से किसी में था ए या बी में
Elite versus RRQ. The story continues to unfold. Light's going to have a little bit of a peek on the head glitch. We take ourselves over to the northern side. Neo just zipping down.
अभी तक चल रहा का क्या मतलब है भाई 3 घंटे भी नहीं हुए लास्ट से पागल से हो क्या
And now we Q and crew, I should say, hitting the zip line. They waited for that player to hit the survey beacon. They took him down.
जल्दी खत्म हो जाता है भाई ये पिक
And Neo now in trouble. Killer Club have just been eliminated in the meantime as the action just starts to pick up here.
S8UL है अभी 6 पे थी पहले तो I guess probably उसके ऊपर ही होनी चाहिए एक गेम वो लोग जल्दी ही मरे थे हाँ थर्ड है अभी #3 चल रहा है ये गेम भी अच्छा एंड कर देना उसके बाद कंसिस्टेंट रहना है एटलीस्ट कल या परसों इजीली क्वालिफाई हो जाए हाँ तो शायद भी जीती हो ना
That's Neo trying to escape, but it's not looking good for them at the moment. One player still alive, but he's running into all sorts of trouble.
थर्ड चल रहे अभी हमें बेसिकली ये 3 दिन में ना टॉप 14 में रहना है बस
It's ninjas in pajamas. They're back to
टॉप 14 में रहना है बस और कुछ नहीं करना
They got sandwiched, both of those teams.
उसके बाद फिर फाइनल्स में क्रेजी तहलका मचा देना
They know what they need to do when they're in these situations. When you hear there is damage being done, when you hear there is potential for KP,
Finals मत देखने आना तुषार, you are uninvited.
It was NIP who were able to pick up those pieces in the end.
Not
Alliance
invited.
Just retreat, and actually, with where the zone's going, Alliance have been able to find quite a nice spot.
Yeah, I like their spot.
On the northwest side.
Broken fence
आज
line.
obsession देखना, मैं तो कुछ नहीं देख रही.
Rampart in the composition, if I'm not mistaken, so they've got a few extra. Assuming they don't, there's some
देखने से वैसे भी नींद आती है. I don't want to sleep.
That they can use as a little bit of extra cover. One good thing I think for Alliance in this situation, they do have Bangalore, which in an open zone.
Special internet का जुगाड़ करके वो देख लो. ये है S8UL hater guys. अभी देख लो तुम लोग के सामने.
Long way to go there. They look like they're lining up a skyward dive. One Kraber shot
Messi
misses.
जीत गई रोनाल्डो.
One heavy bullet hits.
Messi लड़की बन गई और रोनाल्डो जीत गई. क्या बोलना चाह रहे हो?
Although they did just
घर जाने को देख रही.
to be able to qualify for this point. Remember, eliminating the crazy thieves.
नहीं मेरा आदत है मैं शो को देखती हूँ मेरे को नींद आती है. Because I feel relaxed.
They find a last gasp attempt to try and put points on the board to put themselves into the top 10 here in our first group games. Is NIP in the kill feed again? Zipline Mafia losing one to the floor. Not quite eliminated just yet though.
Yeah, it looks like Ninjas in Pajamas just trying to make sure
नहीं
that
यार
nobody grabs them.
है
When it
ज़्यादा
comes to
है.
holding that tunnel, that's what they're doing
मतलब
right now.
ठीक है ये सबका ओपिनियन है. जरूरी नहीं है ना सेम हो. मुझे तो लगता है ज़्यादा है.
Towards zone, and a Kraber in the hands of Skittle Cakes might be the answer to it. Instead, second option to the skies. Let's see what Valkyrie can scan, and let's see if there's any way we can land.
Yeah, this is a big call here for Nemesis. They need to find somewhere they can put this Kraber to work, to be honest, because you can actually get a jump on a team, hit a shot, and then take the position away from them, but you have to survive first. And look at the amount of ALGS. Nemesis being bombarded right now.
They are getting shredded. Alb and Sacred are down. Skill Cakes is the last alive, and it's the fuse ult, the mother load that just absolutely ripped away at them. Team Nemesis are eliminated. 13 squads now remain. Zipline Mafia find themselves pinching a couple of teams here actually on this eastern side of the zone.
Thank you, Shashank, for being so
but it
honest.
looks like it's
Thank
coming
you.
to its culmination as Ninjas in Pajamas have been eliminated off screen. A rough day for the #1 seed from the Americas.
It's a rubbish day for NIP. 18th position they will finish in the bottom 3. Not good enough, and they'll have to be better tomorrow. As by the way, I'm still surprised this fight is happening between Elite and RRQ.
I think eventually RRQ did get eliminated by the looks, and or at least two of them did. One sole survivor from RRQ, pardon me again.
Valkyrie है वो, Valkyrie नहीं, 100 thieves Valkyrie नहीं है, Valkyrie है.
So very patient from Elite to be able to force the lobby leaders out. And by the way, RRQ still hold a 13-point lead over Team Liquid, so they're doing the job. They are surviving, they are putting points on the board to try and secure first, but Team Liquid, they are still alive and kicking.
Really interesting fight taking place here. GK, I was looking at it and I saw they had a portal down and they had an ultimate down as well. They were split. Alliance saw that in the skies, but GK got back together almost immediately. Seeing Alliance trying to land on them, and they managed to get together just in time to delete Alliance on their landing. GK were brilliant at recognizing that Valkyrie. Alliance
अरे आने दो अमन भाई, but है. मतलब सारे नहीं होते, but most है. मेरे DM में आते हैं ना, मेरे को पता है. कितनी बकवास करते हैं.
Adding that extra little bit of damage and ruining Alliance's
after dropped. He gets him.
As now Team Liquid
मैं तो
starts to
same
move in on
बोलूँगी कुछ
S8UL.
रोनाल्डो
It's these two
fans
team against. This is
जो
second
मैक्सी ने
and
बोलते हैं वो भी
third.
same
This is
category.
almost exactly the same position we found ourselves in the last game, where Team Liquid just below S8UL.
GK Esports have been eliminated, so Alliance landing on them. Even though they win that fight, they're not able to recover in time. It's Light moving in from that pylon side, who gets the final knock onto them. S8UL still inside of this building, with Liquid on the outside of it. We might see a bit of Aussie on Aussie action if Zero gets involved here.
Legacy has that Kraber as well. Puts it to work. No, does not quite. As now Team Liquid down to just zero. Zipline Mafia eliminated, but you're not going to get the chance to stabilize. Our team in second place out at 53 points.
S8UL, 4 bullets left here for Legacy. In the big gun. Looking for some angles to see if he can pick someone off. He wants the big shot. He wants to try and break those rampart walls before he lets that Kraber sing. It's E36 who are popping up an elite are poking through the fence line to pick up yet more KP.
होते रहते हैं, इतना मुझे तो होता रहता है, तो मैं खेलती नहीं हूँ, इसके लिए मेरे को बराबर नहीं पता है.
It's going to be difficult to try and catch it though. It's going to be Elite or S8UL to have any opportunity to do so. Elite will have the chance to overtake Team Liquid though. They just need 2 more points.
मुझे लग रहा है फिर से ये Elite निकालेगी भाई.
One team we haven't mentioned in this game who are now involved heavily in the end game of VK Gaming. Out of nowhere have found themselves in a fantastic spot in this end game, and boy did they need it.
A win for VK Gaming will send them into the top 10. And when you look at what happened for the likes of NIP, Nemesis, Alliance, VKG do not want to fall victim to exactly the same disappointing day they just had. S8UL have been fantastic today. The way they've been able to dominate positions and not falter when they've been applied pressure from other teams. So good at holding some of these spots.
Well, Elite Esports have the cards at the moment. They are holding the majority of them because they control the majority of the fence line on this southern side. That means they can play in and let other teams fight, take care of each other. But when the zone ends, it will be on the opposite side of the fence. And they will have to move. Legacy taking damage on the cross. He gets taken down by the longbow of Synap. And that Kraber will not get put to use.
E36 should be wiped. They work way on to our last 5.
वो उड़ा और उसको भाई eliminate ही कर दिया.
Monsoon able to get 1 kill on board. As it looks like RC might be the next team to go. Reject struggling here.
Oh my god.
Chipping away. Kraber breaking hearts from Light, and it's Elite picking up more
Legend हवाई होता ही नहीं है हमारा तो यार.
Through the doors. Looking for all of the kill points that are available.
#3, #4, #5 सब आ गए हैं हम.
Can Elite steal this right from under the
सब
nose
आ गए हैं
of
हम.
who are so far ahead after match 4?
ये आया ना true Messi fan.
Still need KP.
Thank you for blessing Argentina.
They're making a play here, Sentinels. They want to try and take this
500 आया 500.
VKG from the lobby.
Thank you Yash, तुम हो true Argentina fan. तुम ही हो.
Casa with the RE45 doesn't help, but now with Sentinel scarpering. Casa is chasing, and boy is he taking Sentinels to the cleaners here.
VKG, who are not only defending their championship, but defending their spot here so successfully.
कोई तो
against
SW है.
Sentinels, and they go right back up
That's
to
true.
it.
That's
Very
true.
important they do this, to use this fence line to their advantage. You don't want to overcommit to the fight, because otherwise you give so much space to other teams. They don't know where the likes of Reject currently find themselves.
आपको ही
But by the
login
way,
करके जाना होगा.
Reject, they get the rares, they're going to be back up to 3.
Light's got 7 KP. Late on a run here, 3 bullets in the Kraber. VKG not in a great spot. And with the
हाँ,
steal the ball forced in
consistency
the
तो
mouth,
है.
VKG are really
बस
struggling.
एक और दिन भी रहेगी ना,
to
उसमें में
survive
हो
here.
जाएगा टॉप 14.
Fun will take one down. QQ's
मेरे
on his
हिसाब
back.
से तो दोनों दिन नहीं भी रहे तो भी हो जाना चाहिए.
Elite have not been able to take advantage of their position as much, with Reject now going up to a full 3, by the way.
ALGS managed to find one. Sentinels do lose the fight eventually to VKG. But can they get healthy here? Casa has just been knocked. It's the wingman coming in from Axis from RC.
Elite, they close the door and they fence it up and they say, hey, how about you two just fight? We'll watch and we'll clean up whatever happens afterwards. As now Stingerbolts come out as well. Everyone just trying to make sure that they are not the first to engage, but sadly they're going to be forced into it.
My goodness, it's all lining up here for Light. He's only got 2 bullets though. He wants to make the most out of them.
controller allowed होता है and players do prefer controller, so I guess होना तो चाहिए.
On RC back to a 3, now become a massive
बाकी
problem.
जरूरी नहीं है.
VKG are down to 1, I believe, on that low ground now.
इसके लिए तो research करनी पड़ेगी.
As Light finds the head of Axis.
Has the drone as well, but it does get eliminated on its way. Elite are slowly being forced into this one, but they really want these two teams to engage. But because both teams have taken so much damage, they're reluctant to move.
Look at the fences. The fences are a problem. Now they have to walk through, destroying all these fences. VKG are still alive. Another kickstart drone goes in. It sends VK into the sky. They'll be eliminated. Elite just looking for targets, looking for bodies, looking for wins.
सही बोला था मैंने
And Elite Esports will take home the
इससे
final
तो
game of
सबको
the
कंट्रोलर
day.
दे दो.
And I tell you what, Light, he was feeling lucky in those final moments as he hit
कंट्रोलर
that
प्लस
big,
बट
big no
3G
scope.
होते. ये देखो इनमें 2 कीबोर्ड 1 कंट्रोलर राइट वाला.
They overtake RRQ.
देखा?
They have a huge match 6 to send themselves into first place. A 27-point game to win this series, to rip it right away from RRQ. And considering there was, at one point, a 20-plus point gap between RRQ and the rest of the lobby, somehow, someway, they do not go on to win this series. And instead, it is Amir who stands
और ये
strong.
तो वायरस कोहली गेमिंग है.
Signs of life from VKG in that game. But the story is Amir on top. And Light and the boys put it together in that final game. Biding their time, and then the no-scope that will be remembered. The flick, the headshot. And that just allowed them the space that they needed to capitalize on those
Top
final moments.
14
We'll see it again in a few
from
seconds'
the
time.
3 days of
But boy, does the Kraber make a difference.
And I think when we panned out into a third-person point of view, I think he did it again. I think he hit another no-scope because they really this was the
एक
first
दिन
headshot
में
by
12
Beautiful,
मैचेस
but they
मतलब
got
कितने हो
Axis
गए?
back up. RC were able to get back up to a full 3 and then we
36
panned
matches
out.
मिला के.
And I saw again in the kill feed it was another
And
Kraber shot.
per
It was the
team it's
patience
not
from Elite. Do you know how
36.
tempting it is after hitting a
Per
Kraber shot just to be like,
team,
screw it, let's send it, let's go. We can win this game. We've got the damage, we've got the weapons, we've got the players.
18
But they
होगा ना?
waited it out.
हाँ, half ही
And
तो
by
होगा.
doing so, they get those extra
मतलब
points
हर
on
एक
the
टीम
board
को
and they put
basically
themselves in first
जो
place from the
4
series.
ग्रुप्स में डिवाइडेड है ना
Impressive stuff in
सबको
the final
18
moments.
गेम
And across all 6
मिलेंगे.
games, 65
और
points on the board,
18
like you
में
say. Means
top
that Elite
14.
Esports will be top of the pile
वो लोग क्वालिफाई हो
in
जाएंगे
Group
बट
C versus D in
but-
our group
but-
stages, and will be feeling very, very good about
जो
proceedings and how things
बॉटम
went. They'll do
6
pretty
है
well tonight.
उनके अलावा बाकियों
To
को एक
second
फिर से
place for
चांस मिलता है.
RRQ with 62. Team
Survivor
Liquid
stage.
will
Top
finish in
14 आ गए
third
हम.
place
अरे
on
अभी 2 दिन
53
बाकी
as
है.
well. A fantastic day for them.
आज,
So we
कल,
have to
परसों
talk
3
about
दिन है
the
group stage.
underperformers. Ninjas in Pajamas, Nemesis, Alliance.
3 दिन ग्रुप स्टेज है.
Down in the bottom 5. You would not
पर
expect
team
those names
18
to be
yes.
down there.
तो ग्रुप स्टेज के मैचेस से टॉप 14 डायरेक्ट फाइनल्स में क्वालिफाई हो जाएंगे, बॉटम 6 एलिमिनेट हो जाएंगे, बाकी की बची हुई सर्वाइवर स्टेज खेलेंगे 10th को, और उसमें से टॉप 6 फाइनल्स में पहुंचेंगे और बाकी के बाहर। कल सेम टाइम है नहीं, कल अपने जल्दी है, कल अपने 4:30 बजे।
Today. Now, yes, there were some tough zones. You look at Alliance on Storm Point, had to move all the way from North Pad down to Barometer twice, and then down towards Jurassic as well. But it's what they do; they're used to that. It's not
कल अपने जल्दी है मैचेस।
some of these zones that pull a long way away from them. It's usually they come out of those kind of games with at least a couple of team fight wins into that.
Pajama में ninja.
It's just not clicking for a couple of teams here on the first day. But if we know anything about that lineup that you can see on your screen right now,
इधर टॉप 10 आना था किधर?
they will come back with a game plan. They will work.
कल एलसीकी होगा, can't say anything क्योंकि घर पहुंचूंगी, क्या हालत होगी, नींद चाहिए होगी नहीं चाहिए होगी, उस पर डिपेंड करता है, मैं ब्रॉडकास्ट में बता दूं।
IGLs in the world, or maybe actually it might be Panic. I don't know. We've got someone from Liquid on the stage with Barney. Barney, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. I mean, what an incredible day.
Yes, early morning flight है। मतलब अर्ली मॉर्निंग एकदम फ्लाइट नहीं है, बट मुझे इधर से तो अर्ली मॉर्निंग ही निकलना पड़ेगा। एक तो पता है स्कैम क्या होता है, मैंने लिटरली फ्लाइट बुक की नवी मुंबई सिलेक्ट करके, होता ही नहीं है। नवी मुंबई दिखाता है बट होती मुंबई से। अब अभी नवी मुंबई से होती तो मैं थोड़ा आराम से जा सकती हूँ।
Honestly, it was insane, and like I was just sitting there. I don't know how neither of the teams saw me, to be honest, but like as soon as I killed the guy, like it was just like an insane.
ऐसे ही होता है। मैंने एक बार पहले जयपुर से आने के लिए भी यही किया था, नवी मुंबई की थी, क्योंकि नवी मुंबई का क्लोज पड़ता, बट नहीं दिखाता नवी मुंबई है, पहुंचा देता है मुंबई।
You haven't necessarily had the results that you were looking for leading up to this point, but it seems
yes, प्रिया जी रेयरली अच्छी बातें करते हो आप, बट ठीक है डब्बू। आगे कितने पहले निकलना पड़ेगा? तो अच्छा खासा जल्दी निकलूंगी मैं, क्योंकि एंड मोमेंट नहीं पहुंचते। जयपुर एयरपोर्ट नहीं है कि तुम कभी भी चल जाओ, मुंबई है ये। मतलब लोग भी ज्यादा रहते हैं, बड़ा भी है, ऊपर से मुझे खाना भी है। मैं तो आराम से पहले जाऊंगी, एयरपोर्ट पे फुल रिलैक्स करूंगी। खुद के घर वाली सिटी में आप रिस्क ले सकते हो, अनजान शहर में आप रिस्क नहीं ले सकते। इधर तो मैं एक्स्ट्रा पहले निकलती हूँ। जयपुर से तो मैं ऐसे निकलती हूँ जैसे घर के बाजू में एयरपोर्ट, मस्त चिल हो गए, जैसे अपना ही है, ऐसे निकलती हूँ मैं। मैं लिटरली एक बार तो फ्लाइट के टाइम से 1 घंटे पहले निकली थी और फिर भी पहुंच गई थी।
No, I know we can do it, especially on this team. Like last team kind of like threw it together last second because of deadlines, and like I never expected that to go well. But this, like, I'm pretty sure our floor is like top 10 in the world, and our ceiling is the sky.
Dude, the motivation is there. I can hear it in your voice, Panic. Thanks so much for joining me in this interview, Zero. I really appreciate your time. For now, we're going to go back to the studio to round out day 1 of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
Feel it, got everything you need. Slide आपके पहुंचने के बाद ही आएगी जरूर।
He could IGL with Zero or not?
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about with Panic, I think, or are we talking about with the
what he
shot
just mentioned,
the naughty shot? Yeah, I mean, we'll see. It's Naughty's first event IGLing on LAN, and you know they had some really good online Pro League results, but
Chalo guys,
does not transfer over every time, so it'll be very interesting.
It is time to go.
I think Naughty can handle it. I like
personal airport लग रहा है,
which is what you need at these big events, so I think that's the benefit they have. But
मिस हो गई तो अनलकी रैली ना, वापस घर। मजाक कर रही, मतलब मिस वाला तो होता नहीं है यार। शिट, मैं अभी जाऊंगी, मैं करूंगी क्या इतनी देर? ये तो बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो गया।
Hearing him say it and seeing that he's kind of like let Panic free, kind of free this little butterfly I drew of Panic.
कुछ करने को नहीं है क्या मेरे पास?
And he was floating around.
किक पे कुछ खेलते हैं। मैंने वैसे इसमें से स्टीम मेरा लॉग आउट कर दिया था, वापस लॉग इन करना पड़ेगा।
Start off with the pig, then chicken, and then Panic in a butterfly.
सुबह है फ्लाइट, सुबह, और मैं सोने नहीं वाली।
Now we were talking before we actually came on.
किक पे आऊँ, किक पे आती हूँ गाइस। आओ गाइस, किक पे आओ, किक पे। किक पे आ जाओ। मेरे को बोर हो जाएगा क्योंकि वरना थोड़ा टाइम पास खेलते हैं
like people were just been missing from them, and they really
these places, man.
Once they stepped on that pedal, they just never let go, really. And having that faith in your teammate as well, when he really says that he could be the best player in the world as long as he wants to be it. Like, what better way is it, especially from somebody who's won LAN several
घर की फ्लाइट तो ना मिस कर रही शिरो मुंबई आने की भले ही कर देती है मीन ऑब्वियसली घर जाना है ना मुझे अभी क्यों मिस करूंगी मैं चलो किक पे आओ गाइस टाइम पास करेंगे थोड़ा टाइम पास